대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEU.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으리라 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 치는 그런 말은 알아 치아 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기분을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 위대해지고 기본을 지켜낼 시간 최초의 라면인 내가 반드시 이룰 거야 바로 사랑 위대한 우리지만 위대하게 평범한 내가 위대해지는 라면은 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song pans through half a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows lines elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the soul. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 끓여진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으리라 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 치는 그런 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣었다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 평양라면은 기본을 지켜낼 거야 평범하게 위대하게
제법인데?
A folk song penetrates half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows lengths elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
And welcome back to this International Esports Festival. This is day number 2, of course. My name is G Clef. With me is going to be Ending Life back again. Starting today, we're going to be starting from PUBG. And of course, throughout the day, we have League of Legends and also HEARTHSTONE to go through. This surely is an international event with 3 big titles and with lots of players around the world.
Definitely, and I'm glad that we start with PUBG because today, unlike yesterday, we have 5 rounds, 5 maps. So that is going to be a little bit of a longer day and give a little bit more chance to the players and the teams to kind of prove themselves. If they, kind of falter in the first 2 maps, they can come back. Whereas yesterday we only played 3 maps, so it was a little bit it felt a little bit short.
So yesterday, for sure, it felt like sprint matches.
Yeah.
You really had to get it done. Sometimes the circle doesn't work out for you, but you only had 6 matches in total to get the most points out of. And we actually have the result. I'm not going to reveal it yet. No spoilers, but we have the result. We actually have this top 16 teams from the first day. For all the top 16 teams, the total from Group A, B, C, all that together. So we'll have that on the screen soon enough. But the numbers that we saw were some insane numbers ending.
Yeah, definitely. And before we get into the details of the numbers for the teams and the players, you said 16 teams, right? Like on day 1, you were talking about how there's 14 teams and how the minus the 8 players kind of creates a lot of room and a little bit different situations with during rotations and stuff like that. But we're back with 16 teams, and we're gonna stick with these 16 teams for today and tomorrow. So we'll see how this unfolds. And here we go with the PUBG overview.
This is just for PUBG.
Yep.
But we do go. This is only the beginning. We do have a long day ahead of us. Stay tuned, and you can watch all the games. It's going to be really fun throughout all 3 titles. But for PUBG, here's the overview. We had the group stage, which was yesterday. We had Group A, B, C, and from those groups, we have got the top 16 from the results of the first day. Now we are in the finals. The second day and the third day. So it says 10 matches per team. I know you might be saying, "What? They're playing 10 matches per day?" No, per team, which means we have 5 maps today and 5 maps the day after.
Yep, and the prize pool definitely didn't change. It's first place for 10,000 USD, second place 5,000, yada yada. But I'm just very excited for the 10 matches per team part, right? Like we get to give everybody, all the teams, the chance they need. And if you can't prove yourself within the 10 matches, then we've given you enough time to kind of
10 matches. Usually, it is the format with especially with the point matrix, the super rule that we have for lots and lots of PUBG events around the world. The pros, they use the same exact point matrix system for the super rule.
Yep. And now we do have the point matrix, right? Like as G Clef was saying, this is the super rule, so one point per kill, and the placement points go from 10 and then 6 to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you saw the maps. Today we're gonna have 2 Erangel, 3 Miramars. Tomorrow we have 2 Miramars and 3 Erangel. But this is the match ranking for the group A, B, and C that G Clef was talking about.
Yes, the names that we have here. I think all the teams that deserve to come up here actually made it. We have some teams with very low kill, like Lion. Barely had the line cut with only 2 kills, which is amazing. They had 6 matches, but 19 placement points.
Yeah.
So they must have got a lot of placement points within just 6 matches.
Yeah, that is.
Which is at least like 3 points per match, because they only got to play 6 matches, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, and we do see, we can't not talk about the number 1 team, right? Veronica 7. They were actually one of the teams that, were on the live broadcast and actually performed pretty well in terms of rotations, teamwork, spreading out, kind of pushing certain areas. But, we can't forget about Team Sastro as well. But Solid and Unicorn Phoenix Alpha are the 2 teams that are in the top 3 that we haven't gotten to see yet.
And we haven't seen the action of Solid And as you mentioned, but Solid actually had 44 kills, which is the most I believe throughout the entire top 16 teams, which I'm very excited about. We're about to see what this team's really made up of. As there's second right below Veronica 7. Of course, Veronica 7. We talked a lot about their rotational work, how they actually take a lot less risk, take time, gather info, and then go in. So their level of play was actually up there. Solid, grabbing a lot more kills. Let's see what kind of team, his style, and how they rotate throughout the map, because we are going to have some time today and tomorrow to get to know all of these teams. And of course, Orca Esports did not make it here.
Yep.
I think there's some error on the from the production side. And there are teams that, I think the previous page is the correct.
Yeah, Team Malayan should be the 16th team, I think, and then Arctic Black kind of moves up to 15th, and Orca was didn't make it into the top 16.
I think
so
Orca
just
was
keep that
up
in mind.
to 17th.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So just keep that in mind as we kind of move on and see this graphics here. But everybody else seems like they're in the right place. And I just want to talk about how, you talked about Solid, we see UPS, Red Sea, and a couple of other teams that we didn't get to see yesterday. But, the rest, maybe 10 to 11 teams are up here that we're familiar with because we broadcasted their games yesterday for groups B and C. So we'll see if our familiarity after day one can kind of give us a little bit more insight on how certain teams will play.
Sure. I think we really have to go into the game and see a lot of these teams, because we only got a peek. Only got 1/3 of the entire day actually, and because it was closed matches and not broadcasted matches, and also players know which matches are actually being broadcasted.
Yeah.
So that actually was a good benefit, that they can actually look into their own strategy, what actually happened. They can always go back and hit that replay in the game, and you can just go back and forth how the other teams rotated. Okay, this team went there, this team went there. They started from here, from Miramar. They started from this city on Erangel. You can do all that. You can check all that. And we also had a military base circle, which does happen within the 10 games, even if it's half Miramar, half Erangel.
Yeah.
Usually within the 5 Erangel games, we have one.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
I'm saying one because sometimes we have more than one, even if we have 5 matches.
Yeah.
So I hope that doesn't happen, because we've seen the chaos that military base circle can cause to all the teams around the world, everybody basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty solid.
Yeah. And fortunately for Friendly Fire Gaming, which is one of the teams that land in military base regardless, right? Like their drop spot is military base. So for them, I guess it's good, but for everybody else, it's gonna be hell. It's gonna be chaotic. But I'm also curious because we were talking about military base. So from Group A that we haven't seen, maybe there's another team that might land in military base. We don't know yet. Because there are 6 teams from Group A that made it, right? So we'll have to see.
Still there's Novo. There are lots of other places that you can have esports settings, so you don't have to go into military base and gather all the loots. You can actually go to a couple of houses. If you get lucky, you can basically walk out with a barrel and with a SLR if that's the gun that you like. Of course, that's my preference. Sometimes mini if I can't really find the barrel, or SLR. But still, it's pretty easy to find all the right weapons and level 3 backpacks. It's not everywhere, but you can find it pretty easily.
Seems like we're getting ready to get on that plane in 45 seconds, but here we go. On the left, you guys can kind of roughly see the color / logo of each team's. Usually I just like this color scheme here to kind of get a better idea of who we're looking at, what team we're looking at, to kind of, because when the observer switches players, right, like from back and forth, like we have to quickly catch on, and the colors definitely help out. And seems like they want to showcase Veronica 7, the #1 team that made it up here into the finals. We'll see if they can kind of perform well and stay as the #1 team as the games go on, or maybe Solid, the team with the most kills, can kind of climb up there and bring Veronica 7 down.
Yeah, I think we have to carry on a lot of these teams' stories.
Yeah.
This is only the beginning, the very first round of the finals that we have for IEF 2021.
Yep.
Of course, as you see, this is PUBG. It's the first round out of 10. We'll have 5 today and 5 tomorrow.
All right.
And pretty even flight path for everyone, I should say. There might actually be some contests for the vehicles for those teams that likes to go to the south part.
Yep. Definitely. I'm glad that you mentioned that because V7 usually go to Ferry Pier, right? And, you know, as I said, Friendly Fire Gaming loves military base. And yesterday we saw a couple teams go to Severny as well. So, you know, we're definitely going to have some contestants for vehicles to kind of go to where they want to go. And even regardless of landmarks, all these players, they just love having at least 2 to 3 vehicles, right? Just to provide cover just in case in the mid-late games where, you know, if they're in an open field, you're going to need to break the tires down and kind of create cover for yourselves. But Team Versatile already, you know, kind of getting their vehicles, you know, driving around Lipovka. I don't know if they're not, seems like they're not going to loot out Lipovka.
Oh, I think
Spreading out.
I think they're spreading out because they have the vehicle.
Yeah.
And getting the vehicle ready to escape from the city.
Yep.
They have free loot for the entire squad, so I think they're settled. They can even send couple towards prison or mansion. I think that part of the map was also not taken by any other team. So no, big contest to start off. I think all the teams are okay, ready to go on the landmark situation for now.
Yep. It seems like after day number 1, just feels like these teams kind of looked at the replay, like you were saying, kind of looked over the live broadcast, like looked over the VODs to see which team goes where, and they're trying to not overlap as much as possible. Look at this. V7 didn't end up going to Ferry Pier because, you know, they saw somebody ahead. Look, you can tell by the map that everybody's spread out, and the circle was also insane.
Yeah, pretty up there in the northern side. Grabbing the center around the north Drogopol, which will actually be a pretty tough rotation for a lot of these teams because compared to how many teams actually wanting to go north, we have a lot towards the bottom side, the bottom beach side.
Yeah, and actually the first phase circle covering Zarki it's not like super unusual, but it's pretty unusual. It's not normal to have Zarki in the first phase of the circle, so that's why I said it was kind of like, oh, this is a weird circle because it's not an island circle, but it's still like very shifted towards the northwest. So obviously it's we'll see. Oh my gosh, what's happening there?
I think we might have a reroom. I think.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, it was actually I was actually waiting for the reroom. Yeah, because
I did see the number.
Yeah, because we started with 63 instead. So I think we are having the reroom. Whenever we see some blowouts or C4s, yep. Usually it's a remake. Sometimes they do. Sometimes, rarely they do. They do make the mistakes of killing your own teammates, friendly fire, running them over. But if it happens twice in a row at the same time, V-game.
All right. And it does seem like Team Mess is the team that, you know, the one player could not join. So we're probably remaking right now. But hey, Colt said if you want to remake, you have to leave the game too. You know, like everybody has to leave, make the lobby and join for that quick regain. But I guess they're trying to wait for. You know, for the staff to tell them to kind of come out.
Oh yeah, he's out. He's out now. He's gone.
Yep. You can see the soul has left his body. He's gone. Observer, come on. He's gone.
Yeah, even the observer is like, okay, let's get out of here.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Yeah. Sometimes, especially because there's no other target.
Yeah.
You usually go on. Okay, we're having a rematch. Okay, let's go. Hey, Like, why don't we have a 1v1?
Yeah, you never had that chance, right? So it's like during that remake, if the call comes in before you leave, you do that 1v1. You're the winner, you're the loser, you leave the game. And as we just saw now, we did see the 63 on the top right at the start. And I guess the players and the teams kind of communicating with production and, you know, our referees and like going back and forth. And then we decided, I guess, for that remake, which took like a minute or two. And then the remake itself in PUBG, honestly, it doesn't really take that long. Everybody just has to leave and just rejoin a new game.
The rooms and the loading time, it doesn't take long.
Yeah.
It's about the players, because in the middle here there will always be a player or two. So it's,
Still in
can
the
I-
game.
No. Can I go to the restroom and come back?
Oh, no.
And then like, oh, okay, and then it takes
Yeah.
like 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, you add on the 2-3 minutes. Yeah. But other than that, it should be pretty smooth. Like as long as all the teams are in sync, like joining, and you can't forget about the observers as well. So you know, I don't think it'll take too long. But what I gathered from the drop and the plane route, like the plane route, you said it was a pretty fair plane route, right? Like it went from Lipovka straight down the middle, basically, and we saw the teams spread out and not overlap. I think that surprised me because in day one, in Erangel, we did see a couple teams kind of overlap and then spread out, right? Like they're like kind of running away from each other. You don't want to die early. But today, you know, everybody kind of, we know where you're going, so we're not gonna go there, and everybody was just
Yeah, I
kind
think
of.
we'll have a lot of fun today. It was just checking each other to begin with, and I've heard from the production that it wasn't the disconnection issue.
Okay.
It was actually, funny enough, it was actually some wrong setting in the room. So yeah, I was wondering because the first circle popped at 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So, and then I was wondering, it's like, okay, that's a different timing. Like,
So it
why was
wasn't
that?
the super settings. Something was off.
yeah.
Okay. Understand.
Few things were off, so that's the reason why we're having a remake. Well, yeah, it was actually pretty weird because we actually started the game with 63, and then we suddenly just had a weird way, and then I thought, okay, I guess we'll just go with 63, but
Well, yesterday we did actually go with 63.
yeah, we did.
couple
I think
games,
I
so-
think the rule set is that if you DC, you can still join back into the game.
Yeah.
But sometimes if you drop out from the loading, you know what happens. We've all
Yeah.
felt that even doesn't happen often, but sometimes even if you have the best PC, it just happens sometimes. I don't know when or I don't know why, and maybe it's just destiny.
Yeah. The final
But
destiny.
when you just load into the game for rank, you just drop out.
Yeah.
And you just can't go back into the game. So oftentimes you can, but there's like one game out of maybe like 100 something that you just cannot go in, and then you minus 32 or minus 36.
That's the worst. That is the worst. But yeah, that is the case. So you know, we're just gonna reset the room, get the right settings in, and go in. But I want to see what happens.
Yeah, let's see how long this takes. Okay, I say 2 minutes.
You say 2 minutes. I hope within the minute. but
1:35.
honestly, I
Take
think
1:30 now.
they thought that the settings from yesterday just stayed the same. So like whoever made the room probably thought it's I don't have to reset. The
It's
room every
actually
time."
Korean time, pretty early, 1:17 p.m. So for gamers, it's actually pretty early, and especially for the teams in teams and countries that's even on the west side from where Korea is, Korean Standard Time. Then actually it's minus 1 hour from there, so they might actually be in the morning time still, and certainly not the most gamer-friendly time, as I know you guys. I know a lot of you guys actually sleep when the sunrise.
Yeah,
And
we're
that's-
vampires. Gamers are vampires, Draculas, whatever you want to say. Have the curtains closed. Be in the darkness and sleep when the sun is up. So you know.
But this is okay. This is okay. We have the duo back, of course. Pretty comfortable. We're gonna have some comfortable time here, as there's not much because we wanted to go in the game. Like we want to see the game and see the gameplay as much as you guys. But there's nothing we can pretty much do. We just have to wait So hold on. And honestly, I don't think they also want to see our faces. It's going to be about the gameplay. But again, to talk about the venue, this is a cool venue. It's a city called Daejeon's, like an hour KTX, a quick speed train ride from the capital. It's not too far away, just an hour. About driving 1.5 hours. So actually not that far away, but we have a cool stadium here. It's a Daejeon eSports stadium, basically, from the city. So and it's really cool. It's the top notch. We have the player seats and the screen. We have the screen here and like all the way going around as in a square. And we have a lot of seats. It's empty now, but once it fills, it's going to be really nice. I see like it's going to be like at least a couple hundred seats, right? Like let's say like
It's
that's
actually
that's
like
40,
it's like a
40,
stadium
like
with
300 plus.
it's
Yeah.
built-in seats, right? So it's
Uh-huh.
like it's not gonna be uncomfortable.
Mhm.
They look pretty cushiony from what I can tell.
Uh-huh,
I haven't
300
sat down in one of them, but
Oh, this is pretty.
looks pretty.
This,
well,
we're,
this
we're
one
going
is
to be
good.
sitting
Yeah,
here.
This one is good, but yeah, and you know the stadium in the middle, like you can't see it, but you know we have the computers set up like as like the players can kind of
And this
not
is insane. This is really
see
well
each other,
made.
but,
Because some of the stages, like some of the stages are built so quickly that there's no back on it,
Yeah.
and then the production warns us like, don't go back or you die.
Yeah.
Basically,
fall off.
yeah, you fall off. There are some crazy casting desks that we've been in, and then they put like a wooden bar,
Yeah.
and they just attach to it at the end so we don't fall, we don't like kill ourselves during cast. But this is good. It's safe and sound. We're good. We have our small booth here. Yes. I think it's going to be a really good stadium if you ever have a chance to come down to Daejeon. This is actually, I think this is open for public. Anyone who can come in.
Yeah, it definitely should be, but because it is kind of done through, it's not like a private organization that made it. You know, it's through Daejeon, so it's kind of like partly governmental like facility in a way. So it's definitely gonna be free, but it's
Yeah.
actually like I really like the stadium. Like you know, you were explaining with the
Yep,
screens.
as we
Oh,
can see from the
yes.
game. Mhm.
Finally in the game with 64. 40 seconds. And wow, we can see the plane route in the minimap. We got the spoilers.
That's usually how we plan things. Just like ranked games.
You get in the game,
It'll be.
you see the plane route,
it'll
you press
actu-
M, and you know you talk with your teammates to see. All right, since the plane route is this way, and our landmark is usually here, we're gonna look for either a vehicle and just ride there or not, or we're gonna just open the parachute early to kind of just get there slowly since it's far. You know, they all have their own type of plans, but we'll see the exact plane route. Southeast to northwest is the plane route.
Of course, starting from the military base towards, I believe, the South George. If we just go straight like this, or not even to South George. Yeah,
A little
see?
bit under.
Yeah,
South of South George.
yeah. This is actually like one of the worst plane path I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it is.
This is actually like really bad.
Yeah, it is. Like Severny, Yasnaya, Stallburn, like
Uh-huh.
all of those. Like if you go there, like yeah, you're gonna have to find the vehicle like right away and just start driving for like the first half of the first phase.
Yeah, at least you.
You have FFG once again, like I said, military base, but you do have a contestant.
We do have a couple more teams going Nova because of the flight path.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams thought that Nova would be empty, which was the case entire day yesterday. Well, at least the matches that we have casted, and that's also the reason why SST dropped early, but they couldn't get into Novo. Instead, chose to go towards that small village near the bridge.
Arctic
And-
Black on your screen, purple. This
Arctic
is
Black
one of the
first time.
teams- Yeah, first time.
Like that, they have the purple collar, plus that. But the thing is, they can get all the loot here, nicely done. But the real problem will be when they go out from here. SST will be staying on top of them, making sure they grab few kills before they go. Ooh, and the first circle is actually not bad for the teams that actually landed, that actually dropped out of the plane later compared to the other teams. Because the plane actually did end up towards the 9 o'clock side. But for the rest, it's actually, this game's going to be pretty wild, and I think a lot of teams will be surprised. Okay, I thought we were supposed to go here, but I guess not. Well, let's turn around now and then go to the western side.
Yeah, definitely wants to pick up some weapons, but for the time being, we do have Team Malaya driving away with the buggy and the US. I don't think they've farmed yet. They haven't looted yet. He has one first aid kit. That's it. So they're gonna have to find a place that's safe to loot before moving on into the circle.
Should be easy.
This one, yeah, this place is pretty good if it's empty. Be able to get a couple of guns for yourself. There, we already see an AK. Pick up the AK. Yep. Level 3 armor.
Oh, actually slightly getting lucky with the level 3s. There's a lot, but you do have to get somewhat lucky to find it. And that's the reason why we see SST not really guarding the bridge. If they guard the bridge, well, they can still come to the western bridge and also take that instead. But since there's no reason to take the risk, they had the bridge control on the right, so they're just going to pass it and come with just 2 vehicles. Maybe they'll grab a couple more because they have some time.
We'll see what they decide to do. They just decide, first of all, to get out of the Novo side early and kind of pre-prepare for what they're going to do within the first phase and the second phase. You can tell that they're going to rotate very, very wide, right? They're going to go north all the way around instead of just going straight into phase 1.
Also checking for any potential shots. They were trying to look for maybe a farm starting team or the shelters. Not finding anyone. I believe a lot of the teams were here, but they just escaped. And NG was actually Milta. They heard SST going towards the north. I think they're on the chase. Because sometimes you just want to go for the chase after hearing the vehicles, because once they go through, you have information that there's someone else there. So you don't take the first bullet, and you're making the other teammate hold on to that thought. As we have some action, 1v1, just the 2 players, no one else. Okay, UPA bringing one more. Seems unfair, but this is of course a squad. Ooh, but SDK is saying, okay, I'm just going to get out of here. No more fight required.
A very smart choice indeed, because, you know, I don't know if you knew or not, but you probably heard the vehicle come, but he knew he was outnumbered, so he's just gonna get out of there stat and just drive away. No shots landed, fortunately, for SZK, and he's just going to, you know, go regroup with his team. And UPA also will have no casualties.
Ooh, saw what happened there, but
yeah,
probably just fat fingered F. But a lot of these teams already checking which compounds are actually open on the western side. When we have a circle like this, it's not the worst where we have like 40% water, but there's still about 30% water. So it's not the best either, and it is because that it's toward the western side. It's going to create lots of collision in the middle.
I think I saw a VSS on his back right now, just Thief makes use of that VSS, but in the meantime, V7, they do go for the high ground, but somebody else is already here. PDN will be waiting. Triangle gets the information. You can see all of his teammates just turning away instead of following him right behind.
I don't think they want to stay. Whoa. Oh, there was that. Oh, nice shot with Car. 98 getting some action here, and Yeah, PBN. I think they. Yeah, they have to keep him out. They
Well,
have to let him go.
Yeah, because of the knock, they decided to just literally just push them, confirm the kill. And they, V7, took over this high ground.
Yeah, the first kill of the game, and that was a sweet shot. If you're good with the sniper rifle, SR, and the headshots will create these type of situations. Of course, if you miss, there's that long delay. So that's the big takeaway for having that much damage. But if you can land on a headshot like this, unless you have a level 3, you're insta.
Yeah, well, bolt actions are always fun to use. Me personally, yeah, I like the DMRs, like the mini SLR, but bolt actions they're fun. Like M2, M24, Car 98, they're all fun guns to use as long as you have the scopes, right? Like if you don't have a scope and you have red dot, like oh my goodness, like why do I even have this gun? But showing some moves with that Dacia.
9 out of 10. Pretty good cold set. Nas back on full squad. Of course, we had everyone joining the game. We
Right.
had one person out. That's why we have 63 now. But this western coast actually not controlled by that many teams. I thought a lot more would actually come towards the western coast because it's actually pretty empty and there are lots of looting places that you can check for. And you can go in after getting some information from the coastal line. And it's huge. It's basically the entire western coast. And
Definitely.
I only saw about 2-3 teams getting information, and everyone else near like quarry or below the hospital or the field. I think those are also safe calls to make.
All right, well, here right now, NKV, it seems like his loot looks pretty good, right? Like in terms of his utility, his heals. I don't know what he's looking for. Maybe a 4x or something like that. But other than that, it just seems like they don't need to loot anymore. They just have to get into the right position, get info, and prepare for a battle instead of looking for new places to loot. And look at this team, Arctic Black. They were the team that dropped down in Novo, and it seems like they're making their way out now. Ooh. It is still phase 1.
Yeah, just getting out of the military base. They actually went in slightly more for extra loot. Maybe they wanted to check if anyone's guarding the bridge because that didn't really come through. That didn't really help them either. So I think they wanted to wait for the first circle pop, and then by this time when they go into the main island, then they will see the second circle. I think they wanted to have this perfect rotation.
Yeah.
Well, okay, first is about here. Second, let's drive and see where the second circle is. Wait.
Oh, look at this phase 2. More towards the western coast.
This is actually like 40% water. This is insane. This doesn't happen oftentimes. I would say this is actually
Very
worse
rare.
than the military base circle.
Yeah.
Because there's half space of the second phase, which means it's actually less space than the normal phase 3. Yeah, this is going to be insane, and we had some contests. Maybe couldn't really see the vehicles, and we had some action here all the way in the western coast. Yeah, Mess, they had this controlled, but UPA trying to take this over. The entire squad joining the fight.
Yup, CJC as well. These two teams have been fighting outside the circle for a pretty long time. It seems like they have enough heals to last, but you have to finish this fight because you have to move back in. It's gonna confirm the kill.
Don't think he spotted the tree, but the rest of the squad still stands. So I think it's 2-2 now.
Yeah, in the meantime, Mess does get eliminated, and PBN gets eliminated as well. So that coastal line fight actually was concluded. Now this fight. Oh no!
One more bullet, and there's damage. Oh,
Wow.
what a headshot! So 1-1, basically 1-1 with 2 knocks, both sides.
Gosh.
Oh,
Zeus is the winner. winner.
Fires back, headshot, and that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get to res, depending on the situation of having. I don't know exactly how many first aid they have. He might actually not escape with the 3-man squad that they had left. But here, UPA, they actually basically collapsed on
Team Mess.
Team Mess, I believe a Korean team.
And they were able to win. And they took control of the Western Coastal Line houses. But like G. Cliff said, yeah, there were like 2 to 3 teams, and they just got rid of one. There's a couple more teams kind of lingering around the coastal line. So we'll see if more fights will break up. But in the meantime, from the future, took down a couple members from Malayan. They have 2 kills recorded.
Lost one of their squad, but 2 kills. Not too bad of a start for FTF. And they have the 3 huge compound near the swamp, so this is actually not too bad. As if we go slightly more west, then it becomes a problem. But I think this is actually a pretty safe spot for the next circle.
Yep, and here we go. Now, well, obviously because of how the circle is placed, everybody is just starting to cramp up on the coastal lines, and if you don't have a compound or a hill, you're in trouble.
By now, and the SMS taking a lot of damage from Arctic Black. They have a couple more angles. Okay, going to spam that click. Yeah, I'm not getting all that. But I'm pretty sure.
Arctic Black.
OP. Yeah, they heard that the vehicle stopped. So I think they know 100%. He's getting on the vehicle, trying to get away, but
oh no!
Grandma doing some action here.
He ran in there just to die, but in the meantime, UPA, the team that got 3 kills from wiping out Team Mess. It's Team Sastro.
Unicorn actually showing their power. They have lots of shots in because it's actually quite dangerous angle. Because SST, they still have few members on top, but I think they have a really good understanding about the map and how far they can actually push.
Goes down.
Yeah, Unicorn keeping in check because the left-hand side had 1 knock, plus they are having the smoke, so they're spreading apart. Nice. They have the speed and they're opening up lots of angles.
But in the meantime, we do have PBN versus V7, but Pudding has no idea. Wait, what is it? Oh my goodness!
What?
Pudding runs into 3 people. Did he? Maybe he thought it was his teammates because 3 of his teammates are behind him.
No way.
Like,
that's quite unusual. Maybe he
yeah.
had maybe he had his earphones like headsets backwards or something, because there was no way.
Yeah,
That's a rare sight, because this team is experienced team, and maybe he thought that the car actually clashed into the wall on his
possibly.
On his own building,
Because he was throwing the net ahead.
And yeah, but I think that's like the only explanation there why he was aiming at no man's land. There was no one to aim for. I thought he was like one of their teammates, one of the opponent's teammate, looking towards the same way. I'm like, what's happening? Of course, putting Wu go down because of that. After going down, he will probably say, "Oh, that was stupid." Sometimes you just make those kind of mistakes. It was also because there were a lot of vehicles, not just these folks here. There were a couple other vehicles going by the road. I think that actually canceled a sound that he could have listened to.
Yeah. The most unfortunate thing is Kinch. If he had a couple nades, he can throw it into the next house and maybe get a couple knocks. But all he has is 6 smokes. So he can find a couple shots and lands. Does Agatha not have any nades? Like, do they not have nades at all? Because that's a first 1-story building where they really have no places to hide, and throwing a couple nades into the window could get a knock onto PBM, but seems like they're gonna just stay put. Let's see this next phase. Yeah, it's gonna take away from the water and cover mostly land.
Yeah, phase 4, and this was where yeah, all these teams had pretty nice expectation of where the next circle is going to be, and we had a few teams towards the edge, and I think they just thought, okay, we can just edge this out because there are lots of shots being fired within the circle. Maybe they will actually open up some more room for us when we go in.
You can see FFG obviously having control of this compound. This is in the phase 4 circle, so they're not gonna move, but it's UPA that has to actually take over and push out where Team Solid is. And remember, Team Solid was the number 2 team coming into this finals. They had the most kills, even though they were number 2. So will UPA be able to push Solid out of this compound and take over, or are they gonna just stay on this?
They don't have to. And I don't think they want to, because as long as they control the hill, they're in the circle. They're in the circle first of all.
But
and
they're at the
second,
edge.
they can get a lot of info by staying here and looking at the coastal line and also the eastern side of the next circle. And for Solid, it's so much easier for them to just guard because they have a couple of angles here from the huge house. And there's no reason to contest. They can actually go back to the sushi house on the back. No reason to fight, but because it's Solid and we've seen the numbers, I'm expecting some aggressive plays. But just saying they don't have to fight, and all the other teams when they have to actually push. And I think UPA understands the situation that, okay, there's a team in the compound. If we push, we just died. So I think it's safer for us to actually stay here and rotate.
Yeah, as long as the barrel spray comes through and gets the last member.
Okay, smoking 2, going for that loot.
All right, well, it seems like Zeus is doing a lot of work. 6 kills, a lone soldier, and Solid is pushing them out. I'm telling you, this is...
Yeah, so
UPA couldn't have just stayed here because it's the edge of the circle, and Solid, decides to push out. But, like you said, if they didn't, the circle was going to eat them up, and Solid was going to wait for them to come out and eventually get the kills, but they decided to push them.
But because of the knock, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. RS, they had their chance, and this is the perfect moment. What a timing! Red Sea eSports, they will come towards. Yeah, Solid only had 2 members, but 1 knocked, so should be rest. But healing back up now. They lost a better position. They lost the sushi. And this is the important moment because there's also VE from the side hill that they are looking for now. Solid, all of a sudden, they thought they had better position compared to UPA, of course. But because of that fight and the casualty, just gave them a pretty good house to your opponent.
Yeah, but Solid now knows that this hill is clear. They're going to loot. And not all the vehicles are destroyed, so they're going to take those vehicles from UPA and just rotate around. They're going to give away that position, and he has the AWM right now.
He's got level 3s and limited edition level 3. So I think they're trying to use the coastal line from the western side. There's some dip right next to the road, but it has to be smoked up because of a lot of the teams who are actually staying towards the southern side, and these compounds, they're actually not quite in the circle, so they also still have to move in. There are a couple of smaller dips near the road that they can actually use, but you have to somewhat use smoke to cover. I think that's what they're looking for.
Exactly, you're right. And, let's hope that they do have some smokes. But in the meantime, we have FFG, B7, and PBN all on the south side of the next circle, kind of having 1 house per team, and they're just literally just stuck there. Fortunately for them, they're in the circle for now, but like you were saying, all the other teams that are not really in the circle or kind of partly in the circle have to make their move to find either a dip that you were talking about, a hill, maybe a couple of trees if you don't have any of those, because now there's limited amount of compounds, and most of the compounds are taken over by teams.
Yeah, with this next circle, there's not many compounds, so you just have to control the hillside. And RS actually coming all the way
only
out.
6 damage. Yeah, so Red Sea, they took that compound, but either way, Solid was smart to move out early because now they have to keep fighting as they move, and they're using all their utility just to stay alive in phase 5, which means they're not gonna have any in the later phases.
That might come to bite them later on, but this is the important fight, so I think it's better to use everything.
look at
As VE is trying to peek, but two members of Red Sea right below him. Then there's some covering fire from the bottom, so I think they're good for now. But can they really stay like this for a long time? And you can't. There's also ATP right next to him in a small shack, I
Circle,
believe.
ooh, look at this. FFG, V7, and PBN. They've been here for, I think, the past 2 phases. And the circle still favors them.
Yeah, another team going down. Lion, okay, it does have one member. And the second, it's actually going to be Solid shooting from the side. That AWM action.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, also VE had lots of angle open towards, a lot of, not just ESC here. Had a lot of their angle open. Yeah, from the back teams here, SST, there's also FTF, who can also get some angle onto VE. So they certainly cannot stay, and they don't have the vehicle. So the push from VE should be towards the south, but it's going to be incredibly hard.
All right, well, Solid. Right in the open field. I don't know what he's doing, but yeah.
Wang Xiao, Wang Xiao is here trying to do some more damage, but there was no escape at all. And MXI here takes care of one more team, so that's great news. But still, he's got to find a couple more, and I don't think he's escaping this.
Yeah, you can see everybody is starting to push him. Oh my goodness. Oh no, but King Solid does get knocked out in 9th place. And these 3 teams on your screen right now, they've just been here. They're just camping.
Oh,
Friendly fire. V7, PBN just chilling. In the meantime, Zeus have been knocking everybody back to back. He has been the sole survivor of his team for a while now, and he's still alive, doing the number.
as long as you stay in top 8, you get a point or more. And grabs a couple more, 6 kills in total for himself. He's a one-man army. You're really pushing the line for the team.
Oh no. No, there we go. SST does get knocked out, the last member. But in the meantime, Red Sea, they were kind of in a pinch, but seems like they were able to survive. And now, the eastern side, they have control over it. Nobody is there. 3 teams are in that compound on the bottom left. You see that. Zeus is all alone, and then top right it's Red Sea, a full squad. Oh, no,
Red Sea actually got in, pushed through all the northern side.
Oh, Zeus gets another knock.
Yeah, he was basically covered, and not just from Red Sea. It could have been covered by a few other members.
Oh no. Friendly Fire Gaming not in a great position with this phase 7 circle, right? Their compound is outside, so they have to make their move.
They still have few other options. Yeah, rotating south and east. Knowing that there's Veronica taking the few compounds, they know that a few compounds are actually open. And towards the road, they also have vehicles so they can create the obstacles themselves towards the road, towards the eastern side. They have perfect control. They know all the information. Okay, only a few more teams. Red Sea takes care of the road, but we can actually go towards the eastern side and be in the next circle. Not bad. I thought they were actually going to push slightly more, all the way into the gas station.
They probably will.
Yeah, pushing power is there. I thought they were actually going to use the vehicle to push all the way because once you don't capture the eastern side,
Don't
yes.
go in.
Red Sea.
Don't. Oh no, you've done it. Here we go. Team goes
risky.
down. Everybody goes down from Red Sea. Now it's the 3 teams that's just been here.
Okay, time to push for Veronica, but they are concerned about the other team, PBN, staying right on top of them, the 3 men. So they, the moment V7 actually steps out, PBN will be shooting right towards them. So luckily enough, FFG actually kept all their members alive.
Yeah.
Like, without the contest from PBN, I think V7 100% would have come out.
And if you see the layout of the circle and where the teams are positioned, FFG being able to control this gas station area, it doesn't matter where the circle is, they have the most advantage because PBN, V7, they have to come out eventually, right? Unless they get that super lucky circle, which I don't think they'll get.
Yeah, just because we have some more time before we actually go into phase 8, the final circle. Red Sea, yeah, I was throwing question marks saying, okay, running into the gas station? After hearing the vehicle from FFG, this is like way too risky because they had vehicles, which means that they can create cover from the northern side and let these teams fight and come out with a winner. I thought red team was going to get at least second place, but for some reason they just said, okay, let's go. Maybe just someone had the feeling, okay.
This is it. This is what I was talking about. Made in.
Friendly Fire Gaming about to steal the kill away, but no, V7 the secure with another nade into the compound. This is a single compound. Should be easy to take care of unless there's some big traps.
But Friendly Fire Gaming, they're wrapping around. You can see the 2 members. They're waiting at the edge of the circle for them to come out.
Yeah, if you are not familiar with the PUBG, this is the observer version, so we can actually see it through the smokes. Players cannot see it. It's just white. It's just plain white. That's the reason. Of course, that's the reason why he's not shooting. If you can see like that, of course you should be shooting at your target. Yep.
There we go.
Hella is still in the compound, near the restroom.
Wants to get out but can't. They all want to get out. They're stuck. Ooh, do you see him?
I think he does. Okay, doesn't see him because of. Okay, he actually should, but doesn't quite see him because of the red dot.
Oh no!
Oh, the US actually being. I think the US actually being a pretty cool defense for him.
Oh. But look at this. Friendly Fire, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. They have like 90% of the land. Like they have the whole circle.
It's about, they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And V7 is basically saying, okay, let's at least get second place. Oh, maybe it's not going to be a second place ending. V7 striking back, but Jungkook goes down, so it is 3v2v1. They fire, they're losing a couple more.
Oh no, 2 down.
Okay, PBN's out. 2-2 behind the US, double members. A-Rap right here. Got the stun.
Yeah.
So not too bad. They can buy some more time. And the res actually might come through.
Yeah, they
because
went down.
Yep, there's US. There's nothing else to cover. Have to come out. Okay. Kinch actually found the pretty nice timing to push through. But he has to make it work. 1v2.
Kinch.
A-Rap is low HP, so that's okay. Oh, but FFG will find that headshot, and Kinch goes down. Friendly Fire Gaming takes the first game. What a nice control. We knew exactly that they had to. Well, as we can see, from the bird's eye view, we can see all the things happening from the minimap. But these teams, of course, they cannot. And even without knowing it, they were saying, okay, there are 2 teams. They're contesting within the compounds, like only 3 compounds, and gas station is going to be the way. Really nice wrap up, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And you guys can see the scores here. Some teams that got knocked out early, like UPN, right, 12th place, but they were able to get secure at least 6 kills. But Friendly Fire Gaming, ESC, we have these top player teams getting a lot of kills, securing a lot of points in round 1. We have 4 more maps to go.
4 more maps and ending. Can I get a paper, please?
Oh yeah.
You took everything away from.
Here you go.
This was for us.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I decided that I'm going to start writing things down because we have 10 matches. Okay, number
Yeah.
1.
We have to keep track. But anyways, FFG, one of the teams that we did showcase yesterday during our broadcast, Friendly Fire Gaming, the team that loves military base. This time around, they started in military base as well again with with a couple of teams in there contesting them, and like 2 teams in Novo as well. So pretty good job.
Just really good game. I love their play. The moment they had the understanding, okay, their only big contest was actually the Red Sea guy, Red Sea
Yeah.
RS. But okay, I think we are actually going into a break. So when we come back, we'll have the second match of PUBG.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이라 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운만
저리 가
내가 티라그란 말은 알아 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 만나면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 사냥라면은 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song past herself a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements trim into the soul. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain
And welcome back to International Esports Festival. This is, of course, day number 2, and we just went through a single map of PUBG, as you can see. Sneak peek of my snack here. Yeah, we had 5 minutes, so we filled up good.
Yeah,
We had some time to fill ourselves up, as well as a lot of these players grabbing lots of kills. So first place FFG with 8 kills, I believe.
Yep.
ESC, because Zeus was able to pick up, I
Yeah.
believe, 7 on his own, and then 1-1-1 or 1-1. So there was a total of 9 kills.
Yeah.
So I believe 4th or 5th place, but 9 kills. So that's a lot of total points for them in just a single round, even if they didn't win the chicken dinner.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, that team is a team to look out for because, yeah, like you said, even though 3 of their members were down, Zeus was able to secure a lot of the kills to kind of keep them in the game, in the race. So as long as in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round, they get a couple of placement kills with a couple points, they're going to stay up there in at least the top 3 to 4, teams contesting for that top spot.
Yeah, as we could see, there were not that many passive teams. They were all aggressive. A lot of these top teams were trying to push. They knew how much space they can actually push into. Some, Red Sea there.
Yeah.
I don't know what exactly happened, but of course there's not many angles that it's basically close to a plane. It's not 100% plane, but there's not much of an angle where you can hide from the northern side of that circle. That's why everyone was going to the side. And also the reason why Red Sea decided to run into the gas station. Yeah, but still, with 2 vehicles, I thought they could have just went towards the road and just stayed, park it straight or park it like 90 degrees, and then just pop the tires on your own side. And I thought you were actually good because you were also somewhat out of the distance, away from the houses. Houses throwing grenades. I thought there was some space, not much, of course, some space that you can use from. But they were saying, okay, if we take the gas station, we should win. And they're also feeling confident after defeating like 3 squads.
Yeah.
They
won a lot of fights.
I think that actually became the issue. Okay, we will push the other teams and grab like 17 kills and run away with that. Wasn't the case, of course. A lot of strong teams playing here for the playoffs.
Yeah, and honestly, for me, during that Red Sea tragedy, right, into the gas station, you were talking about how, since they had 2 vehicles, they could have stayed on the road. That I agree with, but I think they had 2 choices. Do what you said, right, create a barrier with the cars, or
which is, I think, easier way because you lack perfect info.
Yeah, or send one player with the vehicle to just get the info, like, because you heard the gunfire around that gas station area, like, send one guy for a drive-by, right, to see how many or if there is anybody.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, instead of everybody going in there and just died, right?
Also
3 members died.
You can sort of spread out because you're the only team towards the northern side of the circle, and the rest is covered by south.
Yeah.
Even if you just send one towards like the east, of course, that is what we saw. Even for the west, you can actually have like some different angle approach and some give information, as long as you just duck down and just stay there. As long even if you can't really shoot at anybody, but you are still giving precious information to your teammate. I think that was the option. And sometimes if you're at the ping point, if you're the wingman, you don't even have to shoot. The fact that you're there gives so much attention away from your opponent oftentimes. And of course, as a wingman, you're always going. You just want to win. You just want to push. But oftentimes, you actually don't really have to do that.
Yeah.
They just stay there. I'm pretty sure by that time they had lots of actual body looting. Yeah, from the dead bodies, and they had lots of smokes. So there were like lots of options. Like you can throw like 10 smokes and make a bridge, and I think they could have just pushed, but instead.
All right, here we go. So like you were saying, ESC Zeus securing 7 kills for himself, 9 kill points. So they're gonna be in second place. But look at this. PB and Veronica 7, they've been in that same compound on the western side for like the last 3 to 4 phases, but they weren't able to do much. So they're gonna be at 3rd and 4th. Friendly Fire Gaming, obviously, getting the chicken dinner with 8 kills, will be in 1st.
Yeah, we see lots of these teams actually doing well. So much spread apart, lots of kills. It wasn't. Of course, Zeus took a lot of kills on his own, but by a team, not a single team having more than 10 kills. Pretty much spread apart, except for the bottom team, who did not really get to do too much in action. I'm sure because those type of things happened. It was indeed a very west of the Erangel circle to begin with. First, okay, not bad, 30% water. Second, 40% water, and then that's the moment we go. And all the teams go like, uh-oh, this is going to be the coastal ending. Because when we have that type of circle, we were talking about how it feels like it's going to be the coastal ending, but oftentimes it like totally jumps out and goes to like Quarry or the swamps. That does happen so many times.
It definitely does, yeah.
So it's also risky knowing that the 4th circle goes away from the water. It's risky going towards the water. That decision is usually done only if you have to go, if you're really late on the rotation. Yeah, but it actually came down to one of the coastal endings.
Definitely was a surprise, and there were some teams, and look at this Plains not so bad this time around.
Not as bad as the last one.
The first one was pretty southwest, so everybody had to kind of stick themselves in uncomfortable positions. But this time around, we can see already Arctic Black dropping out early. Seems like they're gonna go towards Severny, but CJC is going towards Severny as well. So either Arctic Black is going to just stay on the coastal lines and Stalber, as we see OP just dropping straight down into Stalber, and they're gonna let CJC have Severny. It seems like everybody else seems to be spreading out pretty well, but look at the central part of the map, right? Near Pachinki, near Rozhak, everybody's looking for their vehicles to kind of move away, possibly go towards Farm, Milta, Friendly Fire Game, and look at them. They're going military base no matter what. They will. Care.
Yeah, they are trying to find the bridge vehicle. Yeah. Of course, it's super strong. Has their logo. Yeah, big skull. Pretty scary team, as we have seen. What this team can actually do. Even after losing a couple of their members, they were still standing strong. Yeah, face on, and the circle popped. Of course, 130. Yeah, slightly towards the west again. Not just slightly. I think this is a pretty heavy western circle.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, just from the minimap, I think that was the case. But please, can we please see the map at 130, please? Every single time. That's all we need. There's no action here.
Yeah, we definitely need to see. Here we go. Oh, this is a pretty similar circle compared to round 1, right? The western side, the coastal line, depending on, and like you pointed out, depending on maybe like phase 3 and 4, it's going to decide. Like, is it possible to stay on the coastal line, or like you said, like shift towards the eastern side and cover Quarry?
I think it usually the same things don't happen twice. Of course, it does sometimes, but less likely now. And I think we'll see some like Quarry or swamps, or maybe slightly even higher than that. And right now we've seen this is team versatile.
Yeah.
They'd had their moment towards the hill, but they had to really take care of the other team coming up the hill or just go back to the south side. They had lots of angles open towards the opponent. So I think that was a really big takeaway, that with that many players in phase 6, we really have to take on the fight immediately. Even if they get few knocks, sometimes grabbing the kill might actually not benefit them. They have to take care of the fight quickly enough.
All right. Well, in the meantime, for everybody that's not in the circle, right? You know, they're not in a hurry, obviously, but still, as you guys saw in map number 1, round number 1, when it was a super western circle, and it stayed on the coastal line with like maybe 30 to 40% water in phase 2 and 3. That causes problems for teams that are kind of rotating in late because there's not much positional advantage.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll see if some of the teams that are looting on the western side, teams that are looting on the south side, like military base, like Friendly Fire Gaming, how they're going to approach this round, because they know at least for sure phase 1 circle is very, very similar to round 1, and they knew, you know, what they were lacking, what disadvantages they had for rotating in late.
And I saw Red Sea going all the way to Lipovka. So they're on the other side of the map,
Yeah.
which means that they have to travel all the way, but still there are lots of options. Still, it is only phase 1, and not the worst situation, because the plane actually came from the east to west.
Yeah.
So they dropped first, so they had some extra time. Not the worst situation. The worst would be you got off the plane super late, and then the circle pops way on the other side of the map. That's like the worst.
We'll see.
And FTF here that we have on the screen, they've been actually not too bad on their pushes. I thought this team also had a pretty good chance of at least taking a few more kills in the previous round. This time, as you can see from the rotation, they are trying to actively go in slightly more. I think this is a timing where a lot of the teams actually don't think, okay, it's only phase 1. It's not really worth to go deep, like center into the circle yet, because there's a lot of time, there's a lot of room. But oftentimes, if you make that decision early enough, it actually pays off, and you don't have to lose that long of a time.
Yeah, and you know, like I was saying, right? Round 1, they had the same situation, so they know what they need to do. Like if they rotated in late and you know they had a disadvantage, they're gonna make a different decision to go in early, and vice versa. So if you went in too early and you died, they're gonna want to go in late. But look at this, we have at least, I think, 8 teams that are not in the circle yet, and they're, you can tell by the map that they're slowly making their way, but they're not in like a super hurry to go into phase 1 circle, but they want to eventually naturally go into the phase 1 circle as the phase 2 circle pops, so they can continuously move before everybody else gets into position. So we'll see what happens here. We see Solid and V7 kind of going towards a very similar path.
Yes, I think they wanted to go slightly more northern part of the circle. Yeah, but because the rotation, if they go any further north, it takes way too long. And V7, they do love to rotate using the hillside off the road. Okay, Solid, after hearing the vehicle, they step down. And Chen getting some action, got some damage in. V7 not going to take the fight, just backs off, saying, "Okay, I'm the first one, leading the crew, so let's just move away." Yeah, even better for Kevel. Friendly fire, getting the trait, level 3 is easy. But here's V7. They got the first approach onto Solid.
But the drive!
Oh, the riding shot is actually near perfect, but Jaggi on top was not spotted.
Here we go.
Okay, we'll take immense amount of damage, and if the nade comes
Naked.
perfectly.
Oh no!
Oh, the
Jungle
firepower
potatoes.
is actually insane. Putting off to the side, that's a full Squad wipe, just lost one member.
Yeah, Kinch was the one, the only member. But in the meantime, there's so much action going on here. This is what happens when you rotate super early.
SMS also pulling off right next to it. We're going to lose a lot of members.
Yeah, SMS versus NGE. Gonna be who will be the victors here?
Here's Grandma looking for some sweets for the grandson. But it's just not going to work for now. Grandma losing control.
Stuck. Whoa.
And Grandma just picks up another kill and the entire squad gone.
Two teams get eliminated at the same time. NGE and CJC at the same time. Mess and CJC fight and duke it out somewhere else.
I
But
think
in the
it
meantime,
was towards North George.
Yeah.
Mess was at the bridge. Yep,
you're
exactly.
exactly correct.
Uh-huh. How do I remember all these?
Yeah.
This is insane.
That's
It's like
why
I
you're
have
here,
I have
Cass.
some superpowers.
That's why.
But this is a great moment for Mess because they were wiped
Yeah.
by UPA. We
Yeah.
thought, okay, Mess, they're defending.
yeah.
The 5 compounds or
Yeah.
the 5 small compounds, the ghetto compounds or the western side, and then we thought, okay, we should be able to defend, not bad, but they just got a full wipe, no kills done.
They're in a pretty bad position, is what we're saying, man. They're able to do pretty well this time around, but you know, talking about doing well, V7 wins this fight and then ends up losing, gets third-partied basically by Versatile because they were looting, they were happy. Oh, we won. We lost one guy, but we won the whole fight. And then you know they were looting, they were healing up, and as they were doing that, Versatile comes out, kills 2 more, and we have one member of V7 just running away to survive. Let's see if he can do what Zeus did in round 1, right? Like he got 7 kills, so you know maybe that one member could do that.
Yeah, here's my question. The octagon, the wizard tower,
Yeah.
the magic tower, whatever you want to call it. For phase 1, honestly, it's not a point where you should go for the full squad fight. I don't
Yeah.
think it's worth it. Not at this point of the game. Maybe in phase 3, yes, very good. Especially if you are thinking about the field ending that's like all the way towards the eastern side. Hold on to that as we have up. Flag getting a kill. SST did not know that OP was here.
Yeah, that was a nice knock. a nice
SST
kill.
loses their ace player. That's
Is
a
it really the ace, though?
big takeaway. I
Is
just
he
re-
really the ace?
Oh, all I can say is that he's ace. And I'm not lying. What in the world is happening? Is this replay? No, it is surely not replay.
It almost seems like so.
Slightly more towards Primorsk, I think.
Yeah.
To the southern side. Just by slightly.
Oh my gosh, here we go. Get the kill, get the kill.
Unicorn, easy kill.
Confirms the kill, and he
more.
knows a couple players went into that compound, so he gave that information to his teammates. So, but Unicorn, they have such a great position. They're spread out. They have high ground, low ground, but in the meantime, PBN versus
This is not too far away where we actually had the finish of the previous match.
You're correct.
Yep.
But he can't come out of this is a dangerous place. The rooftop is not good unless that faraway mountain is cleared and Kasi does go down.
Yeah, this compound is actually one of the higher points in the western side, but there's a huge mountain towards the south, which actually is the highest point on the western coast.
Yep. Look at this, SSP, Sastro.
Oh well. You thought you had time, all that time in the world, before getting shot at from FFG.
Remember FFG, they weren't contested this time around on the military base, so they're pretty looted well.
Aya there got somewhat greedy trying to get the kill points, but because I don't think he doesn't have time. Gotta come to his teammates and save them instead.
Oh, Veronica 7, the last member gets picked off.
Wow,
by
yes.
UPA.
UPA, what an aggressive team. The Unicorns just hitting everyone with their horns. And it certainly is, it's working. They're pretty strong. They're mystical, don't see him. We can feel their power surely here.
Yep, 2 kills, a 3-man squad doing pretty well for themselves. They have a pretty good position. They had that high hill that you were talking about on the coastal line. If they take control of that, I think they'll be able to cause a lot of trouble for so many teams here. But in the meantime, Malayan and PBN, this is a pretty similar situation that's happening to these two teams. And Red Sea, once again, going towards that area. We'll see if they will be successful this time around. But this time, Red Sea is not going to send all of their members to kind of just ram into a house, right? They're spreading out. They're splitting 2-2, creating a long-range, wide angles to back each other up just in case. And you can see a couple members going in deeper than the other two.
Yeah, because they have information from the lighthouse, which is actually one of the better spots.
We'll see. Oh, here we go. So now it's cleared. They say Mr. Flank says, all right, it's cleared here. So the people in the back, Bob and Dean, will join them and group up here in this compound. And they'll probably take over this whole area, right? They're not going to just stay in the house and hide and not do anything. They're going to try to block everybody or anyone from coming in to this area because, like you saw in the map, it's the coastal circle here, even in phase number 3. So
they're saying even if it goes away from the water, it has to be nearby because it's the third circle actually got way too much water in it. It's very predictive. As ATB trying to put out some damage into the rest 2 remaining members of Mess. Here's some damage.
One more
going
shot!
through. Oh, the tire popped, so lost the speed.
oh gosh, cold set. I think he'll be able to live. Yeah, he's just gonna go
Straight into the
Oh
water.
no!
Water was about to was the thing that I wanted to say, but no, the tongue twister kicks in and that headshot. Nicely done. That's the reason why you gotta juke left and right a little bit. You can't just go straight. You thought you had the chance to go into the water. I should be safe in the water. It's like there's no angle. But what if you can't get to the water?
Yeah. Well, look at this. This is looking very similar to the first match, and you can see that Arctic Black is coming in from the north, and they're still not in. But unfortunately for them, most of the great positions and the terrains and the compounds are already taken.
I know. So go into the gas station now. That we finished there last time. Second time is the charm. Well, third time we go to Miramar. So, but a lot of these teams right now thinking, what's happening? Like, is it going to be the gas station again? Like, what do we do? How do we actually push? Here, SMS has an incredible line setup. And they can check. I'm pretty sure they know that FPTHN, they're actually placed right below them. They hear the vehicles now. And how far do they want to push? They have a they have a really good setup. If they come up the hill, that they're dead meat.
Yeah, so basically right now, SMS, they just have to stay here and wait for them to come up because they have the better position, right? They have the 2 flankers on the right. Here we go. The shots are being fired.
Yeah, this is a hard push. You can make the push. It's possible, but the shots are so hard to land.
Yeah, and Zeus is dead. He was their ace in round 1. He was the one that got 7 kills all by himself. But this time around, Zeus is dead. And look at SMS. They already have the positional advantage. If they want, they could sandwich them. But we'll see what they decide to do because one of the members of SMS is way on the western side by himself.
Now the teams are saying, okay, the big problem is that the road is right going across from the north to the south, dividing 50-50 left and right. So do we stay left or do we stay right? SMS is actually in a really good position, like one of the best position. If they don't overextend too much, I think they will actually get like top 3 at least.
But in the meantime, we do have some drive-by shooting going on here. UPA, one of the members, go down as he drives. Oh, towards the crate. There was a crate in front of him. But Arctic Black, yeah, this is a team that rotated in very, very late. Now they have to fight Team Versatile here. He actually gets one knock. Oh!
Yeah, did not see that coming.
Yep.
It was prone and
They
used
know,
this.
they have information.
Yeah,
They're gonna
used
push.
his teammate as a bait. He's moving over though, the master. Okay, did spot OP and he certainly heard the fire shots coming from master. Doesn't know exactly where the other members are.
Well, he's alone, so he doesn't really have to. Yeah, he can move around a little bit.
But he can't go too far to the south because it opens up the angle from the other teams.
So the head. Ooh!
The final bullet going into head was a wonderful shot, but the thing is he doesn't know where Master is.
Master's just gonna smoke and probably. Oh, OP's going.
Yeah,
down
Master's.
fast.
Yeah, I'm telling you because it open these. Yeah, once you go up the hill and the south side, it opens up angle from the other teams to get easy shots in.
In the meantime, we do have BBQ here taking a couple of shots here. SMS here. Yeah, they're in a good position, but if teams from the other side, from across on the western side, decides to look over here, you know, they may choose to take a couple of shots here. That's why Grandma and M on the left side is kind of keeping them in check.
I think.
They're really
Yeah, M1.
spread out.
Yeah, M1 from SMS, all the way on the western side. He's out there not for the kills because a lot of them are in the compound. You can get knocks but no kills. He's just there to check how many members and how many teams are actually in the compound, and
Look at
they
this.
also have to come out anyhow. So it's going to be a hard read. And see the team that we have seen before, FFG. All of a sudden, they do have the best spot.
Yeah.
But in the swamp, so until the other teams actually come nearby, they can't see anything. They can't get much kills. It's going to be more of action towards from these compounds, and depending on how many SMS, depending on how well they do and how many kills they pick up, they are about to grab the most amount of points that we have seen so far.
We'll have to see because so many teams have to move towards the eastern side, get out of the compounds because there's 3 teams on the western compounds, like you said, and if SMS are able to pick up those kills, pick up those rotations, then yeah, they'll get a lot of points. But they have to move in. They
Yeah.
can't stay fighting forever.
This SMS, they have to gather forces now. I don't think M1 should be staying there for a long time because they know that this is actually doable, and all they have to do is push through the last remaining member of ESC.
Oh, BBQ goes down. He was pushing all by himself. See, this is the problem. You have to push with your team. You're a 4-man team. You don't have
This
to
was
send
the
one guy.
this was the real moment where M1 really had to come down because once the circle shifted away from the compounds, there was no further reason to stay there. I thought that I think the call came slightly late. But still, the play was insane, and as long as they keep the 3-man squad, they can make the miracle happen. But FFG is not just going to stay there; they are actually pushing out, expanding into the territory of the eastern side because they know.
He saw him. He saw him. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but it's SKS, so you can't really get one. You can do two tap, but
Yeah, but
he's
you know,
thinking. Yeah,
they're not gonna stay still. So
he's also thinking if he had like M24, he would have shot for the head. Yeah, but because he has an SKS.
But you're gonna see SZK. He has to move, right? He's not in the circle. Man River 2 is the only one in Malayan that's in the circle. PBN, obviously, the 2 of them are in the circle. But Red Sea, a 4-man team, they have to make their way in. They're at the edge, so they're gonna gather up. But the biggest problem here for Red Sea is after this. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. SZK was not in the circle, and the moment he makes his move, PBN, they just spray him down, and he goes down. Right now, the next circle, phase 6. Ooh, more towards the western side. And Friendly Fire Gaming, they have a pretty good position. Fortunately for SMS right now, on the southern side, nobody is there kind of contesting them. But depending on where Red Sea decides to go, if Red Sea decides to swing south, then they're going to have to fight them.
If Red Sea feels confident pushing the compounds, they should, but looking at where the things are heading towards, they're going towards the south. They know that SMS has been down there, but after the kill feed, they know they're not a full-man squad, only 3. Ooh, is Menriver...
Does he not have a nade?
Is Menriver actually going to win this? Okay, on fire! Duckstyle, he's also on fire! What's happening? Of course, if you're on...
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, of course, when you get caught on fire, you can't shoot at that moment, so could not really go to the find the perfect target. So it's hard.
Oh,
you can't control yourself when you're on fire. Makes sense.
What a funny situation there. And like I said, Red Sea, they decide to rotate south, and they found a slight edge. They're kind of partly in the circle, but they're super close to SMS. They're gonna eventually have to push them out.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, though. They know that SMS is out there towards the south, but not 100% exactly where they are, how they're spread out. So using their vehicles, making a line, which is great, which is what we talked about last game. They're doing it now, and then they probably had the same feedback. Says, "Oh, guys, like we could have just stayed there instead."
Yep. UPA goes down to the blue, but look at this. SMS, they know. So they're probably deciding, are we gonna push them? So yeah, they are taking the fight. This is the fight for the south.
They just have to push slightly more to get into the zone. So I don't think there's a big problem. But SMS, they actually spread it out quite nicely. Knows that FFG can't really come directly in.
Last
Red
number.
Sea picking up lots of kills actually. I think they already got like near 6-7 kills.
Alright. Here we go.
Let's see who will be the king. Wow, what
FTF.
And then his teammate ran him over. There's no one at the car. He went down, guys.
Yeah.
22. Oh, but
Oh, they're getting pushed. They're getting pushed. Nade is thrown. But in the meantime, SMS is pushing FFG at the same time. So 2 fights going on at the same time. FTF goes down.
SMS knowing that, okay, it's a full squad from Red Sea. And the circle hard shift towards the south. This is amazing for the other teams. And Red Sea just went to the north. They're saying, wow, the circle really not working out for us towards the end. But still, they still have a massive control. So, and some time. And still the vehicle available.
They can just third party.
They can just go back to their spot. So it's not bad. And this hill actually has a lot of angle all around. Except for the center. So you can just play edge. And unless Kevel from FFG actually gets a crucial knock onto a Red Sea member. Which at this angle, it's actually really hard. As we already said, from the swamps, lots of trees. You don't really have too much vision.
Oh no!
Aoki's he's got backup, but it has to be quick.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about, right? Like Red Sea, they're not in a hurry. They can third party this. Let friendly FFG and SMS fight and duke it out, and they'll just know the position of the last team when the fight is over, and they can just come down and sweep and clean it up.
Grandma comes.
Oh no!
And can Grandma save the day for
There we go.
FMS? Grandma goes down. Well, as I
Now
say
is the time.
it feels bad to say it, but that's his ID.
Yep.
so can't really say too much about that, Grandma. Let's go down and SMS. Go on, but I like their decisioning because they knew that, okay, we can't stay here forever. We have to push onto FFG. Unless that happens, FFG gets another chicken dinner.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is Red Sea, they were a little bit too far away because the third partying skill is like when you see the fight end and you count how many are down, right? So right now, FFG had 2 down, so they could have rushed in and outnumbered them, but it took too long for Red Sea to approach FFG. So now everybody's res, everybody's healed up. So now it's just gonna be a 4v3 back. And
and
the
because
position is not so great for Red Sea right now.
yes, of course, and because of the fact that there are only 3 men now, and also you have to go across a small bit of water.
Look at this flank.
I don't think they were considering that much of third partying at that fight.
This
Ooh,
flank.
Kevel is actually being unchecked.
Kevel, a little bit more to your. Oh my God, Kevel. There we go.
Okay, Dean. Oh yeah, heard the sound, and it's easier when you hear the sound first.
Yep.
Then you know which direction. And Kevel had some idea. It's got to be near the vehicle, but not exactly.
There was a small hill, a little bump that was, providing cover for Dean. So
A-Rap firing back onto Dean. Dean takes some damage, but not going to go down. Does have the tree plus the vehicle cover. And certainly closer to the center of the next circle. So phase 8, you can just stay here. As long as you stay... No, going down here, being knocked, basically means says, basically will be, oh, no best. Everything is going bad news
watch your
there.
head. Wow, Friendly Fire Gaming, their shots are on point, but Red Sea, they already have 7
Dean
kills as well.
doesn't see where A-Rap is. He's peeking out on the left tree. A-Rap is actually just waiting for the perfect chance.
Ooh, he sees 2. All right, this is.
Okay, waiting for the call for the team. 1, 2, 3, shoot!
No, he wants the head. He's waiting for the head to come out. You don't shoot the butt.
Okay, gotta wait. Have the patience. Okay,
Now.
this is the time.
You gotta do it. There we go.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no!
Oh, he's prone immediately,
Oh,
but
but
still,
he got him.
still through the grass. Got the final bit of damage. And
2 down.
Mr. Flank is also gone. It's just Bob left. Can Bob pull this off?
All right, well, 6 kills. If they get Bob, that is going to be 7 for FFG.
Okay, the kill secured. Bob in the smokes, but found out by the remaining member from Friendly Fire Gaming. This time not as active. We'll say they got mad circle, but also the play was incredible. Pushed out SMS. So they will continue to be in that number 1 spot with lots
Wow.
of kills.
All right, so this is the scoreboard of match number 2. Solid, one of the teams that I was personally kind of looking out for because they were the team to make it into the finals with the most kills. But in match number 2, they got knocked out super early. But look at this. Mess, 11 kills, even though they were, I think, 11th or 12th place to go out. They secured so many kills, but I don't think that's the important part.
Yeah, this
FFG.
was FFG, of course, yeah. FFG took the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
We know that. Certainly happened, but they got mad circle luck, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie about that for sure because they picked the right place. Yeah, thought, okay, gas station, not going to be twice.
Yeah, we're
going to be
swapping. We're
it's going to
swapping.
be slightly away from the coastal line this time. They chose the right, and then the fact that they actually came out once to push after knowing that okay, SMS is towards the south. We got to give them some pressure, but just enough pressure. And they didn't go too far away, did not really lose any member against SMS. Just kept and drew the line, said, this is the line, you don't cross here. The moment you do, we have the swamps. So the moment you do, you're going to be in trouble. That was a great, I think, one of the best moves from FFG, and they had no other contest. So it was easier for them to actually come out and go back to their original point. But the most impressive things that we have seen from the previous game was actually RS and SMS. Their play in those type of hard situation and grabbing that many kills, we saw that some crazy shots happening. Even though FFG, of course, they got the chicken dinner, but spotlight was on SMS and Red Sea. Those two teams were pretty legit. The rotation, like we saw Red Sea going towards the north, but the circle shift south, and it's okay. We just have to work this out somehow, some way. And they lose one in that rotation for no good because circle shift away, but still, it was all good. I really liked the play of the other two teams.
Yeah, it definitely was. And 2 chicken dinners in a row.
And yes, as you can see, guys, 5 minutes.
Time. The famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이야 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
네가 티를 끄란 말은 알아
welcome back to IEF 2021. We're back with us, myself, G Clef, and with Ending Live. We just went through the first two matches of Erangel. Not bad, but very similar finishes. So you might actually get overlaps in between because of some same terrain fights.
Yeah.
But not too bad. And I wanted to say more, but because of the break, I was cut and I forgot what I wanted to say.
Yeah. But
So-
anyways, I wanted to say more, but
Mhm.
when I started speaking, we went to the break. So let me speak now.
Yeah, so you can continue. So,
yeah,
I'll
so-
just go on a break now.
Yeah, you can break.
Yeah,
But anyways,
give me a break.
yeah, just a quick recap. Like I wanted to continue from what you were saying about Red Sea and SMS and FFG. So FFG, they had the swamp, right? So, and SMS having the southern part, they were contested by Red Sea, the second place team, and Red Sea actually doing a great job rotating north and coming back to south, kind of giving pressure to SMS. And that's why SMS is in 5th place right now after the first two. I think this is the total rankings, right?
It has to be because FFG has 20 placement points.
Yeah.
Has to be total. But you never know because, again, the right side, well, we do see some different numbers, but there has been some cases where the points were not up to 100% standard.
Yeah, but FFG's score points is correct because I have it written down because they won 2 chicken dinners in a row. That's 20 points, 8 kills, 9 kills. That's 17. So, a total of 37 points right now, leading for FFG. However, 37 after 2 maps is good. However, Red Sea from the future, any top 6, 7 place team, maybe even up to top 8, can definitely catch up to FFG in the next 3 maps that we have left.
We have 3 maps and 5 more maps the next day, but all we're looking for is top 3. Top
Yeah.
3 placement finish. That's the big prize money.
Yep.
That's what we're all going for. FFG, of course, got first game they played it out really well. Second game they got somewhat lucky with the circle, which doesn't mean that they're going to be lucky all the time. We can also expect similar things from the bottom teams. Like we see Solid, they were pushing through, they were grabbing many kills, but because of that, they were always bleeding,
Yep.
giving some position and timing for the other teams to approach them, take their spots away.
You can see, Arctic, Solid, and Mess. The 3 teams that have 0 placement points, but they have like 9 points, 8 points because of the kills that they've got. However, I think the biggest problem is the last place team, the 16th place team, NGE. They had 0-0. They have to log in.
That's okay.
It's okay, obviously, because like you said, a total of 10. We only played 2. There's 8 more left, but still, you wanna, start getting the flow, start getting your points up. You don't want to stay 0-0.
That certainly is actually true. Yeah, because the first 2 games might not be your best because NGE lost a lot during their rotation.
Yeah.
And this is a fresh new map. You can start fresh. Of course, we'll be lacking points, but think of yourself. Just having that mindset, I think it's an important part. Going to be missing that ball. You have to, get that maximum kick. It's pretty hard to get that maximum kick.
All right, here we go.
But it's Miramar now. Let's see if any teams actually contest for Pecado, because that's the real money button, I think. As easy to rotate. Hacienda, San Martin, even Power Grid is also a really good spot.
Hey, you do see Red Sea going towards Campo Militar. Where is FFG going?
You do see some good spread, but actually a lot of teams going for Impala potentially. You see V and the V7 going pretty far down the line. Solid taking care of Pecado.
Power Grid around that area with SMS.
Ooh, Chumacera is open too. Like a lot of these teams are actually just going all the way out, trying to be spread.
All right, well, FFG.
This just means that not all the teams actually settled on their landmarks.
Yeah.
I think
looking
they are just trying to be extra safe and move away from the city and then check for a parachute, then go in next. I think the next game will actually be settling down on the landmark.
Oh my goodness, look at the circle. Los Hijos. Oh my goodness, Vaya de Mar.
Even if he hits once, it will be amazing.
Yeah.
Because with the 7th, the drop is insane at that angle, the distance, and also iron sight.
But anyways, the phase 1 circle was out there, or down there, I should say, and we'll see the teams because we saw we saw a team go to Campo Militar, which is like it's basically like Zarki of Miramar. Like you're going all the way top right, so they're gonna have a long rotation ahead of them, and a couple other teams were in the northern side. So we'll see what they decide to do because now we have a southwest circle.
Even when you think, of course, by size, it's same.
Yeah.
By size, the maps are same, but because of Erangel having a lot of water, actually, the mainland is a lot smaller compared to Miramar. So when we talk about edge to edge, for Miramar, it's so far, and you actually have to use. Yeah, I think Dean's pretty upset that he's all the way up in Tierra Bronca, and then he has to go all the way down because Miramar. It's not just how much bigger it is compared to Erangel. Because of the road and the terrain situation, you sort of have to be near the road. If you don't, you lose so much speed compared to Erangel.
Exactly.
So which means that if you are taking a risk going straight to the road, which still takes a long time, it's riskier and it still takes a huge amount of time. So I think they're thinking eastern down to the Paraíso and just going all the way down to the south coast. That should be the best. And I think few teams will actually try to go across the bridge from Vaya
Yeah, Vaya de Mar and into the island. But what is happening?
into Igos. I think will actually happen. Like at least 2 teams should try it, just in case, because we've been having some wild circles today, and we might hit the island. And when we hit the island, we end up with like 4 or 5 teams trapped in Vaya del Mar because they were thinking there's some chance, but like if we get stuck there, we don't want that situation. So let's just stay at the city until that happens. But when it actually happens, everyone wants to get in, so no one actually makes it in.
Yeah. Louis Yang got hit by his teammate by the vehicle. Seems like a little bit angry. He's staying still, probably talking to his teammates. You better go find me some first aid kits because you knocked me down. So he's staying there. But in the meantime, we do have the other teams kind of still looting out, rotating, making slow rotations towards the circle. But no real action happening yet. 30 seconds left until phase 1 starts closing in. See what happens here. But I want to see what happened to Campo Militar teams.
They will have to rotate sooner or later, but they got free loot, and at least they dropped earlier compared to a few other teams. So that's some extra time, but the circle starts to come in, and when we talk about all the way on the other side,
aren't you guys on the same team, guys?
sometimes the first person can certainly get you, especially when you're driving, and plus those type of situations usually come out when you have the map open.
Yeah. All right. Well, you can see Solid was in the circle. He was at the edge. They were at the edge of the circle. And you were talking about how Veronica 7v7, they were looting towards Impala, which is why you see them kind of hurriedly rotating towards the circle because they were not close, but they landed early, so they probably looted, and they're all the way going south Puerto Paraíso onto towards the southern road, and the island is
Arctic here.
Arctic
Not
Black.
fully taking fight, but that was just the drive shots. Riding shots coming through, and there's a knock onto Aya.
Ooh, this is the worst.
Ooh, and actually one fires back. CK. That's 1-1.
Yep,
That's
there we go.
short kill. So both teams actually getting a 3 point each, but losing their own member will be, I think, a lot more power loss.
Gonna have to rotate. Obviously, getting that confirmed kill as well as losing one of their members. They're just gonna keep rotating. Malayan should do the same instead. They're sticking by the compound for a little longer to make sure they're not contested. But look at this, Arctic Black. They get out. They have the high ground. They're gonna see if Malayan or anybody else, they're getting information. So this is what they should do. They have the 8x attached to their mini. They're looking out ahead to see if wherever we're going is cleared. But look at this SMS. They hear the car, UPA. They also hear the car on the road. Neo is gonna bait. Grenade is thrown. I don't know if this fight will work because SMS, honestly, they have the higher ground. So as long as they stay put, they can kind of have power over UPA. Minghu almost dies by Grandma.
Okay, getting away into the compound. Not too bad. And SMS. Okay, yeah, I think this is good enough.
Yeah.
And they don't have to 100% go for a squad wipe because there's way too many houses, and sometimes if you push for the house against a single person, you can actually lose a member on your own. I think Neo just going to secure the kill.
Yep. I think he will. But the thing is, UPA, they're in Vaidamar. They have the compound, so they don't have to come out, right? Same goes for SMS, like you said. They don't have to push the compound. They have the vehicles, as you just saw. They can just rotate around, or they can stay at the higher hills to keep control and not fight UPA, and they can just stay there for other teams to kind of rotate around. If you see the position, right, they're right in a pretty good position for themselves, whereas all the other teams will be rotating in now, causing and making a lot of noise. So those teams are the ones that are in trouble. Right, P7.
Okay, that was quite dangerous. That could have
Yeah.
been a total knock at delaying them for good, not allowing them to get the timing onto the attack. But few other teams, and there are lots of other teams towards the south of Miramar here, as expected to be near the water and not to run away too far, as only 6 seconds. We'll get to see the next circle. Phase number 2. This is going to be insanely important.
Oh!
Okay, so RS, knowing that this many teams already made it, you're probably one of the last. Going into the island and coming out from Egos, I think it's the right rotation for them because they're so late on the rotation, starting from Tierra Bronca. But everyone else,
This fight, they're gonna have to finish this MGE. A lot of nade, a lot of frags, knocks coming through, and he pushing. Push happens, and Team Versatile wasn't versatile enough and gets knocked out as the first team out of the 16 in match number 3.
NG is scoring lots of points on Miramar. Great signs and great potential chances for them to move up in standings. And I think that's also the reason why they had to go for that fight.
Yep.
Even though it was not even in the circle, they had some extra time because phase 2 just popped. And few other members of MES actually all the way in the east. They took the south road. Got a knock onto one of the members, but doesn't exactly know where the rest of the squad is. So I don't think Mess wants to push any further.
Yeah, Mess is actually one of the teams that I was talking about. I think they had 9 kills but 0 placement points. So this time around, they're playing the edge. They heard PBN like you were saying. They're not going to push out. They're going to wait it out a little bit. Oh, the car pushes them out. Janggu spamming the smoke, but look at it. Oh my goodness.
Alright, coming down the lane, but loses one. This is risky. It loses a lot of their members. 2 members gone, down and gone. Only 2 remaining, I believe.
Control the recoil.
They took a huge risk and went for phase. Quite questionable. It's not like phase 6. It's only phase 2.
Yeah.
And because of the hills off to the side of the road, left and right, you sort of have to use the road, especially if you have the Mirado. And because this team had basically no information about this place, around this place, I think this was the only option. But there were some safer approaches, I believe. I think they could have stayed near the bridge and not lose a single member.
Yep, but for now, as a 2-man team, they're gonna probably stay in this hut. They're not gonna fight, but look at this. Veronica 7 Janggu, they saw him. Agatha and Janggu are slowly approaching where the Red Sea members are. If they pop a nade in here, they're both dead. So we'll see. They probably won't do that because of the high terrains around this hut. So if they approach, they might just die. Janggu is backing off here as Agatha is gonna hold his position to just keep getting information.
They can't really do too much from this position.
Yeah.
As not too much information. You don't really have. You have high ground, but it doesn't give you too much information from that moment. See what I just said? If you see it from the island and look for the bridge, no casualty. You stay there for a safe place. Not against like 20 other teams.
Yeah, they should have done that, but they didn't. And in the meantime, we have SMS and UPA duking it out for this area. And CJC is already the 3rd party behind them.
The BBQ trying to fire. Trying to put some more fire to his opponent. And UPA going to get fried.
Yeah, and everybody's alive for SMS with 4 kill. Squad wipe here. A great start for SMS. We'll see if they'll be able to, stay alive for a little while longer, because CJC, they definitely heard the fight going on here. They know the fight is over with a team being knocked out by SMS. They're not going to push, obviously, because of the compounds that SMS has. But NGE, they're also a team. Now, finally has 4 kills, which means they have 4 points. They're not at 0-0 anymore.
Yeah, we've seen the squad wipe at the beginning.
Yep. Here we go. NG goes in, going straight to Red Sea. Nice turnaround.
Okay, CJC gets 1 knock on Epod, but because of this rotation, they had to lose a couple. I think a lot of teams are actually scared to take the south road, and there's actually like not that many squad. And if you take the south road, it's hard to come back up. But you actually don't have too much angles open, so and not lose a single big body.
BBQ is all alone.
I know. No, SMS. That was a drive-by shot by himself. That's insane, and they're pushing again against FTF.
Oh, if he wins this fight, oh my god, he does! This is gonna be huge for SMS here, taking this flank here and winning the flank. And now FTF is in huge trouble. He's gonna flank the flanker, basically, is what he's doing, but
will this actually be worth the risk? Heard the vehicle coming.
Well, Broken Hearts is just gonna go straight in, not gonna even stop. And SMS, yeah, they get the knock, right? They get the flank. and they're gonna go in, and they decide not to take the fight because they want to get in and
Wait.
get a better position.
Will this be enough? I think he will go down to phase 4 damage. Yeah.
Yep, right away again. Basically, man just rezzed and just took damage for no reason, unfortunately. But in the meantime, V7 gets 2 knocks. They're just taking fights up and down the road here. They're not even choosing. They just shoot everything they
Yeah,
see.
this is the south part that I talked about. You do have to push north when there's a shift, which is the hard part, but there's not that many contests because how steep the angle is for the hill. You can't even drive up there unless you have a motorcycle. Sometimes you can't even walk there because of the slope. Yeah, that's the reason why we see a lot of the other teams like packed towards that northwestern side.
Oh no,
from the-
MK14, he should have gone for the head. He has a 15x. He's gonna have a lot of fun with this.
And a few other teams being knocked. Trade kill SMS, CJC. That's the main fight that we want to take a look at. I believe from the south.
This is the fight where NG rotated in. They were getting shot by ESC and Solid. Right now, NG, one of the member is down. Are they going to res him or not? But Solid has their eye on this northern part. They're gonna keep this position. But in the meantime, FFG.
Who takes few more kill. Okay, loses one. Kevel is knocked, but certainly rest seems doable after taking out the squad. But
This is what you're talking about.
This is the fight where we wanted to see so far. Okay, a few more trades, but who's still left alive? Is it just
One Grandma. Grandma, you have to win.
2-2? BBQ's at the high angle, but Manual Jam is trying to chase. And the res. Oh, this is dangerous. Got the res just before the blue.
So it's a 3v2. We'll see how they go.
And this is V7 just taking control from the south because there's no one else.
Yeah.
There's no one else, and
They've
this-
been here, right? So they know all the information. Nice, nice. Ooh!
And of course you can't res. You have to. Yeah, you have to carry.
No, you gotta run.
Have to carry in and not too far away. But Saul is coming for the kill. This might actually be a free kill. Grenade being cooked. Perfect cook.
Oh, you called it.
I called it.
Nice cooked.
No,
frag
it
grenade.
was a great play from Saul.
Yeah.
Knew exactly. Okay, it's not too far away. Knock is right next to the borderline. Has to be a carry. Has to be the res. I'll just come cook nade and just drop it. That was some perfect timing. Nice play. Well done. Extra 2 kills.
Solid. Being and taking control of the northern side. The circle shifts away a little bit. So now they have to make their way in. 2 of the members are in. 2 of the members are making their way in. But as long as they take and go in slowly, they'll be okay. But the problem is Team Sastro right there in front. You see that MXY, he basically knows that a team is in those compounds, so he doesn't want to push in. They want to kind of carefully, stay here in this terrain for now. But depending on phase 6, Solid is going to either have to push the compound or rotate around, but that could be dangerous. So we'll see what they decide to do in the next phase circle. But in the meantime, V7 in such a great position right now.
Yeah, I've told you these rocks, it's very hard, and you have to find the right place to even walk up, to jump off, and to go up the hill. But it's doable in lots of places, and they have no contest because they're basically no one else from the south side. Everyone else chose north because that seemed like the easier spots with fewer compounds. But because of that, there will be this many action. Lots of kills being traded. We even see the SG, the shotgun from ATB. Just in case they have to go for a very close combat fight.
But it seems like most of the teams are making their way in, but look at this. MXY having a blast with that MK14, with that 15X. And Friendly Fire Gaming, they get pushed in, they get knocked out as the 9th place team. Arctic Black losing one member, but still 3 alive. They're able to take control of that compound.
There was that shotgun action that we've been looking for. Maybe we'll still have a lot of games left ending, so maybe we'll have some city finishes.
Yeah, for the close quarter combats. But in the meantime, look at this. I think they heard Sue lurking around.
Not badly cooked. Might go slightly too far. But carried into the building. If you can make one through the window, but from the angle, it seems like it's going to be very hard.
All right. Solid is going to be okay. Arctic Black's going to be okay. Team Sastro is going to be okay. But I say okay unless 2 teams that are near Team Sastro push them at the same time. If that's the case, that's not going to be too good. But Solid, they don't have a compound, but they have the high ground. They have already the spread out information, so
Saul here is being the snake. Knows that Veronica's out here. I think Pudding might actually have spotted him.
yeah, he's been here like this.
Yeah, Veronica 7. He knows that there's Saul. He doesn't exactly know that he's there, but he knows that this is the only path. Or else we should have seen the kill feed.
He's just gonna wait it out. There's
He's not 100%, but he's about 80% sure that someone has to come.
they're not in a hurry right now, so here we go. Sue starts moving. He's peeking out a little bit. Okay. Pudding. Up. Nice peek. Now he feels good. He feels comfortable that knowing that nobody's behind them, they can rotate into the next circle. But look at the minimap. There's so many. NGE, Red Sea, Team Sastro, and if you go a little bit north, it's Solid right there. So everybody's crumped up.
The real issue I would say is that all these teams in the West have to go through somewhat of an open field. There are some rocks to cover, but it's downhill rocks, so you have to jump. And there's the crouch motion where you can't shoot for like 0.6 seconds. And you have to do that a lot if you want to go down through the rock towards the eastern side. So there has to be a winner. I think Solid wants to make an earlier approach because there's a team on the eastern side. Not just ATB.
Yeah, but Solid is going actually towards the west. They want to. It feels like they want to push out and clear out where Sastro is. The Sastro is split in 2. You can see. Red Sea is out.
NGE actually picked up the kill onto Bob. And B7 will have clear path.
Look at this.
Keeping
Solid and Sastro are like next to each other, and they don't really know right now. And the Veronica 7, they heard the shots coming in from NGE, so they're looking up. We have 5 teams. Here we go.
And very likely the teams from the top has to come down to Veronica 7. So Veronica already setting up traps. You see 2 layers of trap. There's Pudding and Jangu, which is the first set of traps. And then it's Agatha and Kinch from the bottom. They're looking out and making sure there's no peek.
But they have to keep moving because right now, they should know. Sastro is trapped. Solid is killing them. V7 knows they're up there. They're shooting at them, so they're walking around.
SST's only push is actually going through Solid. This is the only way. Unless they have like 6-7 smokes escaping this hole.
26 seconds until phase 7 closes. So I think V7, if they're not, if they're not being contested by Sastro, like they're not right now. They should just make their way in and clear the rest of the map. They're moving way too slow right now, V7.
Yeah, I think that's because they have some angles being marked by MLY off to the east.
Solid. They're keeping Team Sastro in check.
Yeah, I think you said slow about V7. I think they have a lot of work to do at the moment. They have to check onto the eastern side and also make sure that no one actually jumps down, because there's always a chance for SST to jump down instead of fighting against Solid. Fighting against Solid, which seems like the only option, but yeah, as you can see, they're also thinking about just jumping down because it's not the entire squad. They only have two. Maybe it's possible to sneak away. So V7 has to look for top and also to the east. That takes a lot of attention, and probably having a nice setup here.
We go another Sastro knock.
Ooh,
These should be the
Senshin.
cue.
Chenshin getting that kill with Wang Xiao. Nice pickup that they had to clean up. Sastro gone, and we are down to the top 4 teams. ATB, within that time, they actually pushed a little too far, was what I was about to say, because Solid, they can see everything down here.
Yep, Solid is in the highest ground right now in this phase 7 circle. Names will go easily, but V7 will be the team to test. Yu
Yeah,
Yang
V7
gets
can
that
actually use Fuse Smoke to go rotate towards the south and lose no one. They have the easiest rotation into the next circle.
But the thing is, if they rotate south, they know they're gonna have like a full disadvantage against Solid, who is at the top. So it just seems like Veronica 7, you can see 2 members going towards Solid to try to see if they can clear that. Because the moment they go downhill, they're basically surrendering.
Next, they have to move. They can't stay there forever. Oh, this is the long drop. He missed the rock.
Yeah, he did. This is big.
What a huge mistake. Yeah, oftentimes when you jump, make sure you kill your speed.
Yeah.
But I think because
Agatha-
Agatha is right next to him,
No, it's too late.
you can carry him. Oh, he's
he's
dead?
dead,
Oh.
Instead, all he
Came
has to
too
do is
late.
just loot them.
Okay, I thought V7 had like 30% chance of chicken, but that just brings it down to like 15%.
Solid, once again, still having the best position so far, but it's Arctic Black and V7 on the left and the right, so you think Malayan, if they just stay quiet, they might just get into at least top 2. They just not fight. Oh, but wait. Pudding gets naded. Agatha goes down. Gets confirmed. Django all by himself. 9 kills for Solid. Oh, Arctic Black.
Okay, Solid, their firepower is insane. The more I see their play, they're sort of worried about the rotation, but they're more of a team saying, let's break and push. We have so much firepower, we can land the shot to win the duel. They have the confidence, but okay, the position from ATB is actually quite strong, but getting one down, pinned down, that's a huge moment. This is Solid chicken dinner unless Lions rake it open somehow from the south, which I don't think is happening anytime soon.
The Lions are just literally just doing what I'm. Ooh, the stun grenade goes in. Like I said, just stay quiet. Get top 2, top 3. It's Arctic Black Malayan. 1 player per team. 2v1v1. 12 kills for Solid.
Yeah,
though.
Chenshin doesn't know exactly where Alzheimer is.
I think you saw them.
Yeah, seen, stunned, And I think he wants to push, but just okay, not going to push because of where Malayan is. He actually had open angle. Doesn't want to go all the way, make it easy for the remaining two teams
Circle's
to
closing.
take it. I think yeah, this is solid saying okay, you guys fight. I don't want to fight against you guys. You guys go down and fight because it's 1v1v2. We have more members. You guys come up with the second challenger. You guys choose the second place decider, and then we'll take the chicken dinner here. As that's exactly what Malayan is thinking. Trying to strike on the back.
Liu Yang is here though. I don't think he knows. The smoke is still providing cover for the meantime, and
Actually goes down to the blue damage.
Okay.
Got massive damage hit from bullets, but the last damage and the solid, he still wins the game.
He gets the 2 kills.
Immediately back to back kills coming through with 14 kills. We knew that solid from the result of the first day that this team would destroy, and they did.
14 kills and a chicken dinner. That is just 24 points in just one match. That was insane.
Exceptional plays. This was something special. Solid, especially Wang Xiao, Zhenshin, those two players, they were running around the place, they were not scared. They are so aggressive in their play. Compared to the rotation, we could see from the kill feed and the amount of kills that they took, not just yesterday, also today. This team seems to be like our top team.
Yeah.
That's how I feel right now after seeing only 3 rounds.
Yep.
But by the end of tomorrow, I have a really strong feeling that Solid will be in top 2.
Yeah, their positional advantage, their rotations, their positioning is all good, but I think they're just, when you just look at their confidence in aim and their shots, right? Like the long range shots that they land with just the 4x, not the 8x, they all land, they get the confirmed kills, and they're not afraid to push. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Like they have the confidence to push as a 2 to 3 man team to push out an area if they want it. They take it.
And that's not just if that comes from just 1-2 players on the team, you just lose your wingman. But because it's the entire squad, there was also, it's all about, oftentimes it's not just about the getting knocked. Even if you get knocked, it's about the trading kill, which makes it at least even or better. So I think Solid did a really good job on that. And I think we're going on a break, guys. So that was match number 3. The first match we have Miramar, but we've got 2 more left. So don't go anywhere and stick with us.
평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진다면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으리라 한심하게는
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
네가 티를 끄란 말은 알아 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song pans through half a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Big Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드
And welcome back to IEF 2021. You're still with us. Means we still have more PUBG rounds coming through.
Yep. We got finished with the first two Erangels and one Miramar. And honestly, in the two Erangel games, FFG, Friendly Fire Gaming, got back-to-back chicken dinners. But the moment we changed into Miramar, Team Solid, 14 kills and a chicken dinner. So the tides are shifting.
Especially for the aggressive teams, I think it's my personal take. Not everyone agrees on this, but I think a lot of more aggression comes out from Miramar, and because of the terrain, when you get that much information, that much firepower, you benefit more, and you can get more kill points off of Miramar compared to Erangel. That's how I feel. And this is the total points from all 3 games that we had so far. I wish we had like total match ranking or like map 1 to 3 match
Like
ranking.
separated. Yeah. But unfortunately, we don't have that. But for now, FFG, the double chicken dinner, and then in round 1, 8 kills. They had round 2, 9 kills. So they're still up there, but solid. With the 14 kill chicken dinner in match number 3, they just boost themselves up into second place. And now we have 2 more Miramar matches left. We'll see if Solid can continue performing well in match 4 and 5 and bring down FFG and take the first place for themselves.
NGE also getting some kills in this round. That was great to see on a different map now. As the top spots, really coming close. It's about if they get the chicken dinner or not. And Solid pushing through with 20 kills. That's going up there as we are still waiting for 2 more Miramar matches to happen. do also see Arctic Black actually not being like having spotlight on camera.
Yeah.
But we do see some of their members having some highlight moments. So that's how they picked up the total 13, getting 19. And the gap is not, I can't really say it's not too. FFG, they got two chicken dinners in a row. So 39, that's surely a lot of points. But if you just take that outliner out, it's a 30-20 down to 17. So the middle pack is so packed. Let's just take the top two. And then it's just 23-17.
Yeah.
Which is only 6 points away.
Don't do math on stream, guys.
Six points away.
Uh-huh.
But within that 6 points, which is just 6 kills, there was about 8 teams within that 6 points. So anything can still happen. Of course, we're looking for a top 3 finish. You're looking to climb to the top 1 spot. But there's some point gap, so I think a lot of the other teams, the moment they see FFG, don't run away.
Yeah.
Shoot at them.
Yeah.
You need to step down on them and then become the first place. And I think that's exactly what will happen. And we've seen what Solid was able to do. Some of the spotlight moments from Veronica and also the keep on forgetting their Malans.
Oh,
Yeah, Malans.
okay, yeah.
They also had some moments as they came close. They were looking for a stab in the back and also a potential chicken dinner. They're all just saying, okay, you guys shoot at each other. I'm not going to take the first shot.
Yeah.
But of course, Solid had more angle covered, and because they came down from the top, they had somewhat of better information compared to the other last 2 teams.
And honestly, what I wanted to point out is not just go like, I don't want to be all over the place. Solid, in after round match 1 and 2, all they had was 6 points. That's it. No placement points, just 6 kills. And then in match 3, they get 14 kills on a chicken dinner, which is 24, right? So 24 plus 6 is 30. And that got them to 2nd place in the total rankings. So doing well in one match can bring you up at least into the top 5. So, and that is only possible because we only played 3 matches now. So, throughout today, until we finish 5 matches, right? Any teams, even in the 16th place, can bring themselves up into top 5.
Sure,
No
yes.
problem, right? So, I hope that, like you were saying, right? If you see FFG, take the fight. If you see a certain team and you think you have the positional advantage, you can go take the fight instead of being afraid, right? Get a knock, get a kill, and just try to, rack up those points one by one, because this is just the start, and this plane route, it's not too bad. It's going from north to south, but it's not like too shifted, a little bit towards the eastern side. But I think this kind of plane path will get most of the teams where they want to go. They will find their vehicles to go to where they want. If not, they're going to just pop their parachute to go to where they want. But Mess going to El Azahar, Red Sea, staying in the northern part once again. Last time, because of the plane path, they found the vehicles, went to Campo Militar. But this time around, they're just going to spread out in the northern part. FFG, this is the team. This and Solid are the 2 teams to look out for now, because they're the top 2 teams. See what they decide to do.
Yeah, it won't be too bad. As now we actually do see a lot more teams going directly to the cities.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's just watch this. I just want to enjoy some action.
Team Versatile versus PBN. The pump shotty for Kasi.
The 5. Not the double. AKM, but only 30 rounds. Gotta work this out. Oh, yep. Mr. Booker actually outside. Covering angle. Oh, trying to wrap around.
I
so
think
this
Versatile, they have such a better position with the flames.
It's better, and Kasi has to join the fight with the team. He doesn't know that there's a huge wraparound. Okay, but spotted by the other. Hella was off to the side.
Yeah.
Didn't get to see his own position. Kashi also wins the fight in the compound. Disaster for VE.
Oh my gosh.
And
Kasi
entire
comes
team
back.
Entire team wipe coming real soon. Aki does go down, but it's a knock. Can't get a kill.
Yeah, Nectrust is the last person alive.
Should go in. Yeah, if you have the immediate pick off. Even in there, I thought with the Uzi,
Yeah.
you go in. Yeah, Uzi's not a bad, pretty good gun, pretty good SMG to actually go in and get those close quarter combats. But a full squad wipe in 3 minutes. What a quick finish.
A great start for PB, and they needed that. They've always been struggling to get early kills, but now they start with 4 kills, so that is a great news. And the circle northeast a little bit, it's not shifted, but this is doable for most of the teams, even teams in the southern part, because everybody's gonna be moving north, and then the southern team can take their time to make their way in, play the edge, and there won't be too much of a problem. V7, one of those teams that are being highlighted a little bit for staying alive till the end in most of the matches, but they're not in top 2 right now.
Were you talking about Veronica?
Yeah,
Lost,
Veronica.
I lost who you were talking about for a
Yeah.
second. Of course, we do see a lot of Veronica because they're they're quite well-known team. They were actually in a pro league for a season. So that's the reason why we see Veronica oftentimes. Of course, we do follow the Korean casters. That's also a reason why we see a lot of Veronica, because they talk about Veronica a lot. It's not like we're trying to be biased at all. It's just what we see on screen. We follow the Korean broadcast. And
2 shots. Ooh, solid. Goes down. Drama. Ending his shots.
you know what?
What?
Grandmas are scary.
Yeah.
There's a good grandma with the furry hair with who sitting on a couch, and here we have the bad grandma. Got the live
Killer
gun
grandma.
action.
The Picado. 3 of them were at Picado. I think Chen Jin was kind of afar by himself to rotate to get some information, but
Yeah,
that's why he had the motorcycle, right?
I think it was a dot play. Yeah, just pointing dots so his teammates can just jump over once when it comes to phase 2-ish or phase 3. Yeah, but you still want to go for the extra loot, so just got caught there, and that's the reason why you don't see as much motorcycle anymore. Especially when you are in the vehicle, you are just gotta be careful here. But you do really have to, especially with the motorcycle, you have to be safe. You have to place it in a safe spot.
Yeah, that's the only bad or downside, I should say, about the motorcycle, is because when you start moving fast, yeah, it's a little bit harder to shoot because it's fast, and you have to get the good leading shot. But when you get on, like you just saw, you get on and then you start, but then you'll die before you get the speed. So that sometimes happens. And in the meantime, SMS, they find another solid member, but obviously it's not going to land into a kill. But MXY, look at this, at the high hill. Oh my goodness! This was the best bait I've seen in a while. So MXY stayed behind, and he sent one of his players to drive by to kind of take the aggro from M1, and he started shooting. He fell for it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, now the teams have really tasted what it feels like to play on the stage.
Yep.
And how much land that they can actually take for phase 1, 2, 3, especially. A lot of the teams are actually spreading out so far, getting all the ground control. I like this type of play where it can be aggressive, but it's also rewarding at the same time.
Yeah, M1. I guess they want to see if they can res, but it's most likely not going to happen. Solid already spread out around them to make sure they don't get the res. They're getting close.
Some distant shot, and knowing that the other member of Solid is going up towards the higher ground, Neo can't stay on top anymore. He is, I would say, Solid's got them good. They got them trapped.
Yeah, heal up. Not in a hurry.
Neo, gotta make the Matrix done.
Yeah, dodge the bullets, but unfortunately he's gonna take the bullets to his chest.
Carry him.
Carry the enemy and then throw him out the window. But yeah, SMS right now, 2v3. Oh, it's a 2v2 because Wang Xiao is knocked down as well, so we'll see what they decide to do. Because of BBQ so far apart with huge flank, Liu Yang can't go out. So we're focused on this fight because it feels like one team will be eliminated here when this fight finishes. But until that happens, UPA picks up a 1 kill from the long range. And I think they're already in the circle, so they're not in a hurry to rotate around.
Yeah, water treatment.
Yep.
It's
It's on the northern part. Ooh, ESC gets knocked. And Sastro just got knocked too, right? 2 teams.
the ESC is not just knocked; they're gone.
Yeah. Knocked out, I meant. Yeah, so ESC gets out. They're out. Sastro is out.
Yeah, 3 teams gone. What? Oh, nade on top. Those type of nades are so hard to cook. Incredible MXY.
All right, Murado comes in straight. Oh my gosh, what is stunned? Oh, you have him. Oh, it's 2v1.
Yeah, that was the only chance I think.
Yeah, now they'll get pushed. Oh, he missed it. He missed the spin.
Says hello, and he's got some damage in.
Heal up.
Get onto the car and escape. Or
Gotta
pretend
heal.
like you escape. But MIL here on top.
the
BBQ
replay.
doesn't know the angle. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
He goes in. What a bold move. I think he heard him from the top. And kills the sound with the smoke. Drops
Wow.
down.
Okay.
Okay, MYL with 200 IQ play. But BBQ is not scared. He's also going up the other side of the... He might actually go on top.
He might be the one that goes
Uh-huh.
on the roof. Yeah, exactly as you say.
Is this really
Bring around the
happening?
Rosie. Look at this Malayan. Oh, okay. So phase 2 circle into 3 shifted actually south.
Pretty hard south shift.
Yep.
MYL is spotted. BBQ not, but not making any sound because it doesn't exactly know where he is. But they only have one member left each, so I think they are just going to stay. Okay, let's see who goes down first.
Yep. Malayan is a 4-man squad. They know something's going on here because of the vehicles parked, the gun sound before. So they're gonna wait it out, but
Yeah, no
one
angle.
wrong move.
Yeah, no, they just have no angle. Can't get MYL because he's in the vehicle in the building, and BBQ is on the other side, so can't get that either. Manual jam, nice knock onto his teammate. Kronos goes down, so friendly fire happening here.
Yep. In the meantime, everybody just rotated around. And this time around, you can see that starting phase 2, most of the teams are sticking as 4 instead of doing like 2-2 splits and taking big, more areas. They want to play it safe, it seems like.
Yeah, not to safe because of the terrain. It's oftentimes hard to have the other 2 immediately come at you.
Yeah.
Except for like the few top spots, like you see on the left and the right side, which is actually controlled by FFG. So it's really hard to have those 2 to split type of game. Unless you're all the way from the east, then you have some room because there's no one else.
Okay. MK14 once again. Mr. Flank. Gonna rotate around.
Yep, sometimes you just have to be really nice teammate. Says you take the ghillie, I'll take the MK.
Yep.
You take the helmet, I'll take the vest. You take the bullet, and what do I have?
You take the bullet. I'll choose to be alive. But here, look at this.
Hey,
These
Mama.
guys, MXY is stuck. Like you were saying before, right? Like they don't have the angle, so.
Yeah, it's
But-
just Aya here staying guard. Whoever wins the fight should be taken care of Aya like 10 seconds after.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is all about who has more heals, right? If you're not, oh, he has 5 first aids.
Because he's got lots of loot crates nearby.
Yep.
BBQ
He has
does
3.
not.
They know, but like BBQ, he doesn't even know about Malayan. MXY and BBQ are just waiting for each other's footsteps.
I think both of them had an idea that Malayans, because they shot at this direction, but they don't know if they're still staying
Yeah,
for
that's
the kill.
exactly what I'm talking about. And BBQ, if you stay here, you end up losing because you have less first aids. So there's a lot of vehicles around that area. So
And
look
we're
at that,
actually
the
going
shots.
towards east of Hacienda, where there are some crown houses. UPA's got a crazy spot where they actually should keep the split, because that's an insane spot where you can have full control from the western side. And I think we might just see some more action here as he ran himself over. We might see some near road hill finishes.
Yeah, we'll see how that happens. But look at this. Solid MXY slowly makes his move, right? Like, he doesn't want to just stay still and die. But if he stays patient, right? I think he'll be able to win out, take the vehicle, and possibly get into the next
Yeah,
circle.
MXY making noise, making all the footsteps to be heard from the opponent. Oh, BBQ going low on HP. It's about time to get a nade.
A nade?
Because he hears him. Doesn't know that he's on top. I think, yeah, he does. Yeah. Molly was perfectly ready.
So they know. They know they're still there.
MYL.
Look at Malayan. Oh my god!
Oh!
Yo, that nade. And then
And Aya picks up the kill all the way, so the wait was worth it. And the moment,
and then he goes away. He's like, all right, I got my kill. I'm
one's
leaving."
enough. One's all he was looking for, because he's only got 2 first aid. That's a real problem.
Wait,
He has
is
to
he?
stop.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's-
has to grab the first nade. But
Oh my gosh.
the
MXY?
angle is open.
MXY?
Oh, so close. Didn't actually get the shot. He actually shot right next to the handle, the
Yeah.
door.
The frame. That was so close.
That was a
but now-
perfect chance.
Well, MXY definitely could live. He had a lot of first aids. He has vehicles.
There was like at least 2 available with full tires, so not bad. Aya survives. Amazing. That was I think MIL was feeling the pressure that he also has to escape
Yep.
after getting the shot.
In the meantime, everybody else on the southeast part, as you're seeing right now, we have 2 teams, Arctic Black and Mess, kind of contesting over one side of the hill and the other side as well. We'll see which team will be able to push out, because Ness, Cold Set is already inside the circle. You
Why
can
not
see that.
bring the vehicle over? Oh, I thought there was. You still need to use the vehicle even after this.
Oh, he hasn't.
Yeah, they hurt the vehicle.
Calm down. See that? Nate?
Nade is good. Oh, but the control was not perfect, but still that's a 3x. So it took some time. Got 1 knock. That's a great start. You can actually.
Oh!
V7 strikes all
Yeah.
the way from the top. So Mess is actually saying thank you. They're sort of stuck in the middle, but because of the higher angle, V7 actually has the easier shot. And even Arctic Black.
Does he not see Cold? Oh, yeah, he's behind the rock. Behind the hill. But Veronica 7, at the end of the day, they have the highest terrain within these 3 teams. So they'll just wait. They just have to wait for them to either rotate around or come out from hiding. Yep. Like Arctic Black, a smart move to not fight V7 and just rotate around to
I
try to get in.
didn't know that they had this many vehicles.
Yeah.
With this many vehicles, 100%. You just rotate. No need to fight anymore. If they were just up against mess, push is the right move. But the moment you see V7 from the higher angle, full squad, safe. Better safe than sorry, and they actually chose a perfect path to go in.
Ooh! Confirm it, get those points.
And Maritsu,
He's in the smoke, but he doesn't know.
and just going back because he's sort of alone here. He's got two teammates, but if he gets knocked, he might actually die. And the rest of the squad, Leo actually doing a lot of work on the back.
Arctic Black and V7, these two teams were rotating. They lose a member each, and then as I say that, another one goes down. CJC and Mess. Thank God for the smokes. Now Pudding has 0 smokes. Getting spammed through the smokes.
This is happening because V7 actually came down. Mess, I don't think they expected Mess to follow them from the back.
This is the worst.
And PBN is coming down to eat everyone. Not just CJC.
Oh, Agatha! Ooh!
But only for 2 more seconds. PBN's here. Hella came down to grab the kill. CJC actually pretty quick in rotation. I love this play. Also using the vehicle, so PBN now has 100% idea and knowing that, okay, we could be challenged for our storage and we have to go. And, near road hill finish.
Yeah, but did you see UPA's positioning? They have a 3 blockchain spread. They have 1 guy in the compound, 2 or 1 guy all the way at the northern side. So they have so much information, and they know that north and northwest is clear because they're all alive, right? So I think UPA, they have such a great positioning. But in the meantime, UPA has 6 kills, 7 now.
All they had to do was, before coming into the storage, they grabbed a few more.
Yeah.
But they're finally showing some power.
Yep.
But when they go in, it will be the real problem because road is controlled already on the northern side. RS holding it strong. UPA, they had full control even before since phase 3. They were coming from Hacienda, east of Hacienda, which is still the west of what we have in the circle. No contest so far.
Yep. UPA staying quiet at the northern part. No problem, but look at this area. We have Arctic Black, friendly fire. Do they not know? Ooh, I think I didn't see him. It's knocked. Sayaka, will he get the trade for his teammates? So many fights going on here and there. Red Sea versus PBN. Aki goes down as I call their team.
PBN, because they saw CJC pushing them from the south, they have to go for this fight. And winner actually takes the eastern side hill, the steep hill.
It's an important fight, like you said, G-Class. We'll see who becomes the winner. Ooh, the push is happening. Woo! Hello wins that 1v1. In the smoke.
Still 2 more Bob. Finds Hella right in the smoke from the higher angle. You can see straight down. And,
Now
we have it.
Red Sea.
Yeah, our Red Sea actually staying on top, and they can climb back down slowly. And they might be targeted down from the opposite side top hill, but I did not see anyone.
Well, look at the minimap. UPA, they're on the northern side by themselves, but from across the hill, they're getting shot at. So right now, if NGE stays alive and they get rid of the last member or the 2 members of Malayan, I think they might be the safest because they're under. They're in between the dip. And everybody on top of the hills, like UPA, Arctic Black, Friendly Fire Gaming, like they're gonna be fighting for each other's positions.
That's why we have these many teams not challenging, not just because they don't have the vehicles anymore. They all know that the few compounds at the road is already taken, and they can't just teleport across the road. And it's basically UPA against 6 remaining teams. Unless they make a huge mistake, which I think right now they should actually gather to Night T. I know they want to be greedy. They have so much space for them only, so they're spread out. But at this point, I would actually like to see them actually gathering in one place, or pushing slightly further instead.
It's all open field, so it's hard to rotate.
All the way down to the broken truck.
There we go. He's gonna go down, but he is spotted. See, this is the problem. You can't just rotate.
But
There's no
to
cover.
To the broken truck. Okay, response from his teammate was good.
Yeah, but Nighty goes down.
But his teammate actually came nearby, so he will be rezzed. So great timing.
From the future, Arctic Black. Everybody is just getting kills after kills. 7 from the future right now. Their position is kind of overlapped. Look at the
Slightly
southeast.
too far. Yeah, this is a silence before the storm because there are 5 teams. Good job, but through the tire, there's only limited space. Karu brings down FFG. FFG going down 14th place, so 0 placement points, only kills.
Yep. So many teams are still alive here and there.
Ooh, UPA, there's another AWM.
Yeah, there's 2.
Yeah, but Coppin Lee did take a lot of damage. Vest helmet, basically destroyed.
6x NK14 shot. And in the meantime, Malayan goes out. Dean is only one alive. Does he see him? Ooh, he got spotted.
NGE, okay, not just staying in one spot. I think they should also come out and start placing themselves not just across the road.
Yeah, but the thing is, they came out of the compound obviously because it's not in the next phase circle, but now they have to stick to the hills because they know everybody else is on top of the hills.
The NGE does have the best position. UPA, surprisingly enough, they brought all 3 at near same spot. I thought it was going to be 1-2 split instead. Okay, NGE pushing towards UPA. They know that one's behind the crate. That's a full squad wipe. Knowing that everyone else is trapped, they're busy taking care of themselves on the top. UPA, that's a chicken move. NGE. Excuse me there. NGE should be grabbing the chicken nicely. It's about how many kills that they can actually grab in this round.
FTF, Arctic Black gets knocked out. FTF with 9 kills will probably be able to get the res.
Carry.
But they're pushing him. NG, they want some action. 6 kills. They saw the knockdowns.
RS. They also have one more position.
Yeah.
Dean's position can be crucial, like the EPOD that we saw from the very first match yesterday. This was the moment, and Dean just cannot get the kill. Dean.
That should have been
okay, movement. The quick speed movement actually. Okay, spotted again.
Go down. Oh, he's picking fights with everybody.
Yeah, Dean's position is really good.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, but you cannot lose the duel here, and that will be it. Dean actually finishing second place. But let's see as we continue. But it is going to be NG New generation esports. We're having the fourth chicken dinner here as what a strong finish. I thought they were going to stay in the compound just for a longer time, but actually coming out, taking care of UPA was the chicken move, and it was quickly done.
All right, so NGE, this team, we did see them play yesterday, but today they were a little bit quiet, right, in the first couple of matches. But in match number 4, finally they get a chicken dinner with 9 kills, which is not so bad at all. But look at the rest of the teams, right? Like in third place from the future, they get third, but 9 kills as well. So that, you know, they're gonna still stay in the race. PBN, who is in 9th place with 8 kills. So, you know, all these teams that are getting knocked out early but still getting their kill points will still be in the race. So we'll see soon after the calculation are done. We're going to be able to see the total rankings after 4 matches today.
Yeah, just writing a few things down. As 5 rounds, of course, can be slightly longer than expected. As we started at 1.
Yep.
So 3 hours, 4 rounds. So not too bad, with just a slight of a delay in the middle. I think recreating the room.
one
Like about 10-minute delay-ish. Just recreating the room, but a lot of these teams, when they're given chance, like even NGE, don't exactly know if they were actually 0 points or like they were still in the very low standings, after like game 2, near the bottom, if not the last, if the points were actually correct.
Yeah.
But after coming into Miramar, as we said, a lot of the teams will show the different side of them. Some teams are just stronger on Miramar. Some teams are just weaker.
Exactly.
Because it's about Miramar, I think it's slightly more about the fights, close combat fights, and the lines they actually draw. The final game, we actually have a longer of a break this time. So 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be back with the final game of PUBG for the day.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면 등 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정한 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈습니다. 한심하게도
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛.
저리 가
내가 트렌드란 말은 알아. 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서.
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그대처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song penned through half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HU.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 끓여진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으리라 한심하긴
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 치는 그런 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게 위대하게.
제법인데?
The folk song pans through half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of radio creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain.
And welcome back to IEF 2021. We got one more match of Miramar left for PUBG.
Yep.
And then it will be League of Legends and then Hearthstone. So we got a very long day to go. Of course, we'll be gone after PUBG. But
Yep.
we've got a great crew, great set of crew for League of Legends and also Hearthstone. So if you are into different game titles, even if you don't know the other games, even if you don't know PUBG, just stay tuned and just check us out because it's a lot of fun games. Maybe you'll find out your next game within the three here and
Yeah.
say, okay, these guys seem pretty good. Maybe I should try. And then you find out how you cannot be at the same level as these guys. These guys have been playing for such a long time, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Mhm.
That's what you don't do, right? Like you watch people. It doesn't. They don't have to be pros, right? Like you watch people in tournaments, and you think, oh, I can probably do that. And you go into the game, and you obviously most of you guys
That's-
can't do
uh-huh,
that. That's what happens to me.
That's usually what happens when it comes down. Is it me all of a sudden, or did our voice get
Louder?
louder?
I don't know.
Really? Is it exactly the same?
Maybe I'm just talking louder.
No, I think it's also mine.
Well, either way, we have our last match left, right? Like we said, this is the match rankings for the first 4 matches. So 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars, and this is the result for now.
And look at where NGE
Ooh, they made
is
it up.
from like 13th place to number 5 in just a single match because they got Olarago plus chicken dinner 28 points. Of course, to go to the first place, second place, third, there's somewhat of a gap, plus 6 and plus another 6 for FFG. But still, the middle pack is quite packed between 34 to about 27. We're looking down the list. 24, we got SMS, PBN, 23, Veronica 7. Surprisingly, not actually doing too well. So
Yeah.
they're having lots of rotational work being done.
They're being read kind of in a way like, they're always going somewhere, and like part of them, not all of them, but part, like, a couple of them make it. But, in a squad, in a FPP squad, you can't have always 2 members just making it and, 2 of them dying. Then that's why you're in 9th place right now. But we'll see what they can do here. Obviously, G-Clef kind of told you guys over and over that we'll be playing 10 matches, right? So this is the 5th match. They still have 5 more to go tomorrow. So, there's always a chance for any teams so far.
Yeah, but we have few duels now. The fight between BBQ and
Yeah.
MXY was the real drama.
Yeah, it was.
Is that going to continue? I'm sure both teams are they're feeling quite spicy after that one.
All right, Southwest, to the north part.
Ooh, terrible flight path for all the teams going to like El Azahar, Impala, even Leones, kind of far away.
Yeah. But honestly, I think, this one, like you said, if they're going to Impala, like it's not good. But for the other team, we haven't had a plane path for El Pozo or Loco Riera. So like, we haven't had the Western airplane path until now. So I think for some of the teams that wanted to go west, but they didn't get the chance because of the plane path in match 4 and 3 and 4, they get the chance to do that right now. So we'll see if like Team Versatile, they're already going towards El Pozo. Like that might have been one of their, landmarks that they love started looting.
Chumacera was open on the first Miramar game.
CJC went towards that one this time around.
As we see Malayans grabbing vehicles for into Leones or Paraiso.
Yeah.
But they do see ATB in contest. And we have huge. We have Paradise.
Yeah.
We have the Paradise Circle, and let's see who goes on top of that hill. Bring the motorcycle. And usually we would see Patulins staying on top and just sniping down everything that he sees from like such high mountaintop.
Alright, well, you saw, like right as the phase 1 circle popped, the information that we had was we had only a couple of teams towards the north. Everybody basically dropped pretty early, honestly, like on the southern part and the central part. So it's gonna be chaos when phase 2, phase 3 starts and everybody is rotating, and some of the teams most likely will be rotating a little bit late. So those teams are gonna be in trouble. So we'll see if the teams decide to just get the basic loot, like a couple, like maybe 2 first aids, a gun, maybe a 2 or a 3x, and just start rotating fast to take better positions. Because if you have enough utility and heals and ammo to maybe take on like 2 short fights, and if you're able to win, you can loot their body. So you don't always have to be fully kitted before you rotate. So we'll see which teams decide to do that. Pod is scouting out early, as the rest of his 3 members are probably still looting.
It is very likely.
Yep.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, Ding,
Yeah.
I think a lot of the teams will be thinking, do we actually want to head into the circle now? Because it actually covers so much of the northern part. It's not like they have water.
Yeah.
Well, sort of, because the water actually, the map circle actually goes outside the map.
Yeah, and it has a wall. You can't even go past that on the northern part.
But even near the Paradise, there's a lot of spaces.
Yep.
And some small compounds that you can have up to like 3 teams. Of course, during the rotation, they will be fighting, but let's say 2 teams, and you can just make the rotation around it, and still plenty of land, usable land, and rotational land. Oh, as we...
Well, you don't want to go uphill with the bus. That is, honestly, that is his fault. Going up with the bus, you're just asking to be shot at. And in the meantime, Hella gets knocked down. Did he wait? Was he knocked by an enemy, or did he
I think
fall off the vehicle?
I think he either fall off the vehicle or he ran into something.
Okay. Yeah.
Really hard. I don't know where the teammates are, but I think he will die.
No, I saw one coming. Yeah, there we go. Kasi. I don't know if he's coming or. Oh, that's pretty far. I thought it was close by, but.
Okay, Kazi's got a vehicle. We gotta
Yeah, he's
check, so
coming.
it's okay. E-pot, perfect.
MK14 again with the 4x this time. No, no
Perfect-
8x, no
Perfect
15.
landing position. Just need some 8, and should be good to go. 15 bandages, not good enough.
Yeah.
But everything else he's got in well place, so not too bad.
Okay, Hella does get a rest here. see the rotations coming through. Yeah, like his utility seem pretty nice right now for Hella.
And let's see if that, because this was a huge delay and they're still down here on the map. They're right next to Via de Mar.
Yeah.
Yep, we just seen the sign.
But they have the Murado, so they can
And
they
it's,
follow
it's
the road.
yeah,
fine.
it's yeah. After you get out from Via de Mar, it's pretty much just flat land. After you go up the hill, slightly from Via de Mar, you just go straight. And I think they even might consider like going all the way to the top, like using the new town on the west,
On the western side?
northwest.
Mhm.
Might actually consider that if they rotate later, because of that knock, they were delayed anyhow. Sometimes it's actually better to, compared to going into some weird timing when everyone else is around you. Choose a safer path, take some blue damage. Of course, depending on the situation, how well you're kitted.
Okay, so there's a couple skirmishes going on. SST Deca taking out Solid. Solid wasn't confirmed yet, so they'll probably try to get a res. SMS is rotating as well. We'll have to see what is going on with Solid, because we know Solid starts always in Miramar at Pecado. So from there, I can assume that they were rotating and they were shot down in the middle. And Mess and SMS right now, pretty close to each other.
Barbecue again.
I don't think they definitely don't know. Oh my gosh, I think BBQ look up.
Venom has somewhat of an idea that he's here, but don't know exactly.
Yeah,
I think Venom spotted him. Yeah, because SMS is making the vehicle sound. Venom has pretty good idea and he will just escape away.
Smart move.
Okay, no reason to contest when he's going to be outnumbered. Probably, if lucky, will get one knock, not the kill.
Ooh, he lands a headshot. But because of the range, it's not gonna be too much. V7 once again, we were talking about how they did pretty good on day one, but in day number 2 right now, when you see their total rankings, they're not doing so well. So we'll see if this rotation, if this match number 5 can
This is okay.
bring them back into the game.
Yeah. The angle was okay. The terrain had no reason to be flipped over. ATB shots are coming, so just turning around slightly so that they're okay. Okay, gathering some info. Okay, shots came from ATB, but they gotta check the field. That's a crown house that a lot of the teams love to go. That site, there's so much parking spot plus vision control over the entire field. You have a lot of winning teams coming out from that spot.
Yep. But in the meantime, from the future, they have a pretty close 2-2 split here, not too far away. 2 of them in the compound, 2 of them on top of the high ground to get more info.
Well, in theory, from the future should be having the perfect placements for the circle every single time.
Yeah,
Because they're from the future.
exactly.
But the circle is just not working out. Maybe they had a different future.
Yeah.
And the future is consistently changing.
Butterfly effects, anomalies, change the past. Anything could happen, but for now, this round number 5 is going pretty slow. Phase 1 is almost all. As I say that, shots not landing. Shots not landing. What is going on? 1, 2 landed. Okay, finally. That took way longer than it should have.
It was about the timing, and Hella landed in a buy one get one free action.
Wow. Hella is just...
What is happening? This was supposed to be a easy cleanup by VE.
exactly what I was thinking, but something went wrong, and it definitely doesn't look great for a Team Versatile. definitely not looking good. But Grandma and BBQ always in some action. No kills happened yet, but
Yeah, not around here, but they're looking for that long distance. Hikaru not in the smoke, but because of the distance, it's taking some time.
oh come on!
They just carry him. Easy.
All right, well, that fight took longer than expected, and we were talking about how the shots were not landing. So at the end of the day, a couple members will live, but look at this. UPA, third partying, and another member down. Team Versatile just getting hit from left and right, and from two different teams. I feel bad for them, but only one member alive. I think.
Versatile should have listened because situation was already done. They lost their member.
Yeah.
And they should have focused and looked the other way. It was
Yeah, they basically.
slightly too focused on
basically
one
got third party.
direction.
That's what happens when you make your noise, and you're not considering the other third parties to come by. Can I live? One more.
Ming
Boom.
pushing through. Okay, onto the buggy. One.
Oh, tire pop.
Okay,
Come on.
his teammate will also finish him off. Ming, a great play. Mr. Booker wanted to escape with a buggy, and it's crater field. You can only go in. Once you try to get out, it's a disaster. It's more like an ant hell.
Yep.
So you just can't get out from.
Yep, and as you see, UPA is in a pretty good position. Malayan is far away. Probably not going to make their way in, but for now, SMS, they're kind of stuck here in this pit. No kills so far for SMS, but they end up getting at least a couple kills before they go out.
I
so.
think they're totally fine. They're looking down on Cobreria. Probably got a whole lot of information that there's at least a few teams, and you can see all these rotations happening. So, yeah, SMS in a real good spot.
Yep, and you see PBN and Malayan, and I think there was another team, CJC, around and in La Cobreria. We'll see what happens here, because this is a pretty, I don't want to say like huge, but it's big enough for 3 teams, possibly 4 teams if they use the storage unit for the train station. So right now we have CJC, PBN, and Malayan, the 3 teams there.
I think we'll see a lot. We can actually fit in a lot more teams than just 4. We can actually have all like 11 teams.
Yeah, like if they go like 1 compound per team, yeah.
I think we will soon actually see that. Okay, look at the rotation of ATB. Smart move all the way towards the north. It takes some time, but there's no one else. Not likely, because everyone knows, okay, this rotation has to be made quick. Has to be from the eastern side, very likely, or all the way west. But when you make the rotation, you're not likely to get caught. Of course, you go in later. But because of the fact no one makes that type of rotation from the northern side, you are safe. And no one's going to kick you in the butt when you just rush into a compound like this.
Friendly Fire Gaming, they actually are lucky, I guess, in a way, because nobody was in that container. But in the meantime,
P7 risk a move, choosing the main road into Cobreria.
Yep. CJC was waiting for them. Kinch goes down. Agatha, I think, will get rezzed. So I guess in a way, they just lost 1 member for no reason, just for rotations. But they do get a compound.
Which is, I think, a fair trade. Actually, the situation worked out better for them
Yeah.
compared to how risky it could have been.
So now, like you were saying, 4 teams are in Cobreria. Maybe a couple more, like Arctic Black, you can see on the minimap, are making their way. NGE is also wanting to get nearby, but they don't have like all the info, so they're not making it in yet. But in the meantime, SST and ESC are duking it out on the eastern side.
Sastro Let's see if there's any other way than fighting this. It's not being forced by any other team. Okay, the terrain's not that great, so you can't really go straight
look at this
off.
push. Anak.
Nadong spotted him. He heard him coming, and Anak actually spotted him quite fast. Almost brought him down. 7 HP left.
Heal.
But he was alone.
Yeah.
So if Anak came down with a teammate,
We have to keep in mind that ESC are the gatekeepers. They're waiting for Team Sastro to come in. So, you know, they're at the advantage. They're in. They can go in the blue, no problem. Sastro is the team that is in a hurry. Obviously,
yeah, I thought Sastro can actually just rotate north.
Yeah.
Which I because they didn't,
should've
I
done.
thought they didn't have vehicles.
yeah.
They do.
Yeah, they have it.
Okay,
They
it's not.
should've
It's,
just gone.
I actually said it's not. It's actually not too bad after losing just one.
All right. Motorcycle. Speed up. There we go. They'll be good for now. But look
Straight
at
on
this.
cover,
Look at where
yeah.
they're going into. NG. Shots not landing, but
Yeah, because a lot of these teams, even with the vehicles, they expect so many teams to be in Cobra Via already. Since it's about, let's say, already like 65% that will have a city ending. That's the reason why these teams are not really going in, because the Cobra area is covered by some south parts, and there are some big, huge dips like where SMS wants to park in here.
they know FTF is also coming. So we're gonna have a couple of teams fighting for this dip.
Yep, and it's
we go.
just Grandma, and the rest of the squad is actually.
C3.
The rest of the squad is actually shooting them down from the higher angle from the left. I think Grandma might be okay, but UPA is actually helping these guys out.
Well, PDN and SMS is also shooting at UPA. So it's like it's a three-way fight right now.
So they have to bring BBQ down here to save Grandma.
But
Yeah,
the
they're
pushes
going
are
down.
happening.
So that was sort of well handled until they had to deal with UPA.
Hey.
So now we get that Molly in there, but ooh, the fire spreads slightly more on the wood.
Yep.
So
And he's
what's the
also on
reason
fire.
why he threw two, knowing that this is basically a hut? A mess comes in here, but
Come on.
Zeus is godlike at defense.
Getting pushed. Broken Hearts. Oh, he only has an iron sight with the barrel. I feel so bad for Neo.
But to continue the story on Neo and his brothers, they will continue. FTEF came down to pick up a few more kills because they are being pushed. They don't have too much time. They know that UPA is right on top of them. M1 will be finished off by FTF. But it is
Neo's
about
actually
Neo.
choosing to push them. Because BBQ, I think it's his first knock.
He has to watch out because on his back, the city guys might actually see him. Okay, 1-1. Can we get the first person? Yes!
Ooh! So he can get the res onto BBQ. Fortunately for Neo, BBQ, it was his first knock, so his health is going down very slow. So he's like, all right, I'm going to finish this and then come res you, and that actually worked.
SST trapped outside. Zeus not godlike there.
Wow! Oh my gosh! They
You
could
take
drop
my,
the
you take my life, I take your life. I think what he was trying to do was to drop the nade and go into the door, but the enemy came through the door, so he was actually surprised.
Yeah.
I don't think he was planning to go suicide in that room. There was plan B, but that's the reason why you gotta have your headsets perfectly placed. Have to listen well if the enemy's coming from the left or right. Okay, we do have Cobra Ria about 80% now. It's going to be a compound fight. We'll be seeing some like shotguns being picked up.
So in Cobreria we have 5 teams. There's one team that's in there but not in the next
Yeah,
circle.
now,
so
now all the teams, you just have to choose one and go in.
gets knocked out by Solid. Look at these. Look at this. This team, if you take the fight, they'll never back down. They're always there. They're like, all right, you
Yeah,
wanna fight?
I
We're
think
here.
they're superb at the terrain fight.
Yeah.
They are not too far away, but just close enough together with 2 men in the mainframe and then one or two wing side, and they line down the shots together, and that's a scary thing when it comes to Miramar terrain fights. Unless they really let their guards down and get bitten by someone just off to the side, like,
Yeah, like
where,
this.
where Mess knows is actually. I don't think Solid knows about this because they've seen a few other kills. SSTs wiped out. A few other teams actually wiped out from the east. So Solid
getting
has
chased.
no idea.
Not spotted. They're so busy because
Yep.
UPA is also shooting at Solid, so Nose is just following their footsteps.
Yeah, UPA
Oh,
can't
nose.
directly go down because of the city, because of how many teams are actually in the city watching this side.
Come on, I want to see Nose. Here we go. He's cooking the nade. Throws one. Boom.
That's
Oh
GG.
my God!
That's a perfect nade. That's what I'm talking about. Nose gets it done, but he's also low.
Oh my goodness.
Perfect nade to flip it. Take the car, go in. That's the only way. There's
Oh.
no other way for you to survive. You just have to go. Drop is okay, and you just have to go.
Just go maybe behind the antenna.
And just towards the wall, and
Oh
you have
my
some
gosh.
smoke. You will survive. What a play by Nose from Mess. Kept his position, and luckily enough, there's everyone around him, but
gosh.
okay, he's actually okay. And
Well, now he has to move again, but I think he's done everything he could for the team.
okay, SMS actually took care of UPA, which is amazing.
Yep.
With just 2 men. I thought it was a 2v3. If you take the other guy from the back, Neo actually might think there's still one more, but that was insta.
Yep.
Just checking everywhere and getting those loops. So they're fine. They're not going in, and they still have the vehicle. They're not going in. They will still be up here just in case the circle moves away from the city. Then SMS.
Ooh, they're gonna Arctic Black on your screen right now. They're gonna rotate north and then west. They're gonna meet Team V7 and Malayan. We'll see how they'll approach because in the circle, V7 and Malayan are just waiting for sound for rotations.
I think they know that there's no one waiting for those containers and the train section because it's basically open and you can't really keep a squad. You have to be in motion. You can't really stay there. So I think they are trying to run into Malayans. Who's actually getting shot at? Malayans actually got a knock.
Oh, all right. Well, this is a great position for Arctic Black because, like you just said, they're in a fight with another team, so they're not focusing on where Arctic Black is.
TBN also has a full squad set up in a really nice position. Unless they have to cross a south road, they will be right at the center.
Ooh, but Malayan. Corazon throws a nade. He actually heard something. It's a little bit short. But still, they have an idea. All 4 members are alive. They got rest. But Arctic Black, it seems like they've basically found a safe compound. Half of that huge warehouse is in phase 6, so they'll be okay. Look at the southeast and the central part. So 4 teams. Mez Nose is still alive with 3 kills here with that nade. Still alive. Trying to ninja his way in. Oh, he's caught. Yeah, go
Only by FGG, so he can actually. Okay, he's got to use the smokes to get out. At least 2-3.
Yeah. 2 will be fine. Oh, takes a shot. No, you gotta run. Gotta run, bro. No. You can't stay duck. All right.
Because it was higher upper angle, even if you go through the smoke, I don't think he was going to survive anyhow. But he made some amazing play alone, so it's all good and good to go.
Arctic Black might be in the best position, except SMS Neo decides to come to the motels first, or the schools rather, and they took. You know, it's only 2 members, and one of them came in first, so Arctic Black might push them out. But for now, they have the positional advantage. Oh, as I say that, Neo is knocked.
The wanted to push. Yeah, I think they were still fine if as long as they stayed.
Where BBQ is, right?
Yes, because there's no one else, and the angle covers really well. And everyone else from the city has to fight.
Here we go.
Ooh, 4v4 here, FFG versus PBN.
First one goes down from PBN. Aki goes down.
It's a big wipe. And has to get the bullets in. There's still one more, I believe, for PBN.
There we go. That one more is causing trouble.
Hella, the one with only himself.
Oh!
Where did Pudding come from all of a sudden with the grenade? And a second grenade right on top of Aoki.
Wow.
Aoeki. Aoeki, I guess.
So V7 ends up at least making it in to top 4 here.
With just 2 nades, cleans up,
Yep.
gets the compound, and this is full of loot. This is 2 squads of items just on the ground. So they should be fully equipped after, just 2 men.
The sad thing is that Malayans, they've been staying alive. They've been at this compound.
They're very passive.
Yeah,
One of the
they're
most passive teams that we have.
Super passive. They have 0 kills so far.
ATB has been making incredibly smart rotation, not just the vehicle rotation, also in the city. They rotated while fighting to the minimum. Only took shots when it was required, and also even during taking shots, they stopped and rotated. So they cared so much about the rotation. They knew that, okay, it's going to be a city finish. There will be a lot of teams. We have to be careful. And so far, no casualty, and some kills picked up. And ATB has the next circle. Phase 8, it is about time. And also BBQ will be saying, okay, I stay here and get second place, right?
Exactly. BBQ doesn't need to do anything. They just let these 3 teams fight. The first member of Malayan does get confirmed killed.
Jangbu from second floor, just looking down.
He saw him.
He certainly did not get the chance to shoot. It can
gonna have to
certainly
move.
be a hard angle. He sees the rifle from the building.
Oh, he saw SMS. He said, all right, well. He's going to have to either run back into the city or take the fight with BBQ. Yeah, he's going to go back in because if he comes out this way, it's just open field. And unless BBQ potatoes his shots, he'll be able to get it.
That is certainly correct. You have to go for the head. BBQ, you can just prone down and wait. I think he's also trying to, because they already got 5 kills, I think they are trying to, I think BBQ wants a few more kills.
Oh, dies to the blue, but gets the last hit.
Picks up the point.
Oh, okay, so they're going to go towards BBQ. They're going to smoke it. They're going to go towards him. Clean that one player out. A smart move, I guess, in a way.
It is the safest passage. There's only one, and not too many information. Ooh, the camera's switching too much.
All right, here we go. Arctic Black Op is literally just proning on a flat roof here.
Will be about M3. Let's see how far M3 can get it done. Yeah, BBQ only has to look at this direction when V7 has to think about BBQ and few more.
Oh my gosh.
tire, keeping him together.
V7 making a lot of noise.
If
for Arctic
V7
Black,
gets
though.
BBQ quickly enough and they steal this spot,
Yes,
there is
oh my god.
8 HP.
One more? I think did one more come through? Yeah.
And
Wow.
then if they steal the spot, ATB should not let this happen.
Arctic
But
Black,
they're not pushing too far because they also know that there's one more. Yeah, M3. Yeah,
Oh,
found
here
it
we
now.
go.
So I think it's time to push all the way to the road.
Yep, they're gonna have they're gonna have nade Molly through over the across the street and then just push through like you were saying before they re-equip everything.
Yeah, just checking the left wall and finds out that there's no one. Finds that there's 2 Veronica members. It is 2v4. Has to come down. Can Veronica pull this
Nate.
amazing 2v4? Nate's way too low. ATB has so much utility because they did not really fight too much.
Oh,
Pudding almost on fire,
Yeah.
but he's got quick hands. So we'll be okay for now.
All right, OP is out of nade.
And the center is on
Look at
ATB.
the flank, look at the flank.
OP off from the side gets one. Pudding goes down, and it is going to be ATB Arctic Black taking our final and 5th chicken dinner of the day. I think there is a lot to talk about for a lot of compliments and a lot of great plays that we have seen from Arctic Black, even though we do see, of course, most kills by Friendly Fire Gaming, the damage and assist, all that. But I'm a big rotational guy.
Yeah.
I'm a huge rotational guy because I think there are so many good shooters out there. There's so many great shooters, great headshotters, great snipers, sniper riflers, just AR skilled people with great recoil control and massive skills. But PUBG is so much about the squad, the teamwork, and how you can use the map. Because it's set map, you have to understand, you have to know the good spots to hide.
Yeah.
Situation makes so much easier. Even if, let's say you're the best, let's say you're the master, and I'm like a bronze 2.
Yeah.
But if I'm at that center and you have to come all the way with no tree, you just have
Yeah.
to come in.
Oh, if I have to
And
just
I
run.
have a vehicle next to me, I have a tree next to me, I have a rock next to me,
Then it's
and
gonna
I
be
have
hard.
grenades.
Yeah.
You don't have grenades. Well, I guess I'm saying too much then. But even if you're the best shooter, you are very likely to lose because of the situation that you're given.
Correct.
That's PUBG, guys. And Arctic Black, because of these rotation, what could have been like the ending that we have seen from RS.
Yeah.
Like a
disaster.
dive in,
Yeah.
dead at that moment. Like, why? But Arctic Black, the opposite. So smart. And the finish, because they had the full squad. If they had like 2 remaining, maybe Veronica actually could have got the chicken dinner. Who knows? But because they had the full squad, didn't really take too many fights. Only a couple shots exchanged. I think before that moment, they only had about 3-4 kills total.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was smart play, even though it could have been like a dead center Cobreria. We actually got out of it to the bottom road part where SMS had 2 members, but they got down to 1 because when was it Grandma?
Yeah, I think it was Grandma. Got picked
She
off.
lost patience.
Yeah, so anyway, like I'm gonna have to agree because like Arctic Black, like we're going back
Really
and
well
forth,
played.
but
I loved it
yeah,
so
they
much.
rotated really well. Like they rotated north, and then they got off their vehicles. They were on foot, and then they were contested by Malayans for a little bit, but then they ran across, and then they ate half of that warehouse where it was in the circle, and they slowly made their way in. So like at the end of the day, they made smart decisions, smart plays, only took fights where it was needed. But I also want to give credits to SMS BBQ, who was alive all alone for a pretty long time in a dangerous position, but got into a better position to get the placement points, at least for his team.
And I think we're doing the points right now, so it'll take some time. And do not forget, nose.
Oh, yes.
Nose.
If there was
that
a highlight-
perfect pin off throw. Was it an underthrow? I think
No,
it
it
was
was a regular throw.
Slightly
under
regular
the
throw,
car.
but not a high angle.
Yeah.
And
He went under the car and
sneaked in, and well,
that was good.
solid.
I think that was.
I
one
think
of the
they were
highlights.
also trying to get in the car at
Yeah.
that perfect moment.
Yeah.
So one got on the car, 2 was coming towards the car, and grenade right there next to the tire. and then boom. And what even better, the car flip made it
Yeah.
so much better.
Yeah, the car flip. And also like
Not just the triple kill, it was boom, like
Yeah.
Michael Bay ending.
yeah. And the good thing is that it was actually smoked, but the observer mode allowed us to see that action through the smoke. So, you know, that was, I think, one of the highlights of this match number 5.
It was the
But-
highlight of the entire tournament so far.
Yeah.
That grenade, yeah,
That
when
is
you
true.
have that
That
kind
is
of
true.
nade, it's actually insane.
That's true. But I do want to see how the ranks changed because Arctic Black and NG, right? Like in match 4, NG did well. So like they came out from the bottom half to the top half. Arctic Black was not doing so well either. But with this last win in match 5, they're going to make their way to the top. So, you know, we're going to have Friendly Fire Gaming, who had 2 chicken dinners right, today. Solid, who had 14 kills and a chicken dinner, who made it. And then the other 2 that I mentioned. So, like, so all the teams that are in the bottom half, just doing a little well in one match, will pop themselves into the top of the bracket.
Yeah, of course. And we still have 5 more matches, so we don't exactly know what's going to happen tomorrow. But after some study, I think tonight's really the night you go back to your
Yeah.
games, have that replay, and just think about the rotation, especially because we had 3 Miramars today, so it's 3 Erangel tomorrow. So 5-5 even. But especially for the teams that wants to work on the rotations, like which is a safer path, how it's going to come down. I think tonight will be a big night for all the teams, especially for the top teams that has to really take a look into a lot more studying time tonight. Yeah, no time to sleep. Well, they have to get some good night's sleep. They'll have time because PUBG will again be the first game tomorrow. And this is the
Wow.
total of all 5 matches that we had today.
So-
FFG, ooh, wow, very high up on top.
This actually shows that this match 5 was pretty evenly spread because NGE, you see them on 9th place. They were on the left side, but with just a small amount of point changes, they got pushed down.
I
all
think
the way to 9th.
NGV went up to like 5th place. Or
Yeah.
6th.
So they were somewhere around there, but after round 5, Arctic Black, they made it into 2nd place, but the other teams on the first half, like starting from 4th to 8th, they made like a couple of kills. They got a couple of round points, but then that ended up pushing down NGE all the way down to 9th, which meant round 5 was a pretty close matchup within the teams. And FFG, holding their first place. But Arctic Black is not too far back, and I think Solid also still has a great chance to come back tomorrow because they're a team that is not scared to fight. They get the kill points. If they work on a little bit on the rotations that you're talking about, I think they'll be a really strong team.
Yes, I think that's exactly what we have. Also, Red Sea eSports, we saw some explosive actions that they can also provide.
Yeah.
So expect them to keep up their lead within the top. And even tomorrow, Veronica 7, okay, they have actually climbed with just grabbing by a couple more points. Of course, right below them, it's just 4 points away. With 5 placements difference.
Yep.
But still, they're still climbing up. Not that many kills compared to all the other teams. Actually, with the lowest number of kills, only team below 20 kills on the left side.
Yeah.
So yeah, very interesting things happening here with all 16 teams. Of course, it does feel like slightly more crowded compared to 14 that we had yesterday.
Yeah, and you were talking about Veronica. They're playing the rotational kind of fights because only 18 kills. Let's hope that tomorrow they get a little bit more confidence and make their kills come in a little bit more.
Yeah, until it was PUBG, we had 5 matches, 5 more matches of PUBG coming up tomorrow, but we're not done yet. We have League of Legends and also HEARTHSTONE coming up next, so stay tuned, and we will be back tomorrow, but League of Legends after the break.
Famous river flows lands of the gained rhyme, a long history. Beside Lilia River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China's Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Malan Mountain in the south. Today, the Malan Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Malan Mountain belongs to every country creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. Shanabi Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Shansha, Malan Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HU
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정한 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이야 한심하긴
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
네가 치는 그런 말은 알아 자 그게 뭐지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song penetrates half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows lengths elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer, every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Big Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진다면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이라 한심하게는
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 트렌드란 말은 알아 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣었다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
A folk song pans through half a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements trim into the soul. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면 등 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이야 심하게는
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 티레드란 말은 알아 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼
Hello and welcome to another day of League of Legends here at IEF 2021. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf once again, and we are going to be bringing you one of these semifinals, is what we are thinking today.
Yeah,
Wolf.
that's right, and it's going to be a best of three, and we're actually going to get a little bit more high-level play, I think, than what we got yesterday. That's at least the hope. And the match that we will be covering will be a Korean team against a Chinese team, the two strongest regions in League of Legends right now, which is really exciting to see. So some of this talent, you know, maybe we'll be seeing in the LPL or in the LCK in a few years. You never know.
Yeah, or any year or any region around the world could be as well. So definitely look out for these guys. This is kind of what this is all about. You know, a lot of the different universities from around the world coming together and playing here at the International eSports Festival. So we were having a bit of fun yesterday. It was very relaxed. We had a lot of downtime, a lot of interesting moments. I think today, with the rise in League of Legends quality, we might actually hunker down and analyze a little bit more.
Yeah,
but, it's been fun.
It might be a little bit more of a serious tone today. We'll see how the games do go. I don't think we'll be ending a game with a Gnar that has 20 CS at level 8 when the game ends at 16 minutes.
Hopefully not.
I don't think we'll be seeing that today, but, you know, if we do, I'm about it, you know? I mean, that level of domination I don't normally get to commentate, so.
True. To new experiences, perhaps, in that way. We do have the overview here, guys, so same thing we were looking at yesterday. We were having a round robin, best of one. We got to cast, I believe, 4 of those games. And now we're going to have one best of 3 for today. And, of course, lots of money on the line for all these guys who are playing for their specific university teams. And speaking of which, these are the teams that did make it through.
That's right. I believe the match that we are casting is going to be CMG versus HUMG, which is CTU. I believe. Actually, no. Are we casting the bottom one? I think we're casting the top one, but I'm not actually 100% sure which of these two
Not
matches.
sure.
They're both actually. No, it's the bottom one, because the top one. Yeah, the top one is actually a China versus China mirror matchup, or actually China versus Vietnam rather. So I think it is the bottom one that we are casting. In fact, CTU logos versus SSSS. I think we'll probably get a more expanded version of that team name once we get into the game.
Maybe they're just a snake. Yes.
We'll
versus
find out.
CTU logos. Yeah, I would assume that's the match that we are casting, especially with the Korean team in it. But, you know, probably, but we're not sure.
Probably we're not sure. That's the motto.
That's the motto. So we're going to have to wait and see what exactly we are going to be doing here. But it's pretty cool to see, you know, the teams that did make it through. Obviously, we were playing like a bunch of random matches yesterday. But based on the standings, these teams on the left are the ones that did make it through that. And then, of course, played the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and the winner of this, of course, will move on to the finals to face the other team in the semi who wins that one. And the finals will be the last thing, if I'm not mistaken, on the stream tomorrow. So, like, very late here in Korea Standard Time. So, very important matches. Yesterday, like, you know, we were kind of, as you mentioned, kind of riding the wave of, like, what's happening. We didn't really know where we were going or what the standings were.
Or from where we were coming from.
Exactly.
We were out adrift on a piece of driftwood in the middle of the ocean, being thrown around by the waves from either side. But I think this time there will be a little bit more structure, and we'll just be able to have this one best of 3 casted, see who does make it through. You know, we are here in Korea. We're in Daejeon, of course, and I think a lot of the Korean fans obviously going to be cheering for C2 logos to try to make it through to the finals. And, you know, I'm not biased either way, but I think that in terms of what would make the most exciting finals, I would like to have at least 2 different regions.
Yeah, that would be more fun.
If, like, SSSS, which, I mean, we're going to see exactly what team that is, up against HUMG, like, that could be a fun one as well, like China versus Vietnam, or if we get Korea versus either of the teams on the other side, I think it will be fun. If it does end up being China versus China, also not too surprising based on the amount of hype and just the amount of people that are playing League of Legends in China right now. It's an insane amount, and obviously they did just win the World Championship.
True.
For competitive League of Legends around the world. So I'm sure a lot of those guys are riding the hype train, practicing a lot, and maybe they will be the best players in this tournament.
That could end up being the case. I mean, China historically has been, for most games around the world, the second best region to Korea. And then recently, oftentimes the best. So very excited to see how they perform. I think we'll see, again, a closer game than what we saw. The games we saw yesterday were, very one-sided. But
yeah, hopefully not that again. And, we were watching the Japanese team yesterday, and we were like, this team is great. They're awesome. I mean, they smashed this other team, but they didn't make it to the final day, or final couple of days, I should say.
Yeah, playoffs. They didn't make playoffs.
Yeah, which is pretty interesting. I mean, they must have. I saw they went 3-2, I believe. So I think they probably lost their 2 games against the top 2 teams in their group, and that's what we ended up with. Not too surprising, I suppose. But yeah, I thought they were really good. But I guess maybe they were just kind of stomping on one of the weaker teams. But either way, guys, we will be casting. In fact, CTU Logos versus Central South University.
Yeah, I guess the Central might have been an S in the spelling that they went with.
Perhaps,
here. I
yeah.
don't know. All right, let's take a look at this draft.
Also,
though.
University starting with an S.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We do have a Camille ban here. Ended up being very strong in that match with the Japanese team.
Mm-hmm. Leona first banned on blue side. Leona definitely still very strong. We saw a lot of presence of Leona even in the World Championship. That did happen recently, of course, for 2021. Jarvan as well. Kind of got made into a bit of a flex pick, but you generally do see it in the jungle. And it seems like it's pretty highly valued nowadays.
Yeah, we'll see the Lee Sin get taken away with the Xinjiao, which is very strong, highly banned champion in this tournament. See if Vex makes it through. That's been kind of a interesting contested pick we saw in VCS, but also we're seeing a little bit here in this tournament too. Don't know if we'll be highly prioritized in terms of first pick, but hey, shoutouts to Arcane and the Jinx first pick coming through. Didn't expect that one.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I don't know how to feel about that. It doesn't really tell the other team what you're doing, I suppose, but generally one first pick won't do that. So to go ahead and just pick up an 80 carry, maybe, Suzik is a really great Jinx player. That's what I would expect with something like that. As we're going to get an answer.
There's
of
a Lulu. Yeah. We've seen a lot of Lulu. We saw a little Lulu in the World Championship and has been banned actually a lot on red side this tournament. So actually going to get picked up here. The question is what 80 carry will go with it. Maybe a Felios. I mean, that's the most common pick you've seen paired with it in recent times. That would be my expectation here.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprising. Something that can handle the Jinx in lane in terms of the range as well. As
looks like we got kicked out of the game.
Somebody forgot to pick. She was on her phone.
She was looking up some stats,
It's okay. We've all got. I have my phone here too.
I got mine.
It's just the way of the world. Everybody's got a phone. And yeah, probably maybe a connection issue. Maybe he just took too long to pick and it kicked all of us out, but we are going to have to restart that draft, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to be happening. We'll be back into the game shortly. It's been really interesting, this event so far, Valdez, hanging out with you. We've been dealing with some technical issues.
My leash.
Trying not to pull your head, but I needed to sit back in my chair for a second here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be jumping into this one again shortly, probably. We don't know.
Probably, but we don't know. Yeah, that's the way it goes. There were some upgrades to the desk, as you guys can see. Now, instead of one ripped paper, which is, by the way, still over here with my hockey stick, I do have more papers. There's actually 3 more here, and I have a pen. So that's some upgrades that we've gotten to the desk.
Yeah, I've got a pen too, some papers. Some
Yeah.
water that you guys can't see. My hair's very messed up today.
It's a lot of water as well. We'll fast for water, and they're like, here, we're going to give you water. You want water, Here's a liter and a half.
I can't show it to you guys because I haven't taken off the sponsor labels, or the non-sponsor labels, rather, I should say.
The unsponsored company of water. Unfortunately, Samyang does not make water, I don't think.
Yeah, actually, I think they might.
You think so?
Yeah, Nongshim makes water too, but they're not our sponsor.
Shout out to them, I suppose.
I think Samyang does make water, but I'm not 100% sure.
Maybe.
They don't make this water though, so keep
They
it
make some fantastic advertisements with goats and chickens and opera and little ham that they've added to it as well. Very cute, very good stuff. I've been enjoying that. Well, I did enjoy it for like the first 3 times, and then like once we got to time number 46, I was like, well, this is getting a little bit old, but still a really nicely produced commercial. So I gotta shout them out as well. Wolf's like, I need to drink water, so I'm gonna pull off this tab right now. Gotta get it done. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what's going on. I'm sure they're just remaking the lobby, and that we can just go for that. Wolf is going to look fantastic drinking his water. And yeah, we've just been hanging out in Daejeon, you know. Again, shout out to Daejeon hosting this event. Really great city. I've been liking what I've been seeing so far. Eating a healthy amount of buffalo chicken pizza.
Yeah.
And yeah, just the food that they have prepared for us here is also really nice. So, been surviving off of that so far, alongside of water.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to survive with today. We don't have any updates for you guys about the game. I hope it happens soon. We're just kind of waiting. I mean, the thing is, what will happen, and this has happened a lot in the past with League of Legends remakes, is the lobby will be remade, the bans have to happen exactly the same way they happened before, the picks have to happen the same way they happened before, so I don't know if we'll like watch that or if they're going to skip ahead to the part where we were. We're hoping the Aphelios gets locked in. We'll find out soon, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't know, and yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes with these kind of tournaments. You know, we're the English broadcast. We're doing the piggybacking, so we just hop on the back of the broadcast of what the Korean side is doing, and sometimes we just gotta wait and see what's gonna happen. So bear with us while we are here, and yeah, what's your favorite Daejeon food?
Oh, the gukbap I was talking about yesterday. It's really, really good. Gukbap, for those of you guys who don't know, is like a soup that you put rice in. You don't have to put the rice in it, but you can eat it with the soup.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't gotten to get it yet because we've been busy working on this event, so maybe hoping tomorrow, since we start a little bit late, maybe I can get some of that.
Yeah, I think that would be good right about now. I did eat like 2 hours ago, but for some reason talking about food makes me hungry. And yeah, we're just chilling out. We're just waiting for the games to start. I was looking into some of the statistics. Both of these teams should be evenly matched based off of what we have, but also in some of the groups, as we were seeing yesterday, like some of the teams just did not perform very well. So I suppose it's possible that maybe one of these teams got an easy group, and that's part of the reason why they didn't make it through.
I'm just asking if there is an update on the scenario here, because we don't have any.
That would be nice.
Check it in.
Nice to get an update, no doubt. Yesterday we did, unfortunately, like we started a bit late, and then we had a bunch of delays in the middle. So hopefully we don't have to do that today. But for now, again, we're kind of left with the blindfolds on. What's it looking like?
So there was a bug with the client, and they weren't able to choose their champion, so that's why they got kicked, and they're remaking, is what I was told.
Well, remaking the lobby. That's kind of what you would expect, but I thought we'd be in by now, but not just ready. Yeah, the problem seems to be on Team SSSS.
Yes.
so that makes sense because they were the ones that were having trouble picking. I'm excited to see the Jinx play, not just because of Arcane, but because they first picked it when there were so many power picks left available. I think that the AD carry on the side of CTU Logos is probably going to be one of their best players if you're going for a pick like that. You know, it's cool to do an event like this too because generally in professional play it's like, okay, everything can be kind of rigid where it's like, okay, our AD carry can play pretty much anything, so, you know, if there's a really strong AD carry pick, we can prioritize it, but we don't have to because we can get something else for one of our other players. But when you get into more of a, you know, university league, these players aren't professionals per se, so they have limited champion pools, right? It's very different in that fact.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, your traditional AD carry player will be able to play like anything, even the non-meta champions, extremely well. And it's actually more common than you'd think that a mid player, for example, will play a lot of other roles, and not just because like it's hard to get mid, you know, in solo queue, which is another reason why people play off roles. But you know, there's a lot of players who will like to study the other roles so they can understand how they want to play their role a lot better.
Yeah, that is very true. Any more updates?
No, sadly.
Sadly, no. We are still waiting here for the information. I mean, we had the information, but I guess it's taking a little bit of time to get the client started up. And yeah, I've been hanging out. They actually, this whole arena is really cool because I didn't even know that something like this existed in Daejeon, but being part of this event allowed me to come down to this arena and experience it, and it's really cool. Like it can definitely seat a pretty nice audience of maybe 250, 300, I would say. And the computers are all state of the art. Obviously, the internet is fantastic. Even back in the waiting room, we have great computers that we can just use because we're just hanging out in the playrooms. Because, you know, unfortunately, due to the pandemic, none of the players are here with us. So it's been nice to use those computers and just hang out back there as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because like I really do feel that one day we are going to move towards a more city-based model for esports. You know, it's been done in other games like Overwatch League, and the LPL kind of does it in China already for League of Legends. But I think that in Korea it's probably bound to happen. There's a lot of esports arenas popping up right now. There's one here. There's one in Busan. So
yeah,
maybe one day.
Also, the thing about Korea is that it's not a huge country, right? Like, you're surprised that they could actually do it in China because, you know, it's gigantic. But for Korea, it's like you can take a train from one end to the other, and it would take, I mean, 2.5, maybe 3 hours maximum, maybe even less. And it's just very accessible, right, to all the other places in the country. So if you're a team from Seoul and you got to play a team in Busan, you know, you can do that very easily. It's not difficult, and sometimes even those train rides could be shorter than some of the van rides that the teams take for, you know, competitive matches and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. So my guess is I have a suspicion that whatever the issue is still recurring. Excuse me. Because we haven't gotten back into the lobby, and so...
Yeah. So here we are still. Might be time to break out the hockey stick here again in a moment because, you know, there's not much League of Legends happening, so maybe bringing on some other kind of form of entertainment could be nice. Wolf is doing a great job checking in for us because otherwise we don't get the information, so we got to do it this way. And thanks for bearing with us, guys. All of you guys who have been watching the tournament with passion. Very nice to have you all. And yeah, hopefully we get to do this in the future as well. Maybe, you know, IEF 2022. That would be a lot of fun as well. Maybe get a new city the next time. Although because of this amazing city, maybe we'll just come back here, as it does look like we are in the pick ban once again. And let's see how it is going to go. As I will be handling it from here, guys, for now. And we will see what does happen here in this big band. So far, just the same stuff. By the way, the CTU, just want to shout out Chunam, another nice city here in Korea. Techno University. I thought it would be Technological University. Maybe that's what it's short for, but also techno could be obviously a type of music, which is pretty fun. As we are here, we do have Jinx that is first picked once again. And for some reason, the Korean commentators are very surprised by that, but those are the rules. You have to pick the same champions that were picked the last time. So hopefully, Luo Jia Rong can get a pick going. We don't have any more issues. TF. Looks like TF is going to be the choice now, as it does get selected. And this is a pick that I thought would have been picked much earlier, actually, is the Graves. Graves can be flexible, obviously much more often played in the jungle, even now, but still very strong. And I thought they would just pick that up first pick, but they are still going to get it on the side of CT Logos. And let's see what they are going to go with over here as well. Maybe a support pick to match. And no, it's just going to be Silas. So Silas is going to be popping out here. And Silas, obviously very good into the TF. I think that, you know, just in general being able to steal the Destiny is really, really nice to just follow the TF around the map. Also, you can get pretty aggressive against that pick. And we'll see how it does go, as Kindred does get locked in. Kindred, a pretty strong jungler, I would say, in this patch. It's very good against Graves as well, so don't mind it. Obviously, these two teams that have made it up to the top, the tippy top of this one, are just, you know, obviously really informed and knowledgeable about the current meta in League of Legends, so that's really nice to see. Blitzcrank is going to be banned, which Blitzcrank is kind of an interesting ban. You don't see Blitzcrank all too much, but I suppose it's really good against what they already have. A lot of squishy champions, even the Kindred. You know, you consider everybody's grouping up for the Kindred ultimate, and then somebody gets pulled out, so you're not feeling too good about that. So they do ban that away. Aurelia is also going to be taken off the board. Not a bad idea. I think it's just strong in general. It's an ED top to go along with a TF in the mid lane. Although, would have been a lot of AD damage because TF actually doesn't bring a huge amount of AP damage. So Twitch is going to be the choice immediately. As, by the way, we did have Thresh and Fiora bans, but that happened so quickly that I was, like, not even sure what was going on. As Twitch will be decided on for the bottom lane alongside of the Lulu. So, a very squishy comp so far. They do have a really nice amount of scaling with kind of the double AD already and the Enchanter support. So, maybe they want to go for something like Ornn, or not sure what exactly how Tian can play. Rel is going to be the choice. There's a lot of support picks that are available at the moment. And they do go for that one. And take a look at this. They're actually going to take the Ornn themselves. So an extremely tanky front line for the side of CTU. And they have a Jinx. So just a huge amount of scaling even in that one champion alongside of the Ornn. And you also have the Graves, who can function as kind of a short-range AD carry and scale up pretty nicely as well. So now they have saved the counter pick for the top lane. It will be Gnar that is going to be coming in here. Is a bit of a tank, obviously a bit more squishy, but when he does hit that Mega Gnar form, he can do the right thing and get in that front line, as Yeah, very interesting composition so far based on what I can see. I'm hoping that SSSS can actually rotate and swap some of those champions that they do have. Otherwise, we might go to another short break. But as we speak, I'm actually being joined by one of my other League of Legends commentators normally. Unfortunately, Wolf had to step away for a bit of an emergency situation. So here we have Chronicler, who did cast some Hearthstone yesterday, and now he's going to hop in for League.
Yes. Hello.
Hi.
It's a surprise to everyone, including me. But here we are.
Surprise cast.
So now the real question for me is this the return of the Veldana list? Is it gonna happen? Yeah, I'm seeing
the issue that they were not able to swap.
That's hopefully gonna be solved soon.
I think we're gonna have to remake it.
Yeah.
So we already remade it once. But what happened there was that they weren't able to select. There was a bug and they weren't able to select the champion, so they had to remake the lobby, and I believe that we will have to do it once again here. So I think I'm just going to be the Valdez. I don't think the Valdanalyst is going to happen.
Really? I was
Yeah.
kind of excited. You know, the return of play-by-play chronicler that doesn't really have a cool fancy name, but if you're not ready, then
It's really hard to make a cool name out of play-by-play.
you can't. No.
Play-by-chronicler.
No. Although I do gotta say that honestly, Valdez, it's a pleasure to join you. I hope we can get into some actual gameplay, but
We
it's
will
not
eventually.
It's not really gonna hold us back. You know,
Yeah,
we're having a great
we'll
time.
just chill.
Yeah,
We can always
not in a
break
rush.
out the Imperium Legends if there's too long of
yeah.
a break.
Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry.
There's always an issue.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of an update on Wolf. I did mention emergency situation. He was just a bit sick, so that is why he did get replaced. And hope he's feeling better. Obviously, sometimes you come to a new city, you're eating different foods. Sometimes that can mess with your stomach if it's not used to it. So let's see what we can do here. We're still stuck on this screen, which I suppose is better than just looking at our boring old faces.
Yeah. Blech. Don't want
Gross.
Don't want any of that. I'm wondering. The fact that we're still stuck on this lobby can mean a couple of things. None of which are good.
Okay.
So remains to be seen, because generally I'd expect the lobby to get just fully remade if it actually doesn't go through. So now I'm wondering, did they pause it? Is it just a screen cap, and are we now looking at a draft that's being remade behind the scenes?
Probably.
There's many avenues.
That's what I would expect. Because, it's not like we can just pause the lobby here. That
No.
doesn't seem to be a thing that,
No.
that League of Legends has figured out just yet. We do not have the technology. Hi, it's Mal.
I'm here.
Wolf
Wonderful.
has transformed into a Mal.
Yeah.
Chronicler. Or just Mal.
Worse. That's the alternative. Exclamation mark, and in full caps.
Of course.
Yeah.
Three letters.
Yes.
I like that, actually. Yeah.
It's a mononym.
Feels like you're making a statement
I don't.
as you jump into the scene.
I don't feel like I generally make a lot of statements.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm more of a question guy.
True.
Yeah. I don't know how apt it is, but maybe the contrast is nice.
The contrast.
Yeah, between what you see and what you get, because what you come into the stream, what you expect is a League of Legends stream with Wolf and Valdez,
Yeah.
and instead you're looking at us.
Yeah. And also the Korean commentators behind us.
Yeah.
Look at them.
That's quite nice.
They're doing great.
They did PUBG as well,
Yeah,
if
actually
I'm
the
not
same
mistaken.
three people.
Yeah, much more talented than we are.
Yeah.
I say as I'm casting off the next. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah.
If you could call it that.
We're just gonna have to wait and see.
We don't know.
The thing is, I don't know if you know this, but
Oh.
okay. There's League of
Hello.
Legends. All right. take a look at that. They even did like a meta thing where they all ran to the bottom lane and got vision down there in the brush. We weren't seeing too much of that yesterday, Mal.
I personally do not know how I feel about Glacial Augment On.
So this is like the new thing. We've been seeing this actually all tournament. A lot of Leonas are taking Glacial Augment. You'll notice that Rel also has it.
And that I get. Like I in a support position, it makes a little bit more sense to me. But I'm happy to be convinced. Specifically into this matchup, I feel like you run into the same issue that you have with Grasp, where you should never be in range. Or rather than not, if you zoned well, should never be in range for you to actually get any value out of that augment. Then again, extra lockdown when you have a Grace is not the end of the world. So we'll see what ends up happening. That's a very nice one.
Okay, there you go. Gonna slow them both up as in goes the Jinx. Over the wall is the Twitch. And he had to burn his flash. You saw everybody burned a summoner, but actually the Twitch player. By the way, all these names for the Chinese team, a little bit difficult, but we will get through them. Hong Wei Pen, he did have to flash away. But yeah, the Glacial Augment is interesting. I'm just seeing it a whole lot more. Like, I forget if it got buffed on a recent patch, but it feels like almost every melee support is playing it, and maybe it's like buffed for melee.
Could be.
Sure, because that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I have not kept up as religiously with League, seeing as the Aussie, and you know, I was brought in as the resident Hearthstone expert, so I did play a lot of Hearthstone. That was great.
Yeah.
But I have not really kept up, so this is nice for me as well. We're learning, we're checking out, and now the flash might actually come into play here.
Yeah, this Twitch is so dead. I mean, there's just nothing else to say. First blood, they got the flash, and then unfortunately there was just no vision down there, so they didn't even know that the Graves was there. Even if the Graves wasn't there, I'm not 100% sure he would have gotten away, but either way, and it's a really nice capitalization, and that first pick Jinx getting fed.
Yeah, it's always a very scary prospect. However, I'm not sure. Would like to see this bot lane roam down. Very nice smite though, and picking up the early Scuttle Crab. It's not as good as it used to be. Normally as Graves, you know, in Season 11, you would have just dinged 4 right off that, and you would have been very happy. Instead, not really gonna happen, as you see the invade coming through here. I don't know if you want to do this. Your Twisted Fate is nowhere near.
Twitch can't join. I mean, I guess he kind of can. He's level 2. And Twisted Fate does come down, but teleport's available here for white. The Silas player on the side of the Korean team, CTU Logos, as that is just about as good as it gets when it comes to an engage. And look at this, so much damage being done on the front line. There is no hope really for SSSS to get much done, as the Jinx is chasing down the Kindred and will pick up, I think, her second kill in the contest, as so far CTU Logos are really just dunking on them.
And this game was still very much within the realm of achievable for SSSS.
we were talking about this before, yeah.
Yeah.
Central South University, but SSSS. We didn't quite get it, but we're wondering if it was snake related, but we don't know.
Maybe. I almost want to abbreviate into 4S, but I feel like we can. I think we're allowed to. Yeah,
we have the power.
We're able to. Honestly, just a beautiful engage here, and the problem here, of course, is that if you can play this fight a lot slower and you can kind of kite back, you're in a much better position. Still don't feel like it's very favorable, especially without a Narbar that's actually at the ready for you. As we see, yeah, order getting cancelled, nice vision denial, but doesn't actually matter in the end. And now the state of the game is abhorrent. You have a Jinx that has 2 kills, and Water isn't done yet.
Yeah, Rella's here, as he's not going to be able to get the stun down as the flash comes in, but he walks back right into the Silas, who is going to take him down. Really nicely set up there by White. and maybe a little bit too aggressive on the side of Lo Jia-rong.
Yeah, mistakes left and right, and honestly, already I am incredibly impressed with what we've been seeing from Water here. Multiple plays, every single kill that has been found so far has been him going in with the crash down, finding multiple people, setting up for the rest of his team, and then White, Clown, Sujik, they can just run in, pick up the kills, and it is really, really easy. The one shining light that you have here as 4S is that in the top side you do have Na with the call, getting further and further ahead, but if that is your main pressure point on the map and you're playing with something like a Twisted Fate, I don't know if that's going to be enough. We kind of need to see TF start roaming across the map. Because otherwise, when you go into straight team fights, into a Jinx and Ornn composition,
yeah,
even with your Twitch Lulu, I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you get this far behind as well, you're not going to be feeling too good about scaling up against that. And as you mentioned, I mean, you're not really getting too much work done as it stands early on in the game. So looking a little bit difficult here for 4S. As you can see, everybody grouping up once again. Water is here as well. And the Destiny is going to be stolen by White. We saw the Silas come in after the TF as that counter pick, something we've seen a lot even in the LCK. And you could see that CT was hanging around this dragon, maybe thinking about getting in there, but the waves are currently not great, so they're just going to clean those up. And it does mean that the Kindred will be able to pick up a stack.
And that's something. Haven't really been getting a lot as White, again, moving forward, going in, but doesn't actually want to take the risk. I think diving is a bit premature, so I like this, personally. They know, they know. No.
I love this name, by the way, Clown.
Yeah. Only thing it misses is actual Shaco gameplay.
Yeah.
Will be there.
Or just another guy named Fiesta.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that person does exist.
Yeah.
But they're not on the same team as, uh-oh, the TF's going to die again, and here goes Twitch as well. The heal is actually just barely going to save his life, but keep in mind that we do have Destiny coming out, as here comes the Silas, of course, who did steal that Destiny game, and he's going to be able to collect that kill. I thought maybe we were going to see a Super Mega Death Rocket, but it was already used in the trade, which we did kind of miss there at the beginning of the trade in the bottom side, just because there's so much action with CTU logos dominating.
It's disaster all around for 4S. They're unable to really get any lead outs of the one in top, which hasn't really turned into anything else yet. We see insane amounts for the Jinx already with a couple of kills set up by Water. And now with White also getting fed, they're quickly running out of ways to really get anything done as 4S. When you look at this composition, if you don't get an early to mid-game lead, eventually, if you get far enough into the game, your Twitch is going to be able to 1v9, but there's not really a front line to speak of. You're just working with exclusively that Gnar, which, while tanky, doesn't really fulfill the same role that you're going to be looking at. Something like the Ornn will most certainly do that. And I don't know how you're going to regain control of this game, because now every time that you try to set up a play, I don't even know if you win the 2v2, the 2v3s, right? Like, even with an extra men there, if CTU can just stall for a little bit, I think they can just win, turn around any play with the lead they've already gathered for themselves. And it's not like they don't scale well. There's Ornn, Silas, Graves, and Jinx. That's
seems okay.
Yeah, you could be behind and still be completely fine. And stuff like this, unforced flash is continuously happening. It's just going to make it worse and worse.
Yeah, not to mention he just hit level 5 on that Lulu. So that will be the Mountain Drake going down. We got Ocean next. Might mean that we get a interesting rift.
Oh.
With the Hextech and Chemtech souls potentially going to be coming out here. As White is getting in there again. It's another stun. Does shoot him with the turret as here comes the Kindred, but it's really difficult. And White just takes his life away. As Leon Found is going to use the ultimate just barely, and he steps outside of the ultimate. Well, He was trying to lose aggro on the turret, I suppose, and that did actually cost him his life. But really cool, aggressive play did come out at least to begin.
That is one of the most beautiful sequences of play, followed up by complete faceplant into the keyboard, because not only did he step out of the Kindred ultimate, but he also had his own. He could have used that as he saw the final shot come down. But honestly, super impressive from White. Loving the aggression that's coming out. Silas is that type of champion where you're going to be looking at these kind of cutthroat, hit or miss moments, right? And especially when you're this fed, I applaud any instinct that a player might have to go in as aggressively as he did right there. The confidence clearly there. And if that wasn't enough, meanwhile, well, you know what Kindred is. That kill comes through. That means it's a completely free dive on bot side. Nothing to be done there with how far behind they are. There's not even a Wild Grove available. No summoners. It's free pickings. And CTO Logos is just running them over now.
To be honest, Chronicler, you know, before coming into today, we said, okay, well, yesterday we had a lot of blowouts. It's the group stage that can happen. Today, it's Korea versus China, and it should be an even matchup. But so far, this is just as one-sided as what we got yesterday. So hopefully, maybe in the next game, this is a best of 3 after all. We could see, you know, some more even play as Clown is just hunting.
Not again.
It's hunting season for the Graves, and I think he's got a Lulu on the mind, but instead of that, he's just going to hang around, take down the turret.
They only get first turret blood.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, Twitch.
Oh, White!
Okay. No, it's okay. I respect it. He doesn't know what Kindred... I mean, now he knows what Kindred is. And this is okay. I wonder whether Shakespeare can actually get out of here.
Yep. He's just, just walk the other way.
Just waddling.
Yeah.
Just go waddling.
Hanging out. I love it.
The other end of the map. No problem for him whatsoever. And honestly, I am kind of shocked the Gold League is not bigger than it is. Like, I was expecting a lot more. 2K, 2.3K within the realm of what has happened thus far in this game. Not that crazy. Pretty sure that he's going to be fine as the queue to get over the wall. Vaults away.
Did miss, and now they're going hunting for an orange buff, although this one looks a little bit more green. That is one dead Gnar. Okay, all 5 of them are up here, and they're even able to alley-oop that kill over to the Jinx as if he needed more kills. Yeah, again, kind of surprised that the gold lead is not higher after how far ahead they are in terms of kills.
Have you seen Arcane, Valdez?
Not all of it.
Not all of it, no. Yeah. There's a lot of jokes, Arcane jokes to be made about Jinx getting a lot done. But I'm not gonna do that. You know, I won't put you in that position. There's a ton of players going down here on bot side, and honestly, I truly have been away for a little bit too long, I think, because I'm seeing a tier on this Ornn, and I just want to see what's going to happen with that. What is they going to get built into something, or is it just for the sustaining lane? Because the sustaining lane, I'm fine with it. If it actually gets built into something, that will be quite nice.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash those chompers.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of flashes just thrown out like candy right now by 4S. And I think that's part of how they're getting themselves in trouble. I think the positioning just needs to be better. Their understanding of where they're at in the game needs to be a bit better as well. And, well, speaking of which, that is going to be the dead Gnar now. Flashless as well. Water is going to have to flash himself, as now the Twitch is able to get something, but he will immediately just get blown up by the Graves. So we have the streaks continued by our Jinx and Graves players as they pick up a kill each.
And this is also the snowbally Graves, right? None of that crit, just going full lethality. So once you get in range, you just pop targets instantly. Nothing that they can really do about it. And I agree with you, Velas. I think that especially with a composition like this, once you're behind, it's really, really hard to play out correctly, and we see that 4S just not really able to get that done. They're still getting objectives. The gold lead is still surmountable, large part due to the fact that the CSing has actually been great. They have a TF on that team, but the overall state of the game is not in the greatest of places. And
wow.
Yeah.
It's Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about this, but we used to meme, I mean, we still do. We meme Cloud Souls all the time as that Twitch nearly died, as the rocket will come out, and he will just barely be able to sidestep that one, as now TF is getting run down here in the top lane, as he's going to have to flash. You saw that White wasn't necessarily going to commit to that, and he does get the summoner out once again. But yeah, now with the addition of 2 extra Drakes and Souls, we might be memeing it even more. As here's some more action. They do have the Narc coming in from behind. This might actually be a decent fight for the side of 4S, but everybody is just being massacred in the back line. I suppose you could say the same for CTU, but now they still have Clown available. They still have the Silas up here as well. And it does look like, ooh, that Everfrost actually is going to hit onto Lulu just barely at the end, as TF gets here a little bit too little too late.
And this is one of the situations where objective bounties might also come into play, right? Because 4S is actually able to sneak away a Drake there that, in terms of gold, is going to get them a lot closer, or rather keep them in the race. And this is not necessary. Ill-advised dive here. Can just play it a little bit slower, because now you are funneling into now. Very well played there. Able to get that Jinx to cleanse. Just not quite perfectly timed, of course. You're looking to cleanse the stun, but then get away from the actual knock-up as Gnar throws you into the wall. Fortunately for CTU, they are still incredibly far ahead, so as long as one of the damage dealers is alive, they're going to be able to single-handedly win the fight regardless. And you do also see that in a more even setting, I think that 4S actually had a lot going on there, where as long as you get your Lamb's Respite on your Twitch, he's going to be able to shred down the health bar, then you throw a Lulu ult on top of him, and then he just guns down everyone that still remains standing. But with how fed the members CTU are, I don't know if you're going to be able to get away with that, as Clown looking to be burning towards a shield bow here. Understandable against the amount of damage that comes out here. Oh boy.
They're just trying to force this right now. I mean, we get the zoom in already. The fight's not done. As once again, I mean, they had Meganar, quote unquote, coming in on the flank, but again, it's one of those situations like who's flanking who. You can't just run into the 6-1 Jinx with 2.5 items already, nearly a third one built. And yeah, just a little bit too much trust maybe in the wild growth to keep you alive and in the power of Twitch to do damage, but that is not going to work.
Herald comes down on top, going to be able to pick up that inner, and with those 2 plays, all of a sudden the gold lead snowballing in favor of CTU logos again. 4S not quite able, but it's not quite over yet. And I think that CTU also needs to learn the lesson from that earlier play. Don't dive, just you have a Jinx, you can seize perfectly fine. You don't need to take the turret first like him.
But they also have Silas and Rel.
No Valdez.
Oh man, yeah. Even the rocket is totally unnecessary, as we do get the slow, and in goes the Silas. This is what I was talking about. He's got a wild growth himself, as Meganar does come in, and Silas will go down. And he is pretty tanky, but there it is. The Rel gets her perfect engage, and everybody is still alive. This one is one for the books. Chronicler, it is going to go down and end before 20 minutes, as 4 members of CTU Logos are going to survive and take out the Nexus.
And incredibly dominant game. Goal total might not quite tell the real story here. Kill feed much more accurate, I'd personally say. Just domination from start to finish. One little bit ill-advised of a dive, but we can forgive that. That happens to the best of teams.
Yes.
Very dominant showing, and one that I personally imagine is going to be hard to bounce back from, as, oh, I don't know why we need to see TF die again. It's
because it's so much
look
damage.
At that. Yeah, you get Jinx gets excited, hits a zap, and it's all over with how fed Chuzik already was.
Love White going in on this one. Land, Everfrost, and attack. Kind of funny how the Silas got knocked the other way.
Oh,
I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, Waters engaging so good. That bouncy house combination of the Rel with the Ornn I think we've only actually having them seen it used like once or twice because they've already been winning right from the get-go because of all those engages, because of the great proactive play, and that's going to be a hard one to bounce back from if you're 4S.
Yeah, I mean,
Not great.
nothing went right for them.
No.
They gave first blood to Jinx, and then they lost entire control of the bottom lane, who was able to affect the other lanes, get the Silas fed, get the Graves fed, and it was pretty much over from there. You know, you were talking a lot about the top lane. We had a lot of top diffs yesterday where it was like a Camille just going 5-0 in 6 minutes. But this time it was for the team that lost, so a little bit different in terms of feel this time around. So we'll have to see if 4S can come back. I don't know how to feel after that one. I thought their draft was okay, but I did like CTU's better.
Yeah, I think in situations like this, in where you know that if you fall behind with a comp like that, it's playable, but it's really, really hard, right? You don't really have a suitable front line, and I think that in of itself is fine, but then you need to not opt into any early fights, and we did see that that was not really respected. If you four-man invade a rel composition...
I think we have a break, by the way, so we'll see you guys soon.
평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으리라 한심하게는
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운마
저리가
네가 트렌드란 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣었다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
The folk song pans through a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history beside Liuya River on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer, every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면 등 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이라 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 티를 끄란 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣었다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 하는 나무는 기본을 지켜낼 거야 평범하게 위대하게
제법인 듯?
A folk song pastures half a century of years, generations of prime time. A famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, a Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
Hello and welcome back to the cast. We are here in the midst of one best of three between CTU Logos and SSSS, which we have determined we will call 4S. And it's been fun so far, but it's mostly fun for one team because CTU Logos just smacked them in 19 minutes.
Yeah. It wasn't very close. There was not a lot going on.
No.
There was a lot of kills. The gold was not as bad as it could have been. That's about the best you can say about that one, Veldas.
Yeah, that's about it. We are going to be getting into a second game here shortly to continue the best of three. And it might just be 2 games today because, you know, it's just one best of 3. We were hoping it would be pretty back and forth and at least a little bit competitive. But after that first game, I'm not sure what to think because, you know, obviously both these teams are strong for the pool, right, to make it through here. But maybe C2 Logos were just by and far the best team in the pool. And maybe this is already F4, that's not the word, a determined result before the fact. There's like one word that you can combine those two things together. But
I
maybe
honestly,
not. Maybe I was thinking there's like aforementioned, but also like Afro-decided. I think I was just creating a new word in my mind.
I'm all but for it. Now I'm just like, do I not know? Because it bothers me when I don't know a word.
Yeah, but I don't
quite like knowing words.
Yeah, me too. But apparently we don't know enough words here. I don't think it exists. I think I was just making it up myself. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see when this will start.
What would it be? A full determined? Is that like what you're
determined?
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Well, no, but like that's.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like
that's what you were thinking
the idea
about.
I was trying to
the
convey.
concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would just be predetermined.
There it is, predetermined.
Oh, that is the word.
That is the word. It does exist.
We got the
chronicler.
Oh, does it again?
Wordsmith. Predetermined's not even a hard word. Okay, here we go. We're in the pick band. Same band so far, even after the swapping of sides.
Easy words can often be the hardest one. Hopefully for 4S, this game a little bit more manageable than the one we had previously, because as pointed out, the real thing that scares me, that outside of some moments where it was very clearly just overall the game sense of 4S kind of overestimating what they were going to be able to do, I felt like a lot of individual differences, just straight up outplaying. White comes to mind, just completely flashing into 2 people, and like, yeah, you know, he botched the 1 turret dive, but outside of that, it was incredibly clean in terms of mechanical sense.
Yeah.
And those are not really mistakes that in a series back-to-back you can really fix. If it was a draft problem, which I think you can set some question marks at the draft, but It's not quite that, and just have better mechanics is not really something you can do in a single game. Also see the TF ban here too. So they don't have to first pick it, but they also don't want to give it over. We're going to see a repeat of the high priority of the Jinx coming through here, and immediately, yes, we do.
Yeah, and it's for the other team, right? It's for blue side team this time, Essential South University, and they go ahead and first pick it. I was assuming that, Suzik must just be a really great Jinx player, but maybe it's just really high priority nowadays as another response of Lulu.
Just going to run it back. Run it back with the same draft.
Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't mind. I think that the matchup is completely fine. I just think the execution wasn't really up to par from 4S. As Lee gonna get picked up as well. Incredibly strong jungler. Kind of self-explanatory. Does what it says on the box. And now, as far as AD carries go, I wonder whether they actually do want to go for the Twitch. They're just...
You're not picking Silas, though, and it's going to be Blitzcrank.
I love that. I think that's really good. Because now
They actually banned it last time.
Yeah, I mean, considering into a Lulu and supposedly a Twitch, that's an amazing pick, right? What you can do now is you can go for something cheesy, like you can pick up an Ezreal, and obviously the Ezreal Lulu lane doesn't really do anything. It pokes, but it doesn't synergize very well. But it does really alleviate the pressure that Blitzcrank has. But he will kind of warp the game just by existing in it. But then outside of the Lulu, it's a Blitzcrank's worst nightmare because neither Lee nor LeBlanc are really bothered by him at any point whatsoever. And that is a fearsome jungle duo, and I'm loving the bans. Another jungle or another mid ban here I would quite like. Give White as much comfort as possible. Maybe a Malzahar ban.
Whoa.
Yeah, I personally quite like that.
How about Xin Zhao?
Well, there's two junglers already picked.
Oh,
Okay.
right, okay.
That's fine. No, that's okay.
Xin Zhao mid, it's the new thing. You got all the you got all the AP damage from Blitzcrank.
I like it.
Horn is going to be banned here too. Maybe we just see them run it back and they play Twitch this time.
Yeah, they could, as mentioned. The problem is that into Jinx, you kind of want to go for something that scales similarly well, and the Twitch would do that. I think it's a really good matchup into the Jinx if you don't opt into unnecessary early fights. But it is a lane with a thin margin. All right, if you misstep, if there's a good setup, you might get into deep trouble. You don't have an escape outside of your ambush, and ambush doesn't do a lot when there's a Blitzcrank running at you on high speed. So this time, CTU, you were clearly the better team in the first game. Kind of going to have to repeat it here, because if you're better, then nothing happens bot lane, and LeBlanc and Lee take over the game. But otherwise, might be an opportunity for us to even it up as hold up. So it is top lane Graves then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, you know, top lane blind Olaf.
This isn't the LEC.
I
Come on, Valvis.
I don't think that's going to happen, but, you know. Who knows? Galio going to be the choice in the mid lane. Just trying to lock things down there, I suppose, but still liking the LeBlanc and Lee Sin situation. And now they do get counterpick for the top side. I suppose it could be either one, so you got to keep that in mind when you are looking at either Graves or Olaf. Probably going to be Graves, and Akali being hovered, and it will be selected.
I don't love picking Akali into a Galio. Feel like that's not necessary. It's not something you need to do. You have a very credible AP threat. Yeah, that's definitely a choice. At the same time, though, honestly, I can understand as CTU, like, okay, we just bopped them.
Yeah.
Absolutely decimated. Let's have some fun. Let's pick some flashy carries. Because if either the Akali, the Lee, or the LeBlanc gets fed, the game is going to be over very quickly, as it looks like we have another case of the good old lobby bug. So I assume the same thing happens as last time, which we just wait
And then the game starts.
And then the game starts. Like behind the scenes work is being done.
Yeah, probably going to be the case here. And, I mean, that's fine. Let's take a long look at this draft.
A long look.
I used to play this game. It was called Stuntman. And
Where are you going, Valdez?
so
Yeah? I'm waiting.
oh, okay. I was just surprised.
No,
it was a
I'm-
game where you had to do stunts in a car, and
Yeah.
you were like a stuntman, and you had to like do them correctly or whatever. But one of the mottos, I think, of one of the movies that you were doing stunts for, it was when the law's arm just ain't long enough.
So it's very cheesy.
So,
wha-
yeah.
how- wha-
Well, how does that relate? Well, we were just saying we're going to take a long look at this. And I said it with that same kind of intonation, and it just made me think of that. So, because we're sitting here doing nothing, I just thought maybe I would mention it. It was a great game. It was really fun.
it's quite a stretch, and
Yeah.
I'm one to go on arguably unrelated tangent. So I really do appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you for sharing your
PS2 game.
experience about that game.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. I don't think it was like super popular, but it was very good. Who do you think would be the best? Which champion is the best stuntman? Lee Sin? To make it easier, let's look at this
Yeah,
lobby.
no, that's looking at this lobby. Lee Sin, or I think Olaf would be really good because he has no fear.
Yeah.
And like he's very physically fit, which is of course a necessity. And I think that with a lot of stunts, you need to really commit. You can't do a jump out of a window like halfway because that's actually more dangerous. You really got to commit. I think he'd do that very well.
Yeah.
Blitzcrank would be horrible. You know, I don't.
Do
I
you
don't
think he's the worst, or is it Lulu?
Oh no, it's Lulu. Lulu's worse.
Yeah, Lulu's definitely
Yeah,
worse.
Lulu is the worst by far. I think Twitch and
What
like.
about Akali, though? She's got some moves.
Oh, she'd be amazing. Yeah.
I think she would be a really awesome
She
stunt
would.
woman.
I mean, she's a ninja. It's kind of
Yeah.
their thing. They would be great. I think for stuntman, as in body double for like fights, you want Olaf.
Yeah.
Oli. Either
Or
of those
Lee.
would honestly work.
Depends on the type of movie, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's like Mission Impossible, probably Olaf.
Yeah.
But if it's like, I don't know, a Bruce Lee movie. one
Exactly.
place
Yeah,
in-
if it's like a Kung Fu Hustle type of situation,
Yeah.
then obviously you get Lee. And then for run-of-the-mill stunts, you end up with Akali.
Yeah.
Lulu definitely
That's
the
good.
worst. Jinx
the
also not good. I
No.
don't think. Galio's too big because he look the size of a building.
Yeah. I think even Graves wouldn't be that good. He feels
It's
too
not his
clunky.
thing. Yeah, it's the same with Twisted Fate. You know, it's not.
Just Fate. Yeah.
That doesn't really do it.
Yeah. Twisted Fate wasn't in the lobby.
He was banned.
He was, yeah, I guess so. I didn't even consider the bans.
I did.
You would, Chronicler. You would consider the bans. So I assume that the game will just start behind us once again. So it took about this long the last time around, so maybe we can just get into it in just a moment. And I'm excited to see if the gambit pays off of picking kind of the same bot lane and saying, okay, well, now we're going to beat you with this one.
Run it back.
And I am excited to see the LeBlanc play of white. You know, his Silas play was really cool. Obviously, into a Galio, it's going to be a little bit harder to really dominate the lane, but, you know, mid-jungle, maybe they can make some plays along the map. Maybe you can look top side if you want to get on top of, like, a Graves before he has too many items or something like that. And here we go. We are on to the Rift for game number 2.
Again, Ultimate Invade coming through, but it's a Blitzcrank. So they're not going to be surprised. There was a ward there already, and no one else should be found here.
It's Blitzcrank and Olaf.
Yeah.
You're just evacuating the scene.
And Graves, and Galio, and you've Twitch.
Yeah.
And Akali. It's not. No, it's not what you want.
Very one-sided. And I suppose that will set up vertical jungling here with Olaf on the bottom side.
Oh, look at that. White paying attention to pro play. The Conqueror LeBlanc into the Galio. I like it.
Maybe we're gonna see White like next season. He like joins a challenger team.
Could happen.
I know a lot of these guys are obviously university students, which is a little bit later than the age you would normally start. But I mean, it can still happen. You know, maybe you do a couple of years at uni and you go start pro play if you're good enough.
Yeah, with a little bit of leeway as Clown.
I see what you did there with leeway. Lee Sin came on the screen as he took shields to try to get the buff, and Guo Tian is actually going to push him out. So this is a very comfortable start for the 4S jungler.
Nicely done. Able to use the early prio that you do have with the Graves. And I think if they were 100% certain that the Olaf wasn't in the area, they might have actually committed to that, because it is still a 1v2 when you have an Ignite. But we're a little bit late, and actually with the ward there, I wonder whether they might have seen him, because in that scenario, honestly, I wouldn't have minded if they just went in there. Definitely spotted him now, though, with... It's going to be a blue buff trade, going to be a triple buff start here, and if there is a champion that can utilize that kind of early game tempo well, it's Olaf, who clears in lightning speed. And that is going to set Clown on the back foot right from the get-go. Very nicely done here. Already a different looking start from 4S, but I'm still looking at his individual lanes, and Clown, he doesn't want anything to do with this, but he's about to meet a level 3 Olaf. Loving the pathing here.
Yeah, the two stuntmen running into each other, and Clown immediately just going to have to give that up. So will be a 3-buff start here for the Olaf. Feeling pretty good about himself here. The Lee Sin Clown is just going to have to go up to his Krugs and do those a little bit dejectedly at this point in time. Not a great start for the Lee Sin, especially because everything on the bottom side near his blue buff is also taken. So yes, it can respond, but he's just not feeling too good.
And as expected, top lane early on, not going to be the greatest matchup for Akali. Really need a couple of levels. Start to get some points in the queue, maybe you finish a first item, and then you're going to feel a lot more comfortable. Nice control here, using the priority, and this is what that Blitzcrank gets you, right? Even in a scenario where Sujik and Water don't actually drop any kills, which honestly after last time is kind of to be expected. They do seem incredibly strong in terms of just raw mechanical skill, so you expect them to play this lane out cleanly. There isn't actually a lot of things you can do. It's a very nice taunt combo.
It's pretty cute. We got the Q coming in now, and Jarong is just going to walk away. Doesn't have to flash or anything. White did take a lot of damage, but is going to push him out. One thing to note, Predator Galio is going to be pretty interesting. Not going to help him too much in the lane, but later on he can be a really big annoyance in terms of trying to get away from his taunt.
Another poke coming through, and it's going to probably force out the double teleports here, which as LeBlanc I think is quite happy with, trying to limit the potential roams from the Galio on the map. Cooldown comes down, and you do see already the 2v2 power that is available for White and Clown. That is something that's going to be hard to deal with, but with that gank failing, Clown giving up a lot of farming time, and it's not like his farm has been great thus far because of the great early invade by 4S. And unlike last game, this time a really big lead, mostly coming through that jungle. Yeah, there's also one in the bot lane, and here you see the pressure of the Blitzcrank. There's one in top. And this time around, CTU falling a little bit further behind than they were at any point ever in the last game.
Yeah, very true. They spent, I would assume, basically 0 seconds behind in the last one. This time, they might spend all of their time behind. We'll see how it does go, as will be Cloud Drake next. So, yet again, Chronicler, we have an opportunity to have one of those cool new souls and rips here.
Maybe. I don't think we're getting it.
You're not feeling it?
I don't think it's happening. I don't think we're lucky enough as Stack Alternator now done, and that is a nice spike, but look at this. Hex Drinker first. Into double AP, it's not bad. It's not as amazing. The item in terms of gold efficiency isn't the greatest, but should reduce a lot of the all-in potential that Sixpin might otherwise have with the Ignite, and can maybe leverage that into more pressure, because that is one thing that I do think that is very different from last game, is that the lead that we're seeing here for 4S is good, but CTU has an incredible mid game once their top side hits their first item, and a great late game insurance with Twitch Lulu. And last time around, that never actually mattered, as hero minion right there.
Still gets denied.
Saving the back. Yeah. But they had to put in more effort.
Yeah,
you know,
had to move.
That's something, I guess. So, Clown, he's waiting.
Yeah, they're trying to bait him. The dash will be used, so he has to flash the wall. Clown just hopping to the ward. And yeah, at the end of the day, they will be able to get that flash. So, nice little thing, you could say, on the side of CTU logos. And, you know, that stuff you were talking about, Chronicler, is going to become very relevant as this game comes along, because yes, you are getting a lot of farm on your Olaf, and he is extremely far ahead, but it is just an Olaf at the end of the day. They do have that Infernal Drake, but C2 aren't that far behind in terms of the gold right now. It's still pretty early, but anything could really happen from here. So excited to see if they could come back.
It's exactly the type of situation where you can be behind and then one good bounty. They're up ahead again, loving this. Keep the pressure up with the Olaf. Try to extend your lead for as long as you can. Clown does have smite though.
The Q is used, so he's actually going to go in for that one, and it goes to the Olaf! Yongfeng is going to get in there and force that flash away from Clown. He hits level 6, and he's continuing to be so annoying on this map right now, not allowing Clown even a second to breathe.
Really nicely done, exactly the type of lead you're looking to build. And the key difference here with CTU, and the main reason why this game has completely snowballed out of control like the last one, is that unlike 4S in the last game, actually really respects and just lets these objectives go. Right? We don't see them opt into that. You saw some semblance of it with Clown going in, but the moment that the smite doesn't come through, realizes it's not going to work. As I say that,
has to use the wild growth, but there is a decent amount of damage being put out here by the Twitch. Unfortunately, he is out of mana, and Blitzcrank was just waiting for that opportunity to get a grab in and burst down either of them. So now no wild growth, but you can see Suzik still getting in there. He still has flash heal himself. As here's Clown once again. It's going to be a 2-on-2, but this Olaf is gigantic. Not going to matter too much, though, because I believe he got kicked away, and he didn't have Ragnarok. So actually does become relevant as he's not able to help out his Graves.
nice use of the timing window there, and although I think you'd love the kill on your Akali in terms of the pressure that it gives onto the enemy backline for Jinx that has relatively low peel outside of the Galio. White.
Okay, interesting. He's going to flash the wall. And the Predator, you know, I said it wouldn't be used too much in the lane, but that was actually a nice little cute way to get on top of that LeBlanc.
Nicely done. Oh, yeah, White. I'm loving it. Long sword tech as well, fully upticking into what we saw Showmaker do lots of ulting. Clown, he smells another.
Oh, he's dead. Instantly just going to go down. And you think about the story of Clown so far in this game, he's had to play the first 10 minutes basically behind, but already 2 kills as he's in the right place at the right time twice in a row.
Really like that play. As Clown, you know there's no opportunity for a counter gank because you have a vision on the Olaf taking Herald. Actually, contesting Herald is never going to work with how far ahead 4S is. But now with that second kill picked up as well, Clown is just fully back in the game. He's going to be relevant going onwards, even though he's 40 CS behind because of those 2 kills. Level lead still there, but not as bad as it was. And gold lead has now shrunk. And as we said before, I think that 4S, they have a really strong composition. They can easily force situations with the Predator Galio, and the Blitzcrank can kind of warp the game, but there's only one great target, really. I guess the Lulu isn't the worst, but outside of that, it is just Twitch that you need to grab. And you don't really have the greatest peel for Jinx, so not going to be as enabled as we saw last time when it was an entire front line, a great composition, a lot of support. And starting to get worried for 4S here, giving up a 1k gold lead this early on. Not what you want, then steal nerves there. Hiding back, not trying to juke.
It was the Challenger or Iron kind of situation where it's like, you know that, right? Where it's like...
No idea. No. Missed the reference.
So an Iron player would just walk in a straight line, right?
Yeah.
But a Challenger player might also walk in a straight line because of reverse psychology.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So it's
I
like,
get it.
is that a Challenger player or is it an Iron player?
Yes.
It's the same. As they are going to get the second Drake here. Let's see. Looks like Hextech is on the board. That means we will get a Hextech Rift at this time. So we'll have some teleporters. And
I like it a lot.
it's going to be fun. There's going to be some fun stuff happening in this game.
Some shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah. First turret bot gonna go over to 4S. And first Mythic's now done across the board. I think on these backs we're gonna see the same for the Jinx as well as the Galio. And this is what you want to push as 4S. I think this is where you need to extend your lead. If you play this too slow, you give the Twitch the opportunity to just scale into the game, hit a second or third item. Game is going to become infinitely harder. There we go, Guild Force now done. Galio surely going to pick up the Everfrost here as well. With the Marvel Monster is also done. I want to see them go for more. Already picked up the bot side turret. Get some plates on mid, get some plates on top. Get some vision in the jungle, because that's something that we've really seen kind of been ignored, is the controlling of that vision. It's okay in the bot side of the jungle, but want to see that extended around the map.
Yeah, wouldn't mind it at all. Blitzcrank, well, both bottom lanes actually just moving into mid. Kind of standard stuff with that turret going down. And let's see how this is going to be played out. I think we're just going to be farming here for a bit. We'll see if CTU tries to fight over any of these Hextech Drakes that are going to be coming up next. Could be feeling pretty important to do that at this point in time.
Yeah, we already know what happens if you give up the soul point. Can make your rest of the game very, very difficult, even if you do have a composition that in theory scales well. When you're forced into awkward composition or into awkward situations due to the imminent pressure of a soul, it's a lot harder.
This is the ult blown here, and that is going to be the flash away, but here comes Galio with the Predator. That's a huge amount of damage, but Suzik is going to survive, and now he's got a little bit of a front line with LeBlanc over here. Clown also in position. Trying to land a little bit more damage, not really going to amount to too much, but look at this. At the same time, they're getting so many free plates up in the top side. They also got the kill onto Akali, and this is right before the plates do go down, so huge value over to Central South University.
And this is the risk that you have when you go in too aggressively, right? And it's just very straightforward. Even with the dodge, doesn't matter. Right? They're so fat at this oh, that. Yeah, and also you're hitting the turret, that doesn't actually do anything. Even with all that, Olaf is still a champion. We are pre-20 minutes. He can do these kind of things.
Jinx died.
Yeah. And a kill went to Twitch, which is very bad. Yeah.
Suzik was having a really fun time on Jinx last time. Now it feels like, even with the way this game has been going, he's having a really fun time on Twitch. So let's see another replay.
Oh, God.
Nice play.
It's actually just Clan. Very well done. And something that I want to note is earlier as well is that the knowledge of limits is really nice from CTU. Where we saw the Twitch hold basically all his sums, even with the Galio comboing him, used the heal at the very last second. Didn't blow any summoners here either. Very, very cognizant of what are the limits that he has available to him. But 4S, I think, much cleaner than early game. In particular, I really like how they've been playing around their jungler. That has been a million times better, and with the Olaf this far ahead, they can actually contest for that third Drake. And if they pick that one up, I think we might see them contest into the mid to late game here in a much more comfortable fashion than they would otherwise be able to.
Suzik is back, and he has Spray and Pray.
Hello.
Not going to use it. He's just saying hello, peekaboo. How do you do? And, okay, they're just going to go for this Rift Herald. Should be a pretty free objective here for the side of 4S. But as I say that, we do have the team of C2 making their way over. They get some vision on the Blitzcrank for just a moment. It is the second Rift Herald. You don't have to force this, but the Lee Sin going to be silenced for just a moment. He will survive. The Wild Growth coming in. We got a Kali in the backline as well. Getting on top of that Hex, the Hexblade, forget the name of that item. They're trying to kill the Graves either way, but at the same time, the front line here is just chasing down the rest of CTU, as it doesn't look like White was able to join the fight either. He was down in the bottom lane, getting very far ahead in CS, but also a couple of kills that go the way of Central South University. They didn't necessarily have to take that fight.
A huge mistake from CTU, and there you see a couple of things come together. You see CTU opting into a fight from a deficit. I don't know why they went in that aggressively. Maybe not expecting the teleport to come through, the Galio to actually join the fray, but you are behind.
Oh, not again.
Okay, this time around you're fine. Nice movement by Suzik. But you're going into a fight you don't have to take. Your Akali dives in deep on the Graves that has a more of Maman Scherzer. The Drake going low.
Lands, but Clown's just going to give that one away. Not going to take the chance at this point in time. That was a close hook, actually. Onto the LeBlanc, though.
And they don't need to do this. This is in full vision as well. They're very aware that this is happening. And watch also at Clown, understandably looking, the hook there is really big. Because what happens now is that Clown actually goes down to the exit. Then the Excited comes through. Galway Pan is able to get a lot of damage done. And he's not threatened because, yes, Sixbin gets the kill on the Graves. But because of all the resistances of the MR that was available, it took very, very long. And I think with Jinx immediately dying, maybe you can salvage this, but you can see they know this is not playable because we're working from a deficit. The objective has already gone. Why are we going this deep? And appropriately punished, and 4S kind of finding the lead and making it larger and larger. Now Soul Point available, and that would be a great way to ensure that you keep the scaling advantage in this game, because we talked about his Twitch, but it's so much harder when the opponent has the Soul.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. I think the next 3 or 4 minutes or so are going to be crucial. You know, that strong mid game. Do have a bunch of items online for CTU, but they're not really finding, you know, we're not getting too many free kills. Although, as I say that, we are going to miss the least, but it doesn't matter because we do have the Twitch right here. It didn't seem like Quadruple S was ready for all of that, as here comes the Olaf by himself. He is incredibly strong as a giant shield, and look at the Gorp Drinker, just disgusting, and he knows that he's strong enough to do this. He is going to be taken out by the Akali, and maybe he just baited his team into a little bit too much, as the Akali is going nuts right now. Triple kill, as now they're just going to use her as a front line, and the rest of them have insane mobility. I don't think that the Graves can get away, as in goes the Lee Sin, and he can just hop back immediately. Zixbin having a little bit of trouble catching up, but he is going to be able to use that Shuriken and the Shroud, and it's just a slow and okay, nice escape there at the end of the day. And well,
yeah,
not sure why they went in that deep now.
They didn't need to. They absolutely didn't. Very nicely done. Like the moves there. Great use of the smoke screen. And this was, again, nice setup at CTU. Without vision, you cannot hover that side. Not allowed. Can't do it. Way too big a risk. However, that in of itself is fine. You give up the support. It's not the end of the world. The Suns going down suck. But then this play, yes, you have a Galio. That's nice. But your main damage sources aren't there. And initially, this turns out kind of okay, but then subsequently, you bait your team in, as you already pointed out, Velbus. Easy pickings for the Akali that loves these drawn-out skirmishes, and now again, chain hits.
This Blitzcrank just not finding too much luck in this game, as a gigantic rocket is going to hit LeBlanc. But yeah, I mean, the Blitzcrank, he misses a hook, and then it's like, well, what am I going to do? Like, I can kind of run fast, but can never get away from the Twitch, the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin, the Akali. It's just incredible amounts of mobility.
Yeah.
And he's kind of being left out to dry as well. I think that he's got to stick with his team a little bit more, try to get some more vision, and stop getting caught out.
And Leong Feng is having an amazing game on the Olaf, but We are currently past 20 minutes, and if you're this fed, as you saw there with the Gore Drinker, you're going to be a menace for the next 10 minutes, sure. But past that point, eventually, the DPS that Suzik has available becomes so high, and the mitigating effects from Lulu, the shields, are just not going to be a problem anymore. And Twitch is going to maybe have to use his heal, kite you out, blow you up in a matter of seconds, especially since you're itemizing MR into this now fed Akali. And you don't have anyone to actually keep your backline safe. And this is a really big key difference, and which is why we've always been worried from the start of this game, even with the lead, that 4S was able to build Valdez, because there isn't actually anything enabling Gongwei Pen. You can dive very well, but I think CTU outdives you, especially now that they have kept the gold lead at a very manageable amount. But if you get this soul, prospects are looking a lot better. This is a must-have here for 4S. They're moving in towards the river. Both teams looking to approach.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to go. The hook is down as it stands. But this is a much better situation, 5v5 for 4S. As now they're just going to have to face check. And look at the front line. Suzik immediately just going to die. We do have a nice little kind of flank coming in here as Xpin. He is going to be spotted. He's doing an incredible amount of damage. Nearly kills the Jinx. But at the end of the day, I mean, they just went in for that one. A little bit of a face check. They did not want to give the soul up. But it ended up being that they gave their lives and the soul.
It's not a little bit of a face check, Valdez. It's a big one, and an unnecessary one as well. And the timing is so unfortunate because look, while this is happening, Zigspin is about to take the teleporter, right? And if you're a split, if you play this a little bit cleaner, I think you can do it. Look at how close this is, despite what we just witnessed, right? With Akali as fed as she is, Zigspin is able to just blow up. So close. Right, and now I think 4S, they got this. Although this is a little bit risky. I don't know about this one, Lee!
Oh, the lead comes in and steals it! What a play! As we'll see if any of them get out of here, though. It doesn't look very likely as in goes the Olaf. Suzik is going to dodge that zap from the Jinx, so he will be able to keep the buff alive, but you get the bounty under your belt. You get the Baron, obviously, you deny it, most importantly, away from Central South University.
What a disaster of an outcome. Yes, you get the soul, and that's nice. But you then overextend into a Baron. And now, bounty is picked up. Or he wants to go. Oh, he knows, but doesn't actually want to go for it. Which I think is a good choice. Not knowing where the rest of the team is. But now you give it the Baron buff, and I don't think it's the Baron buff specifically that's going to be that good for C2. Neither of these teams are really looking to like traditionally siege. As 4S, you're looking to dive, or at the very least set up your Blitzcrank. And when you are CTU, you are also looking to just dive. Look at that lineup. Like, what else are they going to do? And now we do see that with this Baron buff and the bounty picked up accordingly, very nicely done by Clown. The subsequent fight is a saving grace, right? For Ezra's, oh no.
The poor Blitzcrank, man, he just can't get enough. But this time he's got some support behind him. But look at the damage coming out from the Twitch on the backline. He is protected. Here comes the Olaf, though, and look at Zigspin able to secure that kill. He comes over, tries to help his teammate. The Olaf is basically a raid boss at this point in time, but they finally do take him down as, wow, damn, wasn't even there.
Nope.
Just a straight up 5v4.
Can't take these kind of fights, especially with how well Zigspin has been playing. As you said, raid boss Olaf does his very best to try and salvage an unfortunate situation. It's not enough, all right? And eventually the Twitch goes down, but by that point, the damage is already done. He's unleashed an entire spray and pray onto multiple members. He's still on 2 items, Valdez. Once the Infinity Edge is actually done, if he gets a Lord Dominic, the amount of damage that he's going to be able to put out is revolting, and it all starts with a seeming bait. Water getting a little bit overeager.
He actually blocked the hook onto the Twitch. I don't know if that was on purpose, but he lives.
Yeah. I personally don't mind it. I think that if both of them move a little bit more respectful, you still are able to get the pressure down, maybe a little bit over enthusiastic. As here we do see, in a couple of levels, Olaf not going to be able to do that anymore, but I'm loving the play from Li Yongfeng. I'm just wondering whether it's enough. You are approaching your deadline as Olaf, you know, your expiration date, when everything turns a little sour, your muscles not as strong as they used to be. And still, a very close game. The soul has been picked up, thus far hasn't been relevant, and this is feeling like a good old, let's flip it at Elder. That's the kind of game we're looking at now.
The classic.
The staple.
Yeah, we've all been there. And yeah, I mean, even this extra damage with, of course, the Hextech Soul, you get this like little static shiv effect, and it's nice. But
It's nice.
everything you've been talking about, where it's like, well, their damage dealers are just not enabled. I think that if 4S could just get a legitimate 5v5 fight and somehow protect the Jinx, that's the real problem, I think, because as this game goes along, I mean, we already have 3 items and double stasis for Zigspin, okay? And even a 10-stack Darkseal.
Yeah.
Like, he might just be able to one-shot the Jinx before anything happens.
And honestly, I think S4S with this build that they've gone for, you are also opting out of scaling to a certain extent. More Morses on Jinx and on your Graves mean that right now the damage from the Akali and LeBlanc is going to be mitigated. But the moment that Suzik hits the free spike, which, to be fair, he's been put very far behind, has not been able to pick up any kills. The global gold has been very lackluster for his team. So he's still a fair bit off. But once that point is hit, he's going to do way more damage than his counterpart. And the main question then becomes, is he going to be in a position to actually do so? And I personally think that composition of CTU, with how it's been executed thus far, is going to be a lot stronger. But it's been kind of ham-fisted. Either team just people getting caught, running into one another, and there is that Infinity Edge. That is such an important buy coming up 30 seconds before the fight. As long as they don't face check, I think STU should be fine. But we saw 4S doing a great job at actually setting up these kind of traps. Last time around, CTU not having the diligence. Can't do that again here.
All right, everyone in the teleporter. Well, that's Zigspin. Where's everybody else? You can see, I mean, the threat of the Sakali, though, they're like, ooh, I don't know. Do we want to move into that river? I'm not so sure. They have a lot of vision, though. I mean, it's double control wards. They have vision on the backside. On the front side. Zigspin, though, is going to find the free kills, basically. Not quite able to land it, though, entirely, as now the LeBlanc goes in. The Ignite is there, but he has stasis. As Suzik trying to get this damage done, he's able to flash away the Olaf. He doesn't quite have the damage, but the Jinx does with the rocket from downtown. As they do finally kill the Olaf, though, and that will be huge. But Goe Pen, he's getting excited. He's able to pick off a couple of them already. That's 3, or rather 2, I suppose. As Zigspin is just barely alive. He's going back into this one. As we're going to have the zap that does finish him off. And Goe Pen is just going to say, well, do I do the Elder? Looks like I do. Can he?
I think so. Should have enough. Yeah.
It's gonna be like the most epic battle.
No, I think it's fine. Elder doesn't do that much damage, and even with just runes, you should be completely fine here. Looking,
there you go.
Like that's gonna be it. I hope he waits for a little bit, even though it's gonna feel really bad to do so, because you still have time. White's teleport is not gonna come in time anyway. You kind of want to get this buff, and now you can just take it. So timing works out very nicely. No one gonna be able to do anything about this. 4 people Elder buff. And unbelievable. Yeah. And still has flash. Oh boy. Well, he's dead.
Oh, he might recall in time. Yeah, he doesn't know where he is.
Oh my god.
They don't have the vision. Vision is
know.
extremely important. They didn't know. He's probably there, but he didn't know.
So this is Maw. This is Galio. And then, yeah, that's Gale Force.
And then this is Stopwatch.
This is Stopwatch. And then here I think the fight is still doable, but it's honestly, it's Leon Fang that wins the fight for me here. Single, yeah. Yeah, but again, like, Olaf is keeping 3 people busy. He's the reason that Twitch is as low as he is in the first place. And then here, just a little bit of greed. 1 kill for Gongwei Pan means that from there, everything falls into shambles. And then Zigspin really wanting to get that final kill, and that is big.
Yeah, and this time there's no hope of a steal. You have Elder on some of your members, I mean at least the Jinx. So just got to give that one away. 4S thinking about this one, thinking about the win, trying to bring us to a game 3. It's looking pretty likely at this point.
Oh, White. He's hunting.
Yeah.
He's looking.
They need to blow up the Jinx immediately. Otherwise, I don't think this is going to work. But they're going to try to go for it. As you see, the Galio's forward. He gets the double taunt. He gets the Lulu, but the Twitch in the backline is just raining hell. But it doesn't matter because they are able to get that shutdown. Will it matter, actually, though? That's a very low Olaf who's able to get in there, but he's burning down, and they are sticking around for this one. As you see, the Graves not going to be able to do it, and now they're able to entirely ace them. We're 32 minutes into the game. Not going to be able to end it, but the game will go on.
And that's your Baron buff gone. That's giving over all that all those kills, all that gold to CTU, and can't believe if you play this a little bit slower, you're fine. You have Baron buff and Elder. But they go in very, very aggressively. Suzik in the end, yeah, he'll get sniped by Elder. The fact that Zigspin survives her again is just hilarious because it feels like this is the umpteenth time that he's done it. And then here, the Grace is the only one without a buff. If he had Elder, this could have been a completely different outcome. Maybe you do actually get the executes. Maybe you do blow up the fight there. Instead, the game is going to continue. And while I think that in terms of map control and in terms of overall pressure, 4S should still have the angle, the fact remains that these fights are just not going that well for them. Yes, the one previous to this was won, but ever so slightly. And Twitch about to hit his 4th item. Twitch Lulu level 16 with 4 items is a harrowing sight as
he's
oh
just
boy.
Dead.
Yeah.
There's no hope. He has no flash. Nothing. And I mean, it's again, it comes down to vision and the mobility that their comp has. If they find you and you don't have your team, you're going to die. That means that the Jinx has to remove herself from the top lane. And we are just continuing on this path.
Oh, please stop face checking, guys. it's making me very anxious. I would prefer if we played a little bit more respectful. Into a Blitzcrank, I might add. But very fun game. Very different from the last one, Velvet.
Yeah. This one is
not
actually
comparable
close.
at all.
Close.
I like it. So who carries harder? 10 for Olaf with 8 for Jinx, or 13 for Akali with 4 item Twitch?
I think the latter.
I am afraid that is the case as well. Yeah. But it's not over yet.
Don't be scared.
A single hook can change it, right? If you ever find a Lulu. No. No.
Yeah, he's dead. He does a lot of damage, though. Here comes the rest of the team. They get the silence down, but he gets his flash over the wall. And White will survive. That hook is just barely going to miss as well. As they're going back in, I'm not sure about that one, Zigspin. A little bit more close than it had to be. The static actually kills the LeBlanc and the brush. Are you kidding me?
That's the value of Soul right there. And that might actually do it. Right? At the very least, you have an opportunity to push because the rest of them were pushing on, thinking they were safe.
Well, they're going to be back here, and it doesn't look like 4S wants to fight just yet. And the game will continue. I wonder what his reaction to that kill was. I would have loved to see it.
Yeah. What? What? What just happened?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I'm hoping we see more. That's really funny. That's just we can talk about the impact that it has because in the end it's a turret. Because of the Graves being dead, they're not actually able to push onwards normally in a situation this deep into the game. That can just be the end of it. But it is also just genuinely hilarious. LeBlanc's just thinking she's safe, recalling in a brush. And then you get hit by the hex stack. 20 seconds now on the clock.
It's strong. I know that much. As 4S, again, this is where I've liked them, grouped up. Not allowing any one of your teammates to get picked off.
Or poke.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, like... even just a couple of abilities from the LeBlanc, like the Akali was right there. You got to be careful. This game might end if they pick up the Elder here. This is a good position as the teleporter underneath for Zigspin is good. Clown has to flash away. Finally, the bot lane gets here. Might be looking for a play after the Elder is given over. Not sure about that. Zigspin is nearly going to go down. He does a lot of damage, but he's about to be Eldered to death. As down he does go. The spray and pray not doing too much as White is desperate, but he will not be getting out of this one. The Rocket is going to get the execution, and it looks like we are going to a game 3.
Expertly done by 4S. They make sure that there's no way to approach, and the map control that they had for this entirety of this game finally paying off for them. Don't funnel into a Twitch, please.
Is the game over? I don't know.
It should be.
Should be.
I'm pretty sure it is. If they had spray and pray there, that could have actually been it. But I think they're not going to be able to make it, even with the summoners available.
They can just hit the Nexus too if they wanted to, but instead they're going to take a couple of lives and then take the life of the Nexus. Down it will go, as it is 1-1 now on this game. And you can see what happened here in this last fight.
That's what map control gets you. Unfortunately, not enough. And here you see the hesitation. I think that possibly, had they fully committed that with the spray and pray and how far in the game we are, when everyone's clumped up, you could have maybe done it, but there's hesitation, right? And then the setup from 4S, beautifully choking out that vision, making sure that they can't approach, easy take on the Elder, and that leads you to fighting a team fight with an Elder Drake. Like, you really have to try your best to lose that one. And they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't necessarily do anything wrong. We saw that even with that Elder Drake, there was still insane amounts of damage that was coming out from the other side from CTU, but at the end of the day, Elder Drake is Elder Drake. We were also like almost 40 minutes into that game, so if you weren't winning with that, I don't know what to say. I thought there was a chance, you know, with all of them grouped up in the spray and pray, like all of them would have just gotten melted immediately, but they just played it well. Targeted down the Akali, made sure she wasn't doing any shenanigans. They zoned away the Twitch, and it was enough. So we do go to a game 3 to decide which one of these teams will make it to the finals tomorrow. Will it be one of these two? We'll have to wait and see as we will take a break.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진 라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이라 한심하긴
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운마
저리가
네가 치는 그런 말은 알아 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그대처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
The folk song penetrates half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows less elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River, on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. China Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면 등 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 벼슬이라 한심하게는
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 트렌드란 말은 알아 자 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣었다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그대처럼 기본을 지켜낼 거야. 평범하게, 위대하게.
제법인데?
The folk song Pantry Sabbath.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at IEF 2021 and just about ready to jump into the third and final game of this best of three for the semifinals. Me, Valdez, and Wolf has rejoined me.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he is okay now.
Yeah, you guys
ready
might
to
have
cast.
You guys might have noticed before game one, was not feeling very well. And when we went to the pick bands, I had to run off camera. I was very sick with maybe I ate something bad. I don't know. I'm good now. I'm back, so don't worry. Everything's okay. Thanks again to Mal Chronicler who filled in for me during those first two games. But I'm here for the exciting conclusion of this best of three to decide which one of these teams is going to the finals.
Game one, a bit of a blowout. 19-minute game. CTU crushed them. And then game two, we went the distance. 40 minutes. Back and forth. And now we're going to have the Jinx ban because whoever gets Jinx seems to win.
Yeah, we had a bit of a role reversal there with the bot lanes in games 1 and 2. And, Jinx just going to be off the table here in the third game. I like the Olaf respect ban as well. It was a bit of a jungle diff in that second game there. And they're just going to take the Olaf off the table right away.
Yeah, shout out to Clown for trying to be relevant in that game. He actually had a couple of decent kills, but other than that, it was just all the Kongwei Pen show. So, absolutely one of the reasons why they were able to get a big lead, as Graves also going to be taken off the board. So that's a couple of scaling options that are now not going to be available in this game.
Yeah. It's really cool to watch an evolution of a best-of series in this tournament because everything else we've commentated until today has been best-of-ones, and you can actually see this kind of change coming through. We'll see that Camille ban once again in this third game on red side. And I wonder where the priority is going to go this time around. We will see the Leona. It's left open this time. And these two teams really prioritizing, especially CTU, the Leona pick early. It's one of the strongest supports in the game. Basically pairs with any AD carry in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's just really great, and that means we might get a showing of Aphelios Thresh here. A very common response to this. Obviously, you don't have to pick the Thresh right away, and you could go for something else if you'd like. Lee Sin going to be taken here as well, this time piloted by the Central South University jungler.
That's right. So a bit of a role reversal there. Looks like the Xin Zhao will come through to match. I think we will see that AD carry pick coming through here for CTU because, a lot of those options will be banned away if you don't take it now. The reason why the Thresh didn't have to be picked up right away, as you mentioned, is because they can't pick another support, or they won't. Ziggs Leona would be a really interesting bot duo, and that's what we're going to get, it looks like. So very exciting to see how this one is going to play out. That's going to give you a lot of late game power, a lot of poke damage. And this, of course, will likely be the Thresh, but it could also be the Lulu that we've seen popularized with the Aphelios as of late.
Definitely a good point. I think they're trying to deliberate right now. You want to pick your support here. Rakan would be very interesting. I mean, it's hard engaged straight into the Ziggs, and actually it's Galio. So
yeah, the Galio is a nice flex pick here. Like, obviously can be played support, can be played mid. We'll see what they decide to do with this because obviously, Galio is a great pick into a lot of different matchups. In the mid lane, we saw it played obviously against LeBlanc just moments ago. And then they could, of course, flex that to the support. The problem with the Galio oftentimes is, though, it doesn't offer you a ton of protection. It's not as consistent as something like a Thresh or a Lulu to keep that Aphelios alive. It's a tough call, actually, if you want to even ban the Thresh now, because it seems unlikely that that's where they're going to go. But they did decide to do it, just to be safe, just to be sure.
Silas ban also a little bit telling. Definitely one of the options into the Galio, so maybe they're kind of showing, like, hey, we're thinking about playing this mid. And, I mean, he did play it in the last game up against the LeBlanc, but that was a bit of a counter pick. So I think there's definitely some mind games going on in this draft. Even the Ziggs could be flexed if they wanted to, but it's definitely a nice answer into the Aphelios, of course. that we have seen in the past, even the LCK.
Yeah, I'd say a Lulu ban here, if you're still going down that kind of train of thought here, is the safest choice that we could see for CTU to start on that same, Aphelios focus. But the Vex ban is also another champion that's great in the Galio because it's very difficult for him to avoid the poke, and his mobility options will, of course, proc for passive. There's the Lulu removal, shocker. And we'll get the LeBlanc to come through, so now they get to pivot. This is the cool thing about this Galio flex pick. You get to pivot here into the LeBlanc. Now you've got a cool support in the bot lane, and their bans are quote-unquote wasted, right? Lysandra is still open, and will be the common counter pick, though. Oh, or perhaps not.
Yeah, I mean, they could still pick it.
Sure.
I think if you ban the Lysandra, which they may have wanted to do, it's too obvious. So maybe they just ban a LeBlanc or something like that for a 5th ban, because CTU get last ban. Renekton is going to come in here. Probably just a blind pick for the top lane. Could be played in the mid lane as well. Let's see what their final pick will be, and if it gives us any more information about that.
This composition already has a lot of hard engage on the side of Central South University, so I'm curious to see if it, what their counter pick would be. Something like a Jace, potentially. There's that Lysandra, not a big shocker here. Or, okay, they're going to go down the set path. This is a really interesting choice. Not a huge fan of it, but it does do well into the type of composition that Central South University is running here.
That's true. I'm a little bit worried about their lack of damage, especially if Ziggs isn't hitting skill shots. You basically have none unless you're super hard engaging. 4 melee champions over there. I don't know. I think, Wolf, you and I are on the same page. I like the pick ban here for Central South University a bit better.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, I think that there is power in this composition, mid game. Like, there's a lot of power there when Ziggs starts coming online. And obviously Ziggs is going to be stronger later, but the rest of the composition does not age as well, especially with the lack of range damage you were mentioning. We could have seen something like a pivot like to Jace, for example, who doesn't have a ton of counter picks instead of Renekton. And we'll see where these two champions are going in the set and the Renekton, because that is definitely flexible. Because right now it's looking like they actually want to play the Renekton into the LeBlanc. But we're also not seeing swaps, so we might be frozen. So I'm not 100% sure what's going on.
Third game in a row. This is kind of what goes on. So I'll tell you, Wolf, since you were a little bit busy, we just freeze here. We talk for about 3 minutes. It comes to us, and then we go straight into the game.
Sounds good to me. My expectation for the composition here is, it looks like we might be getting in shortly, of... No, all right, sorry. Like, you're just like, nah, okay.
I know the meta. I've figured it out.
I did not actually get to watch the English cast of the draft. I watched the Korean cast for that one, so I didn't follow. But anyway, I think the composition here for Central South University is very much going to be focused around late game, those Gnar engages, but you have a lot of blow up potential. Like, if Ziggs dies for any reason, whether that's a LeBlanc, a Lee Sin assassination, Gnar comes around the corner, knocks him into a wall and he gets blown up, or Galio collapses on top of him, the comp kind of falls apart, and Aphelios will just rip through the tank line pretty much for free.
It's very true, and I'm glad you mentioned it, because Aphelios is, like a lot of hyper AD carries, especially in the late game, if you have a bunch of melee guys that, even if they're tanky, if they run straight at you, he's just going to rip you to shreds. But it's like a fine line where it's, if you have enough and you just overwhelm him, he's not a very mobile AD carry, so there are times where you're just going to see, the Galio just suplexed immediately right on top of the Aphelios, and then Xin Zhao's right in his face, and there's Leona and Renekton, and he can't get away. But if he can survive for any amount of time in the team fight, he is going to be very happy.
And the other thing is there's a decent amount of peel here for him, even in this comp, because this comp can both attack, but also it can defend, right? I know that's protect, but also attack.
Yeah.
And the power that you have with the Galio taunt when a Renekton is trying to come in, when a Set is trying to come in, when a Xin Zhao is trying to come in, is actually so massive. But on top of that, you've got Gnar to peel. You also have the ability to Lee Sin kick somebody away. I'm not going to go like too deep. I mean, LeBlanc's chains can also be somewhat helpful in helping an Aphelios kind of kite away. I think if he takes Cleanse here, killing him is just going to be so incredibly difficult. And that's my biggest issue. And we already know what Liu Zhaorong can actually do with a hyper late game carry. So very terrified here for our Korean team facing this composition.
Yeah, after game one, I was on the to Techno University, which, by the way, is a really funny name because I know it stands for technological, but it's a techno university where they study techno music.
They listen to Eiffel 65. Put some Scooter on. No, that's, as we're going towards a house, I think it was that a little bit too much, but yeah, it's a cool name. Also, logos in this case, I don't think they make logos there. I think it's more about like logic, you know, and thoughts and things like that.
Logistics.
Yeah.
But yeah, after their 19-minute win, I was like, man, I guess this might just be a quick 2-0. See, so this is the meta. It comes back to us, and then the game is going to start behind us, and we jump right in.
All right, well, I think we've kind of told you guys our thoughts on the compositions. I feel like those lights that are zooming around us were not here yesterday. It's like I keep seeing it in the corner of my eye on our monitor, and I'm like, what's behind me? But it's okay.
We're just developing as we go, the cast over here. I'm really excited for when we actually have players and fans in this arena. I think that it's going to be really nice.
Yeah.
I think it's got, you guys can't really see it, but it's got like a really nice kind of bowl shape. So everybody can, it's got like that stadium feel with the players right in the middle. So it's really cool. I think we should have more tournaments here.
Yeah, I think the Korean esports has really embraced like the cube meta of like the LCDs behind us. And I think that's really cool, like because it allows for a setting like this. Historically speaking, for esports arenas, if you want to go back to like the old OGN Yongsan, the GOM TV as we do go in game, usually it was just like a flat stage, right? But now we're embracing the round arena, which seats better, gives you better viewing options, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm into it.
Yeah,
and
we're into this.
Yeah, set going top, and white is going to be playing the Renekton mid.
The Renekton into the LeBlanc, something that we have seen a little bit. And towards the latter end of LCK Summer, a lot of what we saw out of Ziggs comps, and part of why they were beginning to fall off, was that if you bank everything, and notice that nobody else, except Leona, I guess, has AP damage.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, if Ziggs hits everything, they're going to try to make... Oh, that was a little bit late. Unfortunate. Might have been able to get a flash out of him. But if you bank everything on the one magic dealer and he's got only skill shots and he misses everything, you're not going to be having a great time. On the other hand, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Gongwei Pen to really itemize into doing anything against the Ziggs. So maybe late game he can just throw a giant bomb on him, and it's like, well, you decide. Do you die instantly or do you flash?
Yeah, it's a tough call. Like it's really going to be about how well Ziggs can comfortably transition from the mid to the late game. And the composition does allow for big explosive, tempo-based play where you have Set and Xinjiao and their strongest points, around the second and third Drake fights to actually really give Ziggs the gold he needs to finish those items off to actually make that happen. As we have a bit of a fight down here.
Lan is getting in there. He has Aftershock, of course. I thought maybe he would get on the Glacial Augment hype train as well with all these other melee supports, but just going back to good old Aftershock, the classic.
Yeah. Will be a nice trade here for white. Into the Renekton, where you're not going to see that Showmaker Longsword start this time around for the LeBlanc. Will be the Doran's Ring instead. Yeah, Calibrum can be very annoying to deal with a Ziggs lane like this because the Galio makes it so easy for Aphelios to get into that range and poke. So the early levels, you can see the harassment is going down there. And this is doing, I had a little bit of a nightmare last night after our last NAR game that we cast together, but this is going a lot better so far. I was like, woke up in a cold sweat, and I was like, my CS is too low! It wasn't even me.
Oh, not able to land the stun this time around, so Clown not able to put too much pressure onto this LeBlanc as we're going to get on in there. Bounces him back into the turret. What a cute play, as that is going to be first blood. Unfortunately, it does go over to water. Would have loved to have that on your Ziggs to get him started on the snowball, but it's still a huge kill.
Oh, absolutely.
This guy.
That's massive gold going over to Suzik here super early on in this game, and I mean, we talked about some of the difficulties you have of actually transitioning the Ziggs into getting those items later on, but if you get the free 400 first blood gold early, it's amazing. It doesn't go to him, as you mentioned, but look at the satchel charge placement there. Just a little bit of an overstep there from Gongwei Pen, and it's going to cost you big. I mean, the satchel charge is something you do have to respect here. You think, okay, I'm kind of out of range of Leona. She can't get to me here, but get knocked into that turret, and that's all it takes.
Yeah. You see the power of this duo. The second that Aphelios does get in range, he is not going to be having a good time. Also, you know, Ziggs early on, not going to have a fun time, but eventually he will be very annoying for this Aphelios. Going to have to put his Nikes on, try to avoid everything. His top lane has been going pretty well.
Nice hop there, yeah. To get out of that face breaker. The Aphelios actually grabbing a cull here too, off of that death. You know, sometimes you kind of get this, hold that thought.
Uh-oh, we're doing this again. The bomb bounces into him, and this time he has to flash. So, I mean, now you're in Aphelios without flash into Leona Ziggs. You are not going to enjoy your time.
Yeah, I think the cull buy is going to feel very valuable considering he is going to be spending most of his time like this under turret killing minions. But I mean, when you die like that early and you go back and you buy the call, you're just kind of investing in, okay, I'm going to have a bumpy ride to that hyper carry Aphelios late game. And you know, you're back at a time that you're not supposed to be because you're dead, so you get a good item buy out of it, and that's going to help him out in the long run. The earlier you get the call, the better, oftentimes. So
yeah.
Teleport coming in here for Suzik because he, that's what Ziggs takes. He doesn't take heal, generally speaking. That ward is actually quite valuable there in the brush. And it looked like for a second maybe they were going to try to surprise Gongwei Pen on his way back, but they thought better of it.
Minions, of course, aggroing onto the Leona, so
they knew.
Yeah, they know, and now Water is going to be brave enough to just move ahead, and you can see the poke is continuously coming out. He's already got Lost Chapter, the Ziggs, and that's the beginning. That's the beginning of the fun, you know, where you just don't really get to have fun for the Aphelios.
Yep, I mean, it's basically unlimited mana for this guy in lane, as he's just going to keep tossing out his skills. He's going to be tossing the balls out, the bombs. Now, this is a really tricky play here from Liang Feng, but I don't know if he's actually going to pull this off because there's a control ward. He's still got a timing here.
Okay, they get the flash, and he is locked down for a long period of time. The satchel going to help out, but Suzik is in a lot of trouble. But the stun goes down onto the Lee Sin, but the Q lands from him, and he's able to secure the kill. Either way, though, it's looking really good. Perfect ultimate timing coming in from the set, and now Lo Wenlan is all alone, and down he will go as well. You trade your Ziggs, and you get so much money.
I mean, this was a really nice collapse here from Central South University because, or rather from CTU logos after Central South University, or Quad S, whatever we're calling this team now. It's a tough name.
4S.
4S. They, you know, the difference between when you have the double teleport from top side, as that was an amazing stun, as you mentioned, that we're going to see here. But when you have the double teleport from top, you can see that being matched here by the Gnar. The Gnar is never going to be in a position to actually be relevant in this fight compared to a Set, who's, you know, in a way better position to actually do AoE damage and actually make a huge impact. Like, he is a powerhouse. This is one of his early spikes, right, in these crazy early skirmishes where Set is one of the last champions you ever want to meet. And now suddenly a Set who is farming under turret 20 CS down is going to get a lot of extra gold here and be very relevant. This is a 5-1 scoreline here, and that's what this comp needed to do. I mean, not necessarily this well, but very well to get a good lead to actually be able to end this game.
They're going to use that blast plant to get down here. He was just covering for mid, and because of that, it actually does give a plate over to the bottom lane of Quad S. So they've got that going on at least. They've been able to get a tiny amount of gold, as he of course did have to split it with the Galio as well. So not feeling too great, but it's a little something. Of course, Suzik did help get a plate in the mid lane as well, which he did split with White, who's also having a great time. He's slightly ahead of the CS number of the LeBlanc at this point in time. There's a lot of vision up on the top side here as Guatian is going to have to flash, and they're just going to be happy to get that.
Yeah, they'll be happy to grab that. They'll clear that vision out. Down here on the bottom side of the map, things looking better for the Aphelios, as okay, a bit of an engage.
Yeah, and this is going to be rough. The Dominus and the Flash will be used to make sure that he does survive, and he absolutely did need both of those abilities. I'll be wrong. He's here, but...
You know what's really interesting? I didn't even notice this, and correct me if you mentioned it earlier, but White actually taking Ignite here on the Renekton. I thought that I thought I had to like squint my eyes again to make sure that was real, because against the LeBlanc, I mean, you can early on put a lot of pressure on. You can potentially get a kill, but the teleport is going to be so much more valuable later on in the game. We might be talking about this again in 20 minutes time if we go to a late game scenario where the Renekton just cannot match the LeBlanc's ability to engage from a long way away and side lane, etc. So
yeah,
that's an interesting choice that I'm not sure if I really like it that much, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool in theory. I think that the teleport will be more useful, but if you're saying, okay, we just got to snowball super hard and try to get kills even onto a LeBlanc, like, might be a bit of a stretch, but if it works, then you're feeling really good and you're kind of doing what your comp does feel good, at least for the mid game. As Ziggs is here, not going to be able to steal that one. The Chemtech Drake coming up next. We had a Hextech Rift in the last one. That was cool to see. As the flash comes out, baiting him in, kicked under the turret, no Dominus, as down he will go. Perfectly played from the two players of Central South University.
Really clean, and it was a really nice setup there with the flash bait, and he goes in, pays for it with his life, and the tempo advantage that CTU had, it's not washed away because of this, but it's a lot of extra gold going over to a block. Now they're going to go ahead and drop down this Herald here in the bottom side of the map, which is just going to further keep this Aphelios on the defensive.
Yep, this turret's gone with the Ziggs.
And this is going to make it.
Satchel.
It's going to make it a lot harder for him now to farm up that call. So, it's a very smart choice to drop this down, even though there's no Drake to pair with the Herald like you often see. That timing still going to be extremely valuable and a great choice here after that pick in the mid lane, or mistake, I guess you could say, not really a pick per se.
And we are going to continue hanging out. And now, because that happened so early, you can just rotate the Ziggs into another lane, right?
Yep.
He's got teleport, so it's like, okay, Gnar, you've had your fun. Time to leave.
And you can see Aphelios has already predicted this is obviously the next step, and just heading up there, but still a lot of extra damage. Ziggs can push a turret real quick as they're going to engage on this.
Oh, nice moves there from the Gnar player. You can see he's taken so much damage, but he will survive because of the fancy feat that he does have in. The flash and the stun does come in. The aftershock keeping him alive for a very long time alongside with the flash. So you will be able to get away, but it's still a Ziggs that gets free damage onto this turret.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say before we got into this. I mean, the Ziggs will do an insane amount of damage to a turret, and ideally, Aphelios wants to be getting this plate gold down to the bottom, but he can't. He couldn't stay. He had to, match that rotation up. They push onto the Gnar. And yes, there is going to be a little bit of plate gold going over to a LeBlanc, who's not the best champion in the world at pushing plates down. But the trade-off is way better for CTU here because this problem still persists. They actually have to rotate everybody up here to deal with this. The teleport onto this ward is so huge, though.
Yeah, they're going to get that LeBlanc into the backside alongside of the Galio, but it's still no knock-up. Clown a little bit out of his depth here. He's going to give a bunch of gold over to the Aphelios as now water is going to go down. White Dominus in the brush and then runs away because it was already too late to help out his team.
Yeah, unfortunately for White here, it's not going to be what he wanted. Suzik being low, you're already starting to see kind of the things that we talked about with this composition where if Ziggs is out of the picture, whether he's dead or so low that he can't participate, you just can't win that longer fight. And
oh, they're trying to bait him in, but at the end of the day, I think you're overestimating how tanky the Renekton is without Dominus. As now Zigspin is a set that's chasing after a couple of guys that are totally fine to get away from him. So that is a big turnaround now. Bunch of kills under the belt of Central South University.
The biggest problem being that, of course, Gongwei Pen still is not the one who's being the big recipient of the gold. And he still has got his Noon Quiver. He doesn't have his first item just yet, but he's working towards that. Once he has his first item, then his second item, that's when you're really going to start to see a big shift in how the game is played out. But the fact that CTU has kind of stumbled through their early lead here means that this game actually suddenly becomes quite close and really interesting, because it looked like for a while there CTU was just going to run away with it with the advantages they had. And their comp is really good at taking these skirmishes early on, just not like that, not on that setup. And when Suzik was so low in that last top fight, there was no way for them to win the longer exchange. And that's what we're going to have to keep an eye on this whole rest of this game, is how well Suzik can survive and how well he hits those skill shots, because the damage, if it connects and they can win the fight early, this comp still works late game, but it's a matter of how they execute on it.
Yeah, it absolutely will. You can see that with this Drake about to spawn, we had a timer. I'm not sure where it went, but based on the map, we do know that this is going to spawn here in just a moment. So you can see Quad S just waiting for this Drake, although we do have white in the pit. So actually, blue team here, CTU, they are getting ready to clear out all this vision and try to start contesting the Drakes. They had to give up all 4 in the last game, and that certainly did not help their case.
Certainly not.
On the comeback.
Yeah. The vision clear here is nice, but there's still obviously that, you know, Scuttle Crab ward that will time out shortly here, but it is, the Drake has spawned, but with the push they have here mid, I mean, this is basically their choice when they want to go in. Gnar does not have teleport, they know that, so it's very easy for them to actually just push the turret and get the Drake. Like, it's a have your cake and eat it situation here really for CTU, and they've got wards on the other side here. There's really nothing on the map they don't know about outside of this LeBlanc, who is hiding but will not have any opportunity. Looks for White. I gotta say, White is taking a lot of risks this game, and it is not looking good for him.
He's just renektoning, you know. It's like, well, I guess I have to frontline here as he builds some lethality. And you can see, I mean, Godtan, yeah, like, he didn't have teleport and they knew it. It was a free Drake and a turret in the mid lane. But at the same time, he's even going to get the second turret, it looks like, in the top lane. So
he might lose his life for it, though.
Yeah, he's staying around for a very long amount of time. He
Gets
does
the
flash
slow.
as Water will as well, so I suppose the trade is there.
Wow, that was actually, I mean, that's about as good as it gets for Guaoyoshin in the top lane there. Like, that was actually pretty amazing for him. All things considered, the flash trade, he gets out, gets the whole turret. That's the you know, AFK top lane mentality that you want to see, where you actually AFK top, get the turret, and then don't die to the ones that come for you. Pretty ideal situation there. That's a nice little pickup.
Yeah.
So they made it almost worth it to lose control of the Drake in the mid turret.
Suzik just can't seem to hit his bombs onto those tiny little minions, but he's going to hit the big ol' blue buff boy. And now, you know, something we love to talk about in the LCK is lull states. There's no Drake. You've got a Ziggs in mid. You just sit here. As long as you don't make too many mistakes. But based on what we saw from Game 2, we might just get more action. That's the way it goes. Of course, these players are not professionals. Not yet. We'll see who's going to get there. And White is in a lot of trouble. As this Gnar is just kind of out of control, you can see that he's not really taking damage at this point. The flash really not going to help him at all. As he is going to get, no house is going to hit, and actually the flash will help him entirely and save his life.
I feel like White's got some like divine power that we don't know about, like on his side today with some of the escapes he's had. Some of the times he hasn't quite gotten his way out of it, but that was certainly one of those moments where it's like, well, the vision's still not cleared. You know that control ward is still in the brush there outside of the Drake pit, and you've just really got to respect that anyone can show up at any time when you're pushing that far as a Renekton who's not ahead. And he's got the Prowler's Claw. You know, it's not like this is a Renekton that's not mobile per se, but still, you just don't want to be that far out. As speaking of being far out, he's not alone down here.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys, maybe even 3, that are waiting in tow for this opportunity.
They decide not to commit, even though Galio does have ult. I say that.
Just going to gnar him into the wall. It is a set, so he's going to hang on here a little bit better in terms of tankiness, I suppose, with that big shield. But the problem is that can he sit here in the lane and actually defend these turrets? At some point, you know, with the comp you've chosen, everybody's melee, and you've given yourself this not great matchup up in the top side against the Gnar, you're not going to be having too much fun.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, too, that if they do decide to scuffle further, the LeBlanc can teleport down, the Renekton cannot because he took Ignite. And in fact, he's going to get himself stuck here, too. He's dead.
Oh.
Okay, maybe you always want to make sure you secure those. Maybe LeBlanc wishes she took Ignite now, too.
Yeah. I mean, he's, like, got Dominus, and you don't know 100% who's there, but from our vision, that looks like a free kill.
I mean, at the same time, like, it's still huge for the LeBlanc because you force the Renekton who doesn't have teleport out of lane. You've got a free push up there. You're free farming. There's no one touching this Gnar on the bottom side because Zigspin has actually been forced to back as well. The map control that 4S has right now is pretty insane. And that's a big problem when we get to these next few objective fights. The Cloud Soul that we've got, man, we're really LCKing today, is coming up soon. And I got to say, like, White really is being more of a liability than a help for his team so far here in this third game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, now that he's behind, like we talked about, he's not really going to be doing much. He's not taking a win for the Prowler's Claw, so yeah, it does play into that idea of if all of us dive at the same time and we get onto the Aphelios, maybe we can win, but there's more threats than him right now because of the position of CSU in this game. As, okay, we're going to get on the backside, force that cleanse as the stun does come in, and there's the big bomb, but he does get away without having to use his flash, so I'd say that's a pretty decent win for him.
For sure, this should be a very easy cleanup on this Rift Herald as well, so totally wasted here, unfortunately. And that's rough. Okay, we're actually going to commit.
He nearly got him, but actually he got himself into a little bit of trouble as Clown is continuing to go forward. This is what this comp has to do, but it's just not going too well for them. Clown is getting really, really low. They get the Aphelios, so let's see if it works out, but with no Ziggs on their side either, it is not really going to work. Nice little cleanup on the kill, but this is looking slowly but surely a game for Central South University to win.
Yeah, you know, we might have a Chinese team in the finals. It looks like at least one if this continues, because look, you put it very well. Like, this comp loves to go and it loves to be aggressive, wants to fight like that, but that was a bridge too far to extend at that point. And I feel like they almost just did it because the Rift Herald went poorly, and they were like, well, we got to do something because our comp is losing power.
They caught one person. They're like, oh, now we got to go. Got to press our buttons.
And like it went as well as it could have, especially with that last cleanup kill. Like, it wasn't a complete stomp, but I think this is a symptom of what the larger problem will be. As you can see, obviously they are able to get on top of this LeBlanc, and then eventually, now that Aphelios doesn't have cleanse, take him out. But it's just so much has to be committed to here, and there is no longevity of damage once the Ziggs is gone. You just have 4 tanks who are melee running at you, and eventually the ranged will win, as it turns out. I mean, that's how League of Legends is played. So, not to mention that, like, we're already in a state where, you know, Gnar is building Force of Nature, and, like, we're getting to a point where, like, you just win the war of attrition as Central South University if the Aphelios and or LeBlanc isn't killed basically instantly.
Yeah, and at some point, I don't really think that's going to be too much of an option. I mean, LeBlanc eventually can pick up the Zhonya's. That'll make her even more annoying to deal with. Imagine you have Zhonya's into all of this AD damage, I suppose you could say. I mean, we have 2 Gore Drinkers and a Prowler's Claw, so mostly damage at this point, unfortunately for them.
Yeah.
You get that, and then nobody's ever going to get you as the LeBlanc. Everybody's going to be focused on the Aphelios. And, like, yeah, you might be able to kill him, but then you have LeBlanc, you have Gnar, you have even Lee Sin, who's very slippery. And I think that this one is, unless there are some big mistakes that are going to happen in this last game, I just feel like Central South University are so far ahead.
I think the score line and the goal does not show accurately. It doesn't reflect the lead that Central South University actually has.
It's not indicative of the current situation.
Yeah, oh no, White once again just up a creek. He doesn't know, but he has no paddle. The Gnar bar is full. There's the slow. And there's no turrets here. They haven't been for a while. Okay, well, everything's gonna miss, and maybe we're just gonna, you know, do a little wincing, and life goes on. White, I told you, he's got something divine. Someone is on his shoulder right now. You know, he's.
Well, they're not doing a very good job because he's 0-3.
They could. I mean, I'm telling you, it could be a lot worse for this guy right now.
He's trying really hard. That divine favor, whatever it is.
Yeah, he's. I don't know, you know, like the angel and the devil on your shoulder? He's only got the angel on his shoulder and is trying to massage his back. I don't know.
It's not, well, yeah.
I mean, Ziggs has got the items. You know, Ziggs isn't going to become more relevant in this game, so really what needs to happen here for CTU is they need to actually fight around vision and group up like they are now. Try to get some deep vision so they can catch the Aphelios off guard or catch the Galio trying to clear the wards. Like, those are things you can try to do right now with this comp because you're still strong if you're grouped together. So fighting over this vision is so important.
Okay, that was a supreme display of Satchel talent.
There you go.
Right there. That was pretty insane. He got that down so quickly. And it's actually really good. You know, if Satchel were like instant and you didn't have to have that like mini cast time, I feel like it would be such a good ability. It would probably make Ziggs unbelievably overpowered.
Yeah.
That's another discussion.
You're
coming from a Ziggs player.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, guys, you if you're listening to Valdez for the first time, you don't know. He's a big Ziggs guy.
Yeah.
It's one of his favorite champs.
I used to like Talia too, but then everybody stopped playing her. I mean, I still like her, but I just never get to watch Talia games anymore.
Remember when Talia had like an absurd win rate in spring at LCK? She was like 12-1 or something. That was a good time.
And then, even then, they still like slowly stopped playing.
Yeah, I feel like she still has a place, and like we still occasionally see her. I think she got played like once at Worlds, but I miss her.
Yeah.
You know, maybe she'll come back. Not in mid, but jungle times ahead, perhaps. We're in a very AD Gore Drinker dominated meta again with the jungle at the moment.
Not enough changes just yet in the preseason, I don't think. There were some cool new items added, some decent changes to the way the game plays out, but I think that we haven't changed enough if we were looking for any big changes.
This is the kind of play, though, I think CTU is doing, like I was mentioning earlier, where you clear that vision and you group. It's super important, and they're doing it very well. Because, again, despite the fact that they're significantly behind in this game, as Zigspin might actually go down, please don't.
I mean, this is just the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
Nara's going to kite out the side laner. LeBlanc is going to poke and never, ever, ever get caught. And as long as Aphelios doesn't die for free, I think you're in a great spot.
I mean, look at the power of this. I mean, Suzik, if he dies, like that's it. Like, that's basically checkmate for whatever objective is next. And you see the ping go down on the Drake there. There's no vision on it whatsoever for either team, but CTU obviously knows where SSSS. Wow, I just did that. 4S is. And again, this is partially because CTU has been doing such a good job of vision clearing, but they don't have the ability now to close in on that Drake. Instead, they're going to try to grab this Gnar.
Cloud Rift. And, I mean, yeah, they're going to get on top of the Gnar. We'll see if they can actually stick to the Gnar. Has a lot of damages coming out, and yes, looks like they will finally be able to kill this Gnar.
It's going to be a trade for a turret, though. You know, I mean, this is not for free. This is not, I mean, not to mention, obviously, the Drake that they lost. So the Gnar is so tanky, it takes so long that, you know, you're not really winning out. And these sorts of scenarios are going to get worse and worse as this game goes on. I don't know how much longer it's going to, because once that Cloud Soul comes up, we get into Elder Drake territory, plus the Baron, that now they have control over the vision for, because this defense did have to come for that push in mid. You know, you can't realistically collapse on an R like that and gain big advantages anymore, you know? I mean, that was the only choice they had. They couldn't take the fight on the Drake, but again, though, I do appreciate how diligent they are about controlling vision. Every time they see a window, they go and clear those wards, and you just have to be doing that right now as CTU. You can't be trying to push waves or trying to side lane too deep. You have to just be focused on wards, wards, wards.
This is a little bit of a sticky situation for CTU if they hang out in this top river, because there is a very deep control ward in the blue buff area of CTU's jungle. So it was already pinged. There's 2 teleports available right now for SSSS, but
they just deleted it. Meanwhile,
yeah, okay, well, this is going to be a one-on-one that we do have down here. We have Galio, though, so it should turn into a 2-on-1 in just a moment. Galio just hanging out for now, just waiting, just in case they decide to start the Baron, which I'm not sure about that decision. You don't even have an AD carry.
This is rough.
Man.
This is actually rough.
This is just not enough. You just don't have enough consistent damage to do the Baron. You can't rush it. You don't have an AD carry.
This might actually be the game-losing moment here for CTU to try to rush that down. They survive, but they give the Baron away. And that's after the pick there on the bottom side of the map on the Zigspin. I mean, this looks like potentially the last nail in the coffin here.
Looks like Clown he's thinking about it, you can see. He is sticking around. He doesn't have flash, so I mean, you're not going to find too much luck. They do a lot of damage, actually, to the LeBlanc as the bomb does come in, and it will still be going over to the red team here as they are thinking about fighting. Big Gnar into the wall. Re-engage comes in. White is going to go down, and the follow-up stun here onto the Ziggs is going to be lights out. No more damage as Zigspin is here, and maybe he can kill one person. Even then, it does not matter as he does get the Gnar, but now Central South University can probably push for at least an inhibit.
At least, yeah. I mean, if not, honestly, the win almost. Like, we're almost at that point. Zigspin's down for 40 with that delayed death there, and anyone who tries to defend here is going to be under risk of just being blown up by the LeBlanc. They don't have a big wave here, but they do have Baron buff, so I think they might actually just go for it. The inhibit's going to go down. 15 seconds on the Ziggs. They're playing it safe. Best of 3 to go to the finals. Don't want to rush it. You've got all control over the map.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that fight was just another example of everything we said since we paused at the ban, screen for 3 minutes, right? Like, and Gongwei Pen now has a collector done. He had an early Infinity Edge, and he also got his Dominic second with this extremely tanky team he's up against. And the guy is just going to rip you to shreds in fights like this. Now, the bomb choice here, too, to go onto the Baron there is going to give you the best spread of damage. I think perhaps actually securing the kill on LeBlanc there might have been the better choice. Either way, the Gnar here is the real big turn. But then White gets blown up because LeBlanc didn't actually back. They have no vision over there. And Aphelios is just sitting here, free hitting for bajillions of damage.
And I mean, their front line's decent as well. It's very different from the Game 1 comp where it was like, 4 ultra squishy people and Gnar, and they were behind. So now it's like you got a Galio, he's got a Locket, you have this super fed Gnar. Even the Lee Sin, 4, 1, and 10. He can frontline, he can kick people away, and you're just never getting to that Aphelios. I'm sorry, it's never going to happen.
You talked about the potential to build a Zonia onto LeBlanc. Just decided to go for Banshee's Veil instead, and that's what I was kind of thinking too earlier. It's like, well, how could you ever catch anybody or kill anybody if she builds that? And we're living in that reality.
Oh boy. Poke is already coming down, and okay, Guatian maybe a little bit too far ahead, as he does Gnar them for a decent amount of damage. Trying to create space so that they can take down this bottom turret, which they easily will be able to do. So now they do get the engage going in there onto White, who has not been having the most fun game, I have to say. Always being bullied on this Renekton, which, to be honest, definitely a very Renekton thing to do. As now with the Baron, they're going to be looking to push in the mid lane. They have the super minion here already. 3 inhibitors will be theirs, as they're actually going to back away. I suppose with the Baron buff going down, they decided to play it safe.
The Ziggs bomb was up. It's a tough call. Again, I think best of 3. It's your final game. You're going to the finals. You win this. I think for 4S here, there's a lot of pride on the line to win against Korea too. Like this is the matchup we get today that we're casting, and it's the best one. There's a huge rivalry between these two countries in League of Legends right now, and
yeah,
I'd say better safe than sorry is always what a non-pro team will do actually in most situations like this. LCK team might have actually went for the win there because even in the crazy scenario that they mess it up, they're still so ahead and their comp doesn't change even if they mess it up. But yeah, bounty gold is a thing, sure. There's a lot of reasons why they wouldn't finish the game there, but we get to watch a little bit more League of Legends. I see you made your hockey stick into an S.
Yeah, I felt like it was
fitting.
It makes sense, right? We're here, we're casting SSSS, and I decided to make an S. Yeah, that's what I did. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, I had to point it out. Here we go.
Ooh, nice job there on the stun, actually. The kick not going to be as good as it potentially could have been. Finally, we get a set engage, which is pretty decent, but the stopwatch is here. Gongwei Pen also has a Galio, you'll remember, as LeBlanc did a really nice job healing everybody else. So Ziggs not really able to do anything. He's on the bottom, just getting zoned by Gnar here. And this game is over. We're going to have SSSS making their way into the finals. might make our casting job harder with their name, but it does not matter. They deserve the win here as they will crush CTU in this final game and take down the best of 3 with that Nexus. Congratulations.
A lot of the games we've commentated in this tournament have been very much decided by a difference of one role. Yesterday it was top lane we were really focused on. Today, especially that second game, felt like it was a big jungle difference. This game, this final game was, I think, really mostly just a draft difference, a composition difference. Yeah. You could just see it from the beginning. I don't think that, CTU was, after they, were in that loading screen, they were probably like, oh, this did not work out the way we wanted. The Renekton, they ended up taking Ignite to try to dominate a LeBlanc in lane. Was a very risky call that really came back to bite them, I'd say.
You know what I might have liked instead of that last pick set is like a Kennen, right? It gives you some more range. It's a hard engaged champion.
Yeah.
If you're still looking to do that, it has a great matchup into Gnar or pretty much anything, right? I think the set was kind of like, well, a lot of things can counter that, or maybe even go Jace or something like that, and then you have like a lot of poke with the Ziggs, but that last pick, I just wasn't.
Yeah,
just
or
wasn't
if you take the Lissandra instead of the Renekton, then maybe you could make the set work top like a little bit better. Like it's still not, I'm still not big on it, but unfortunately, set also just kind of spent the whole game under turret. In the early game, there was that small
That's
mistake.
the thing. It's like that matchup as well.
Yeah,
because they were blind picking, right? So the red side had the counter pick. So
there are very few matchups where you feel like when you're in mini Gnar that you're like, yeah, and like this is one of those matchups where you're like, I love being ranged Gnar. I love getting circles on my set of lane opponent. It's one that you enjoy.
Here's my S, by the way.
Yeah.
Trying to pick this up here and show you guys.
Put it on front of your shirt.
Yeah,
there you go.
Congratulations to Quadruple S. They get the win here tonight in the 2-1. Was a pretty back and forth series. I was convinced after that first game. I was like, oh, we're going to be out of here in like an hour if this is going to be the 2-0. Because especially after the one-sided games on day 1, I was like, maybe that's just the way this is going to go. But no, shout out to Quadruple S for really putting up a big fight.
I don't have the team names in front of me, but we might take a look at the bracket. And maybe the second series has actually happened already. We don't know who's going to be in the finals with them. But I believe there was a China versus Vietnam matchup. So we may have a China versus China finals, or maybe China versus Vietnam. Either way would be really cool. So I don't know which one I want because, like you said earlier, before we went to game 1, having that rivalry between two nations is awesome. But it'd be really hype for China too if they get two teams in the finals. They won the world championship. There's a lot of discussion right now with the new rosters in LPL and LCK. Like, yes, EDG won, but like, is the LCK the most hype it's been in several years? I'm like, yes, but like, is it better than LPL? Like, not quite clear, So this is, I don't think it's really indicative of that, but that's another conversation for another time.
Absolutely. And I'm getting some vibes that maybe we're just going to close out here, guys. So thanks for watching the League of Legends today. As I'm trying to just look over and see what the Korean casters are doing. They're still talking, so maybe we will get a nice little bracket going for you guys to show you. But either way, it's been a fun day. Good to have you back, Wolf, on the desk for the final game.
Again, thanks to Chronicler who carried me carried you through those first 2 games.
Carried
because
us.
I had like food poisoning or whatever that was happening to me earlier today, where I was for about 1 hour of time like just not really alive. But I'm back, so.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have Hearthstone up next. It will be Atlas and Chronicler joining you there, so don't go anywhere.
The folk song passed through half a century of years, generations of prime time. The famous river flows lands elegant rhyme, a long history. Beside Liuya River on Mala Mountain. Here is the stronghold of the radio and the television army. This is the gathering place of the cultural industry. This is the dream factory of video creation. This is China, Changsha, Mala Mountain Video Cultural Creative Industrial Park. There is Zhongguancun in the north and the Mala Mountain in the south. Today, the Mala Mountain implements stream into the south. Tomorrow's Mala Mountain belongs to every cultural creative industry dreamer. Every person struggling. The river is silent, does not reduce the wind. Shanavi Valley, you and I testify. Welcome to China, Shansha, Malan Mountain Video Culture Creative Industrial Park.
대전의 새로운 도시 브랜드 대전 HEARTHSTONE.
난 평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재하려면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 그려진라면 그래 새로운 라면 등 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으며 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 트렌드란 말은 알아 그게 뭔지 인별그램 계정 넣는다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IEF 2021. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler, and we are finally bookending the day with some sweet, sweet Hearthstone. I know that's what you've all been waiting for. We've had this frustrating PUBG and League of Legends and things like that. That's not what we want. We want to get into the nitty-gritty of the cards so that we can experience more of the Alterac Valley. Maybe talk a little bit less about owls this time around. We'll have to see. Maybe not. Still owls.
This is all new information to me. I have actually done my research, looked up several species of owls. Did some research into specifically Hearthstone owls, Iron Beak, the new owl. Yeah, there's a lot of owls.
That was the first owl to be nerfed in Hearthstone as well.
It was very good.
It was, yeah. 2 mana was a little bit too good,
as it turned out.
Yeah.
I'm of course kidding. We'll be talking about our wonderful players here because there's a lot of names that we've already had the pleasure of witnessing that we're going to be taking a look at later on. A certain machine will be making its way over to our spectator client again.
Indeed, I'm very excited to see what Ostinator is going to be able to put forward here today. His decks were a lot of fun, a lot of combos, a lot of OTKs. I copied his Demon Hunter deck. I was playing it all last night and today. Still haven't been able to win. It's just very difficult to pilot.
Was it 0-8? 0-7?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I did move away from it because it just wasn't quite working out. So
I stole a free shaman list.
Oh yeah,
and I'm like 12 and 2. That deck is not hard. It's very good. It's great. You throw out your minions and then you freeze a bunch of things and then you attack them. That's great. Yeah.
Heck yeah. Actually, I pulled one of the new legendaries for the shaman, so I think maybe I should build that one, perhaps. Got a bit lucky, so very excited to see how that one's going to go. But we are down to only 4 players left. Of course, tomorrow will be the grand final. That will be first cab off the rank, starting quite bright and early. In fact, if it was today, it'd be like, what, 9 hours prior to this? So it's definitely going to be a quick turnaround. We'll only have to wait a few hours before we get towards that grand final, which will be very, very exciting. I think my money is on Ostinator getting there, but he has to go through his fellow Korean in JWC in order to get there. We have not one non-Korean player that has made it towards the semifinals, and his name's Doppelki. So make with that as you will. He's from Singapore, and he's been playing pretty well.
It's a quality dish.
It is indeed.
I do get it.
I get it as well. I just find it a little bit perplexing that the Singaporean player is called Doppelki and not one of our plethora of Korean players. Quite odd.
Perplexing.
It is.
But interesting as well.
Indeed.
Vexing, one would say.
I would say vexing myself. I really want to see Ostinator play again though, because he did manage to win with his Demon Hunter decks. I want to I'm going to be frantically taking notes, trying to see how he went about winning it. As of course, just to remind you guys, this is the overview of how it all goes. There will be 4 decks. One of them is shielded, and one of them gets banned away. Pretty standard stuff as far as the format is concerned, and of course, 5,000 USD for the prize pool. So. Not exactly, not a small amount of money. You get first place, 2.5K. Definitely going to be feeling pretty good about that one. Just need to play a few card games and get yourself all the way to the very end. We'll see who it's going to be. As this is indeed the bracket. JWC was able to take down Sith X in order to get into the semifinal up against the Ostinator. I like to call him the Ostinator. His name is, of course, Ostinato, but that's absolutely fine. TYGCS was his opponent, but of course, Ostinato just demolished him. It was actually quite a close match, but I like to think that even though it was a relatively close match, he still destroyed him. Caius unfortunately fell out. We saw him yesterday, but wasn't able to take down Dalaraymon. Dalaraymon, Dalaraymon?
Yeah.
I want to call him Dalaraymon because it feels really good to say.
Just call him Rayman.
Rayman?
Rayman.
Raymond.
Yeah, I mean we can do Rayman because that one made you very excited. So I say stick with Rayman.
I think Rayman's definitely real good. As Thavas fell to the delicious hands of the Topoki, and he will now be facing off against Dallarayman. And as we mentioned, of course, the only non-Korean to make it through. In fact, all of our Koreans that were in our round of 8 qualified towards the semi-finals. So will be a little bit of a civil war when it comes to our first semi-final, Ostinato taking on JWC. But with our next one, we'll see whether Singapore can reign supreme in the end to go up and face off against Ostinato in the final tomorrow.
Would be cool.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. As you pointed out, I think the downside in terms of ladder is that playing against one-turn kill decks isn't very fun. You know, the combo. And honestly, some of the things we saw yesterday were also not very fun, even in competitive sense.
I think Ostinato is actually a competitive solitaire player and just moved that into
that mage one in
Hearthstone
particular
instead.
was
yeah,
if you
that
didn't
was
see
disgusting.
that, it was we thought he lost and it was turn 6, 7 and then he just started slinging cards and his full health opponent just died. So that's what I'm looking at here today. Of course, in a competitive setting, as we see now, have a little bit more leeway. You can try and play some aggro decks.
Yeah.
Although that hasn't really worked for anyone.
We didn't see that work yesterday whatsoever.
No. Manual, hard, earnest deck, play minion go, face, that didn't work?
No.
No.
It wasn't really the one. But we did see a lot of, the more solitary decks work out very well. And when piloted correctly, they are pretty fun to watch,
They're
in
really
my
fun to
opinion.
watch. No, I agree. No, that's I think, as you pointed out, if you and I take one of those decks and we go to ladder, it doesn't go very well. And it's because you need to know every out, you need to know the entirety of your deck, you need to know what's still in.
Yeah.
What specific lethals you're looking at, what are your ranges, what can you deal with. It's just because generally with a lot of OTK decks, you're going to always deck yourself within, I don't know, the first 10 turns of the game, especially with the pace that the game is at right now. It creates a really interesting dynamic. Is it healthy in the long run? Probably. I feel like aggro should be able to punish, which right now is just not happening. But for watching and for seeing a bunch of cards fly, it's lovely.
No, it's exactly right. I'm hoping that we see a few different deck variants as well coming through. I believe that'll be in our second semi-final that we have tonight, because we've got 2 players that we haven't seen yet on the broadcast. JWC and Ostinato we have, of course, already seen. So their deck lists have not changed. We know that Ostinato is taking, the Miracle Rogue, the OTK Demon Hunter, the Mage that you were talking about before. He's got some pretty disgusting stuff. So I think last time around it was his Warlock that
I think so.
Got banned away.
Maybe all Paladin. That's generally bans are either Warlock, Paladin, or Hunter.
Yep.
Hunter, of course, because it is one of the decks that can actually deal, but you just ban that.
It's the only one that still lives the Smork life and does it effectively.
That's the main thing. A lot of people aspire that Smork life, but only Hunter actually makes it work.
Yeah, well, if you've got a hero power that just does 2 damage to face, just works out pretty dang well. So I'm hoping that we actually see some of it. Maybe we'll see some mix-ups when it comes to the bans, but we're just looking forward to getting into our first best of 5. Of course, it will still be best of 5. I believe things might change tomorrow, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And seeing whether or not it is going to be Ostinato that's going to be out. I'm a big fan of this guy. I know we're not supposed to be biased when we're on a desk like this,
but it's too late.
Yeah,
You're invested.
Yeah, the machine himself. He's infected me. Maybe I've got a virus or something like that. I'm not entirely sure.
I think algorithm is a bit more.
Yeah,
apt.
maybe that's better. Yeah.
I like it. The Terminator.
Yep.
Yeah, similar, and that there's still a heart of, well, I guess metal, tin. I don't know which metal specific. Could be gold. Gold conducts well. I just want to get into the game. That's the main thing, because I feel like soon we're going to actually start delving deeper into these player backstories, which
and it's going to be a little bit too deep.
I think it adds to the mythology, but I do also think that we have a tendency to lose track with or touch with reality.
I'm just going to bring up some of these deck lists so that we can have a look. At what's going on
Go
here.
over that for a little bit. It was the Warlock.
It was the Warlock, as we assumed.
Give me a quick refresher on JWC.
Yeah, JWC.
Because I seem to recall he just played like Paladin, Warlock, and then there was one more.
Yeah, he I think played a fair bit of it was Paladin a lot for him, but his actually did quite well, if you remember.
Okay, well,
But I can't.
Atlas looks up those deck lists. It looks like
Where?
it's going to be
Indeed, and I get blessed with a Demon Hunter lesson. I'm very excited about that. JWC going to start off with the Priest. Of course, more of that buffing, mid-rangey style of Priest. Very similar to what you'd expect from some of these Paladin decks, as we're just going to Trog straight off the bat, and not a whole lot that you can do about that super early on as the Demon Hunter. So it's an okay choice. Doing 1 damage to it makes you feel a little bit sad, especially if the Priest doesn't necessarily want to do too much on turn 2, because then he just heals it up and then you have to do it again over and over and over. This doesn't quite work out. We'll see what he does decide to go for though, because developing 2 Trogs could certainly deny this Demon Hunter from just using a billion spells, which is of course what he wants to do.
Yeah. Could also backfire. I think with the hero power, you basically guarantee that the Priest doesn't get the opportunity to further develop. They're basically forced to either use a specific buff card or heal up their minion, and that gives you the opportunity to get on the board yourself. Can make you feel a little bit better.
Well, now we can do double damage to this Trog, but not exactly threatening too much just yet. Looks like we've got a bit of a slow start though for Mr. Priest, so wants to get a few more of these buffs going on, but it's not quite working.
It's throwing down your... looks like that is going to be it. Your Trog is going to get dealt with, but just sticking this on the board gives you the opportunity to start discounting a great deal of your hand, but the fact is of course still there. That extra damage, if that comes to fruition, and it will actually pay off very, very nicely.
Yeah. I-Beam comes through, discounted as you mentioned, and Outcast as well, so easily tidies that one up.
Oh. Looking very clean.
Yeah, now we're just calling through the horsies. Very, very nice indeed. Still taking notes, so if I do go quiet, it's me trying to figure out how this thing works.
So you can actually get a win with it.
I mean, I do kind of understand. I understand, of course, how it works.
You
but
understand
it's just,
the principle.
It's so hard understanding when you're supposed to use your small bits of removal and your lifesteal spells outside of trying to wait for the OTK. Right? It's such a juggling act.
It's really nice, and I'm glad you pointed out, because that is actually one of the ways where. If you go back all the way to the original Hearthstone combo deck, which was of course Miracle Rogue, unless you go back to like Unleash the Hounds combo, but that one was removed very, very quickly, so I don't consider that one as prevalent. But there is a beauty in having to know your opponent's deck very well, knowing which heals they have, which minions, how much damage you can really take, and leverage all of that. And this OTK deck definitely has that as well. Now Revive will come through.
Yeah, going to be sucking some health as well, just to make sure that we can try and stick this as best as possible. Now we're going to try and start completing some quests. Another I-Beam comes into hand. Very, very nice indeed. Don't think he has too many options when it comes to actually complete. Oh, he can trade, I guess, to draw one more, but I don't quite know what he's up to on the quest at this point in time. The next turn, he should be having a good time.
Looking good. Main thing is, can you actually deal? And of course with the I-Beam, it's no problem.
It's double damage as well, so no worries there whatsoever.
I am not feeling good for JWC.
That is 2 I-Beams out of the hand though.
That is true.
It's not necessarily what you want to be using for the Il'gynoth combo, but certainly is one of those extra burn options for later in the game.
I think the main thing is that as JWC, this matchup isn't great. The mage matchup is abhorrent as well. Yeah. Unless you can, you know, really pop off early and like aggressively snowball. But the amount of pace you need is so hard to match. And then once you get to Rogue, you're fine against basically any deck that is still available then for Ostinato besides that Warlock. So losing here is not the end of the world. It's more that the overall matchup here, I think, in terms of decks, is very favored. For Ostinato, the one deck that could actually throw him off is, of course, that Hunter, which has been banned ever so aptly.
I don't think this Demon Hunter deck has any bad matchups because you're only playing against yourself anyway.
Yeah.
So it's quite amusing. We're going to complete the quest. First round. Start of the quest line has been sorted out.
I'm really happy. I can immediately notice you having put
that I've been playing
like
way
10
too much
games.
of this thing. And actually, to be honest, like I wasn't really much of a Demon Hunter guy.
Me neither.
So it's kind of fun to try something different.
I guess we should give it a go.
Yeah.
You're this fond of it. To play it even with all that losing. I know you're.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to lose in Hearthstone.
True.
It's all for the learning.
The
That's how it
curve.
works. Exactly.
Do love a good curve in Hearthstone. And thus far, Ostinato is just sitting pretty.
Yeah, just hanging out. Got that glide in hand, so pretty psyched about that one. We'll see whether he decides to use it outcast or not. Can be a double-edged sword, cycling your opponent as well.
Yeah.
But with all of the discounting in hand and stuff like that that's been going on for JWC, maybe it's a good idea. But right now, he's starting to pop off. And that's what we saw from him yesterday. Feels like he has, got to the point where he can start making things work, but doesn't quite have the tools required just yet. It's a lot of luck of the draw as far as what spells get spat at you.
I think he's going to need another revive to really actually get something going here. Now up to Ostinato to do a reasonable job of at the very least attempting to clear.
Yep. Acrobatics coming out, but we're going to see a lot of trogs on this board.
Yeah.
A lot of discounting going on here as well. Only one more round of the quest to complete. Yeah. Well, goodbye weapon. Wait a second.
Hold up.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Another acrobatics to come out just for a bit of extra card draw, and that is a buffed up hand right now for Ostinato. It's getting a bit scary though. I feel like this is where the priest really starts to get things going. I hope the echo doesn't go out to stream because that guy was definitely very, very vocal.
It's just a way of instilling fear into your enemies.
Well, I'm definitely scared.
Well, I'm more scared of this board that's been developed here. JWC really showing the power priest once they actually do get on the board. It took a little bit of time. I personally like going really wide here or really high here on a specific minion as opposed to going wide. Do already know like the amount of AoE that's available.
And there's no more I-beams left, right?
Exactly. So single target.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine. That being said, I mean, he's just looking at his life total saying, well, maybe I can survive one more round, but the OTK is going to have to start relatively soon. Doesn't have a whole lot of his pieces in his hand. So still looking to see how it's going to go. You do need minions on the board, whether they be yours or your opponent, so at least there's that. But Ostinato is going to have to pop off pretty soon. Because this is looking like one of my games, Chronicler, where you're like collecting all of your cards, you're completing your quest, you're like starting to get all of your pieces, and then your portrait explodes. That's how it works. And maybe I've cursed him. Maybe I've been playing Ostinato's deck too much, and it's cursed the deck, and now it just won't work ever again.
It's just going to feel very, very bad every time.
Yeah.
It's not quite working out.
Not looking good so far.
But he's thinking, and we've seen this machine, this algorithm, this pinnacle of OTKing get wins where no one was before. He doesn't really start playing until the rope comes in.
That's how it works. That's you need to make sure that you download the entirety of what your opposition wants to do first. As we are going to go for a bit of a clear here by the looks of things, yeah. That's a lot of extra spell damage. And there we go.
Doesn't quite get it done, but at the very least he's going to buy himself another turn. Get rid of the taunts, but the amount of value that's going to be generated for JWC is simply stellar. And as you pointed out, well, the combi piece not quite there yet. One thing though is he has kept that glide.
Yeah.
And previously when that was an option, it wasn't looking like a great option because his opponent had like 2 cards in hand. But now,
Yeah, getting that.
You're gliding.
Yeah, I think outcast position going to be pretty important for this particular glide, especially with the amount of hand buffing that has been going on here. Like we were talking about before, with all the discounts, definitely feels even better. And, you know, maybe he's just been picking up a whole bunch of trash, and so putting all of that into his deck to bloat it could certainly help him out. Still just have to see how it is going to go. Yeah, but this is becoming a bit of a problem. I mean, I'm no mathematician, but I have a feeling that this is representing lethal. And yeah, wasn't able to get to the combo pieces and just taps out. So unfortunately, Ostinato suffers the Atlas treatment when it comes to his Demon Hunter deck.
There is one upside, and that is that you get to see another game.
Exactly.
And maybe this time you'll get it done. And gotta say, nicely played by JWC. Looked a little bit rough at the beginning. Couldn't really develop a board, but then once it came together, was very, very, very rapidly buffed out of control. And
yeah, kept filling his hand up with random spells, and it all seemed to work out.
Hit him in the face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Libra and Paladins getting jealous everywhere of this buffing priest. And it's the second time we've seen it take a victory here as well, so JWC certainly getting some work done. Does need to now bust out another couple of decks, so not going to be able to clean sweep with that one or anything like that, so we'll just have to see what he has on the line next.
What are you feeling?
I think that it doesn't really matter. I think he's just got it. He's probably just going to re-rack the Demon Hunter one more time on Ostinato's side and just hope that he can get through a little bit faster. But here we are in once again. Oh. And no, okay, so Ostinato's going to move over to his Warlock this time instead. And that's going to be taking on what looks like the Libram Paladin.
You don't feel good about that one. That is generally the matchup that you try to avoid. And Ostinato going for a gamble. And it not necessarily working out here. Wonder whether we're gonna, if you can pull up the JWC deck list, whether he has teched maybe a Viper or two in to double check whether or not there is a considerable amount available to kind of deal with this Mithril Rod that is already in hand. That is really, in my opinion, the most core piece, the reason why we've been seeing so much weapon destruction on the ladder as well.
I've got it up over here. What were you looking for?
A Viper or an Ooze. If there's no Viper or Ooze in the Paladin list, then his life is going to become a whole lot harder. And based on you still looking, I'm going to go on the limb and say
there is no Viper or no
snake.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, then on turn 4, Ostinato is going to feel very, very happy. And JWC is not going to feel too great about that one. I think that the Mithril Rod is really what enables Warlock to get so out of control so quickly. Although, if I remember, this is not, as we already saw, Owl Warlock.
Yeah, this is not the Owl list. Yeah. This is more of the get rid of all of your cards type list.
Yeah, it's still as bad.
Yeah.
Because the amount of healing this deck has is ridiculous. Like, it's not fun.
No.
For anyone but the Warlock. And it's going to be a hard one here for JWC.
Well, we'll see whether Ostinato can come through with it. We do want to make sure that we get as many games out of these two as possible because they were such a pleasure to watch yesterday. So
I agree.
Hoping that we do get a bit of a clap back here from Ostinato. So far, so good.
You need to see the Demon Hunter again.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah. It's very important.
Well, we're doing some brooming. And the Paladin's feeling like he's in a pretty good spot right now. And there's the Libram.
Vacuum. I feel like they feel different purposes.
Just in general? Would I prefer to have a broom instead of a vacuum? Probably a vacuum. But it is a different thing.
Yeah. It serves its own purpose.
We're flipping over. We're flipping over now, just to make sure that we know that the quest is actually starting. As just gonna get smacked in the face with a fair bit of damage.
That is a 6/6 Divine Shield Trog. And one of the main reasons why generally you're not going to feel super great in this matchup.
What?
You don't really deal with it that well.
This rod is really already starting to get some work done.
That is, that's 13 damage on board. I am getting worried for Ostinado.
Yeah, he might just get straight up popped.
Yeah. This game is looking. This game is looking very bad.
It's not what I want. Indeed, it's not what I want at all. And it's only getting worse. What do you do to this?
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a
the concede button.
That's what I was leading up to. I'm glad that you immediately figured that one out. Well then.
Well, what does the algorithm say to this one? 'Cause now we're going to discount everything.
Oh, that's a good draw. But you're playing against Trogs.
I mean, if he's got AoE, then it doesn't really matter.
True. But the Trogs, the more Trogs he creates, the more steeds are going to come out as well. So you can't leave up more than 3 1/1 Divine Shield minions.
True.
Although I guess if you do it well, it'll be free because you will cap out on Trogs. Yeah, okay, well that's that's a clear sign.
Yeah, starting to move. We're moving up on the quest though, so
that's true.
there we go.
Yeah,
Getting a bit of extra health back. Beautiful. It's exactly what we wanted.
that's something for sure.
A lot of very cheap things in the hand, so
Okay.
some options here,
So
but let's
he's
see whether
gonna-
the full clear can actually happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess unless a buff is top decked, he's actually going to be able to clear this. So he lives, and this is the experience of playing against Warlock.
Yeah.
Not done quite yet. The amount of healing and lifesteal also found.
Yeah, it's a lot of steeds in this one though, and look at all of these Librams that have been created because of the Trogs. So yeah, that's
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looked very cool.
And also Ostinado once again, playing the game more against himself rather than against his opposition. But I mean, man, it's looking like we're preparing for a clean sweep, and this is not the kind of sweep that I was expecting. I think he needs to bring back the Demon Hunter and show me how it actually is supposed to work.
Yeah, I think Demon Hunter into the Rogue is going to be...
Yeah.
it's gonna be
If we have a
hard.
look at exactly what's going to be happening here, yeah.
I think it's just a standard...
Yeah, we're assuming that the Rogue is the one that is going to be coming through because the Hunter was indeed banned. As we can hear that we are back in once again, and it is once more into the breach with this Warlock.
Well, this is a good matchup. Or it should be at the very least for the Warlock. Rogue can win it, of course. Rogue, one of its greatest strengths is that outside of like straight up face Hunter, there is a lot of leeway in a lot of matchups. And this is one of the types of rogues that can just suddenly control the board, put down a big stealth minion, and win off the next turn.
Yeah.
But generally, as a rogue, when I'm facing one of these fatigue logs, I'm not feeling particularly great.
No. Well, Coin SI7 Agent, one of the oldest tricks in the book, going to be coming through here as we are ticking through our quest pretty effectively for Ostinado, but not really able to challenge this board thus far. And oh man, that is, we are developing as many threats as possible.
As we should.
Yeah.
Very good.
A lot of SI7s happening as well, so that's also pretty comfy. But down to 18 health already, my goodness.
Health total doesn't.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, but
Yeah, with this deck, don't get fooled. Recoil, cycling, dealing with the early board, and now because I do actually like the attack cards that we see from Digital, we see a lot more of the direct damage that is available for him. But now he can't develop a minion. He can trade 2 of his cards, and that might actually provide him with something. That's nice, but still, ideally, when you lose your board this early, trying to get and build something up as soon as possible, or drop a bunch more SI7s so you can continue your quest.
Yeah, getting
and get
towards
into
it.
that cycle of playing and recalling scabs. So it's not still relatively even position, but Ostonado can stabilize with this health total. He should be perfectly fine.
Yep, going to continue going down. That's going to be the first completion of the quest. See how much further he can actually get, because we're hoping that this series can continue. JWC running out of gas a little bit on his side, as we're just blowing some stuff up here, and this is exactly how this deck works. Yeah, that feels real bad.
Double Shadow Step as well. And the main thing with that is that, personally, double Shadow Step is a really good way to continue generating value with your scabs once you get them from your quest. And it just gives you so much more flexibility in general, right? Rogue loves being able to use its high value combo cards or battle cries, keep its engine safe.
Yeah.
So much flexibility, and winning both of those is quite nice. Not the biggest. It's a minion. You'll take it at this point as JWC, but Ostonado, it's not looking bad, but you're only a secret passage away from still getting run over by the Rogue.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That card is actually the most broken thing. I like it.
It's fun.
Yeah,
But
big fan.
this is good, because as I really agree with you. Give me the full 5.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, these players are great, having a good time.
Well, even more damage. Life
16
steal
living.
as well. Yeah, it really is a yo-yo, isn't it? This deck.
Yeah. It's very frustrating to play against. It's very fun to play.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually like how Warlock has evolved over the years of Hearthstone. I was a big handlock guy back in the day.
It still exists in a certain way.
Yeah, yeah. Mine was like I liked the Reno handlocks.
Oh, that was a good time.
It was definitely a good
It
time.
was a great time.
Lots of giants in there, just having a blast. But now developing into a lot of these more techie type choices, which is really cool. And I like that the archetype of play with your health total is still there. Not wanting to give too much more healing, because that would heal in default if he decides to go ahead and bonk it with his weapon. So considering not allowing that healing to happen. And the assassination going to come through here, so it is a big investment, but still wanting to make sure that he slows down the Warlock as best as possible, but really is starting to feel like it's not quite enough on the Rogue side at this point.
Yeah, as said, I think that once you finish your quest, there is still a small window of opportunity. But it is looking more and more dire. Warlock also having gone through this much of his deck already. He's going to have a lot of the cards activate. So already there, you know, Battleground deal 6, heal for 6 is pretty dumb when attached to a free body for a minimal amount of mana. But one saving grace, of course, is stealth. Can deal with that if you want to invest your double damage. I quite like this. Don't really any need to go too deep with hero power. And try to get that quest going as well as possible.
Yeah. Certainly starting to work out, and there is the quest. Now completed. So, yeah, one more.
Almost there?
Yeah, I meant that particular part of the quest completed.
I think I agree with you. I feel like the whole thing is a quest chain.
Yeah, it is a
So
quest
the
chain,
quest
yeah.
is... yeah, no, you're right. My bad. This
Still
quest,
little quests.
chain actually being completed.
Yeah, now the chain is completely done. Going to be able to get a bunch of those really cool little cards that he pops down.
Yeah. It's I don't know if you play Scab, so I think you hold. But you might also feel too threatened and wanting to throw it out immediately. But that is going to take away your possibility of stealthing it. Or possibly shadow stepping it.
He doesn't have his shadow steps anyway,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So not as much of a biggie. Man, I feel like Ostinado's just going to have a real algorithm of a time this turn. There's a lot that he has available. Going to be dealing with this board a little bit first, though.
God, yeah, that board's gone. It's not going anywhere, and Problem you can run into is Rogue, where you get a lot of your little combo cards, but no real heft.
Yeah. There's a lot of sacrificing, and there's that good boy again. It's so silly.
Yeah.
Pretty obscene.
You can trade for a different card. Neither of these feel good.
No.
Like, you'll do it, but...
Wonder what the choices are. We'll never know.
One day we'll have the technology out there. But today's not the day.
No, it's definitely not today.
But momentarily. No. Thought maybe they were gonna still show us.
No, we have no idea actually what's going on at all. Which is great.
Suspense.
Well, we'll be able to deal with at least that. Stop the threat of all those double damage spells. Certainly a good news story. They did kind of do their job at that point in time, and developing a bit of a board here. So we're getting back to something. Still not feeling like the Warlock's sweating too much just yet. Now we're going to be playing our Rod and starting to get things charged up.
Main thing now is JWC is what do you top deck next turn. If you hit one of your passages, actually go into some more damage, you can feel a lot more confident. Also not quite at 10 mana yet, which would give you a lot more reach. Do you think that Ostinato, he's not feeling safe here, because this is the moment where, as Warlock, either you're going to win the game in a turn, or the Rogue is randomly going to use the board that they've just stuck and completely demolish. But with the amount of damage that is available, there's the clear. Fauna's still on the board, going to draw you a card, and you get rid of that, you know, can swindle.
Yep, true. And going to deny the card here as well, so I like that one. Dead in hand for a bit. Okay.
That's a start.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been an insane amount of damage on stuff on the board.
Well, now it's JWC's turn to play some solitaire. It's starting to run out though. Yeah. Not bad at all. So, representing another bit of a board, but not exactly getting towards lethal or anything like that just yet. Combo piece now in hand. Feels pretty good. Now we'll see what Ostinato's plan is. He's not quite getting to his pieces that he wants just yet.
Yeah, there is, I think, 15 damage on the board right now. Might be a bit more. Not sure about the weapon. But, yeah.
Yeah, now he just needs to complete the quest and then start doing all of his weird shenanigans with his crazy quest card.
Isn't it?
Yep. How many of these dang things does he have?
Isn't quite there yet though.
Yeah, he needs to do a little bit more damage. But at 25 health, he's probably feeling pretty comfortable, especially with the Rogue only having 5 cards in hand.
And yeah, especially with that forward attack minion going, right? We have the assassin, the battle master doesn't provide nearly as much value. Even that, this is why you're never feeling safe against Rogue. Like between the weapon, the activation of the weapon, you somehow get that onto the Fate, the battle master. There's actually so much damage in hand here.
Yeah.
It's quite beautiful. I don't think it's enough. I think we're getting there.
And Ostinato has just made it to where he wants at this point in time. And next turn he will be able to start just fatigue damaging JWC to death.
The Hail Mary passage. not the swindle.
It's a bit of extra damage in hand. Okay.
I think you just go face. Yeah, you gotta do it.
Yeah.
That is good damage. But
oh man, it's so
not gonna be
close.
enough. Yeah. Even if they would have gone face, the fatigue damage isn't quite there.
Yeah, no. This is only up to 2 at this point, right?
I think it's the first one still. Yeah.
All right.
Still
Never
the
mind.
first one. But now does Ostinato, pretty sure they should be able to generate lethal from here. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
There it is. Almost murders himself.
Wow.
However, now he manages to get his, I am going to fatigue you to death, actually.
This is one of those moments where, as the rogue, you're gonna go back, check the VOD, like, did I miss a point of damage somewhere?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Honestly, like, one auto attack with a weapon could have done it.
Yeah, one
right?
swing.
Like, there was one... Is there one moment in your game?
Oh my god, this is absurd.
Well, we could have turned it around.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and now without Smite gone. That's... Oh, wait, actually.
Hang on.
Wait. I'm not sure if I've counted correctly. Yep, that's lethal. He still got it. He still got it. The free. Oh.
Oh my. Wait.
No. Oh.
Wait.
No, I'm actually inting. It's the wrong weapon. He doesn't get it. Oh my god.
We got ones that 1 point of damage came around twice.
Yeah.
Chronicles. That 1 point.
That was my bad. I looked at the weapon. I thought it was the Scab's weapon with the free attack.
That
was a good
crazy.
game. That was lovely.
That was super good. I'm actually a bit sad because it means that now we won't get to see more of that that Warlock deck because it's really fun. Maybe that's what I should have been playing instead of just ramming my head against the Demon Hunter brick wall.
Did I tell you to play Warlock or not?
Yes. No, you told me to play Shaman.
Oh yeah, that was as well, but I think this Warlock deck is also great. And now for this rogue.
Oh, we're back at it again. We're back in my realm. We're in my realm one more time.
The Atlas comfort zone.
I'm
it's
ready
coming
to go.
up.
I'm ready to go. I'm in serious gamer position now. Don't you worry. Oh man, and we are calling
Steeds.
It's definitely good news.
Not the hand you're looking for as a rogue. That helps a little.
Yep. Just both of us just going on a quest.
Just steeding.
Yep. I-beam coming in already. Happy with it. I haven't won enough games on Demon Hunter to get I-beam yet. I think maybe that's a large issue.
I'd
for being
imagine
able to
having
win with
spot
the deck.
removal in your combo deck would help. Yeah.
Yeah, and also a lifesteal card.
Yeah.
In a I'm
That you
going to
can
kill
double.
you with lifesteal
Yeah.
deck. Yeah. I still want to try and make it work. I still want to try and make it work.
I
okay?
respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that. Not everyone would go for that.
No.
Some people say that's a bad idea.
Incredibly insane.
But not you.
Not me. Not me.
He's not giving up. Oh, the tempo fox. Sometimes
Heck
you
yeah.
gotta do it. You're not gonna feel good about it. It's gotta be done.
Well, doing some trading. That's going to get us to the first quest marker. Pleased about that one, and also going to mean that a whole bunch of stuff is not worth very much mana in his hand.
I'm feeling pretty good about this one though with JWC because as long as he can stick a board on turn 5, he's got the Battle Master, he's got the direct damage as well, which
Yeah.
can be quite fierce. And this is a problem, and I imagine you run into this a lot as well. It's like you don't wanna I-beam a free 2.
No, and he's not going to have to, right? Because he's with the combo that he has,
Yeah.
he can clear off 4 health pretty comfortably. I'm not too worried about that one, but you still don't want to necessarily be using that
Use it.
on 2 minions anyway, right?
That early.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, now we're gliding. And now finally, over to our turn. And oh man, that is one hell of a top deck. That feels fantastic.
God,
And acrobatics will complete it, so we're only one away from getting towards the big boy.
the quest line is being dispatched of
Oh yeah.
very rapidly.
Yeah, and the fact that now he's actually getting through his deck very quickly. This time it's actually come online much faster than what we saw previously with the Demon Hunter, so maybe this is going to mean that things are going to be okay. Double glide in hand as well, in case he runs out.
Because I don't dislike the rogue's position here either. So this is going to be an interesting one as well. Because you do actually threaten a fair amount of damage here. You can, I was going to say you can either Shadow Step or coin the SI7 with a dagger swing. Instead just going to go for
Another steed.
Yeah, speeding up, hoping for a 1 mana gadget. We'll be getting the Maul.
Yep.
Just mauling about.
Once again, back on the SI7 train. I wonder where that one goes. Have you ever seen any trains that are SI and 7? Maybe the S17?
To the Defies brother.
Maybe that's where it
That
goes.
might?
Yeah. Might be it. Alright. That was actually a much easier question than I initially anticipated.
It was more of a metaphorical one.
Yeah.
And then I just gave you an actual...
No, and the actual answer, yeah. I wanted it to be a little bit more thought-provoking.
Very sorry.
Yeah, well...
Well, this is a good board to get rid of easily.
Yeah, I think we're going to be removing this one.
Yeah.
As, yep, this is the combo we're talking about. Comfortably getting rid of everything.
Oh, I've been this rogue many a
Yep.
time.
Oh, man.
That's interesting.
Really nice glide as well.
Yeah, but also effectively giving his opponent 2 cards.
Yes, true.
But
However,
I mean, you finish your quest, so I get it.
you remember the Demon Hunter doesn't play against their opponent. They play with their own cards. It's like some classic solitaring. And that is going to get the quest completion. Il'gynoth in hand as well. Yeah, there is we're already getting towards although you do kind of want to draw Il'gynoth after you've played your -2 everything card. But I think it's still absolutely fine. A lot of the combos are still pretty comfy, even if Il'gynoth has to go down for 6.
Especially against a rogue, right? There's a limited amount of damage available to him.
Yeah,
Like
and no healing either, right?
Yeah.
So you do a little bit of extra face damage, and it gets even easier.
It adds up, yeah. Everything will come together in the end, and it's looking like you and me and our audience is getting lucky. And
Yeah.
actually go to that final game, Mage versus Rogue.
Ooh, that could
That'll be fun.
I feel like that isn't JWC favored, because we've seen what that mage can do, and
I
it's
think
very
that-
frightening.
I do think the Rogue should have an edge there, but it's with all these OTK decks. You can see it here as well. Like if they just hit everything, what do you need to do?
Yeah, true.
Not a lot. That's what.
And right now we're hitting the majority of stuff. As just going to start drawing through stuff that yeah, costs absolutely nothing.
Passage here.
19
Down.
HP isn't exactly. You're not feeling super safe as Mr. Demon Hunter.
No, exactly.
But he does need to survive. Like, if he survives this turn, then it's a lot of lifesteal and things like that he does have available to him if he does feel bad about it.
Yeah, and there's no way that you're going to be able to actually get the discount that you need from this point on.
Well,
That doesn't feel good.
That doesn't, that's it's going to be some very cheap cards.
Says a lot about the desperation that you're feeling in this matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, you have an extra turn, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's something. Honestly.
Bogs down the hand. You know, now he's only got a possibility of 9 cards.
It's a big minion.
Yeah.
Honestly, jokes aside, you can just top deck a Battle Master next turn, and he's just dead. If he doesn't heal with me.
True.
And he doesn't heal. Neither of which I think will be true.
Yeah.
But
he does need 8 mana if he's actually going to go for the combo, so We're trading through some things for now, and I think he will just deal with this. And there we go. Another one of our outcasts, and it just continues, doesn't it? Over and over again. Doesn't want to play that. It's going to burn all of his cards, so that's not going to be the thing. Still, he was hunting for some easier, more comfortable removal because he doesn't want to use things like his I-beam and stuff like that, as we can see. Pondering what the best choice is, but I think this is what he has to do. Feels really bad. But it's not discounted either, so it is going to be harder to fit into the combo anyway. So what? Wait. What? So that was just for the lifesteal, trying to get himself back up to a decent health total.
Oh my god, he's... Yeah, I think...
Is he just dead?
No, he's not, but I was wondering whether you passage for... Passage doesn't get you there either. I think you'd always save for one more turn. But that's one more turn. So Ostinato surely knows that as well, because the maximum amount of damage that can be available here is... Yeah, would be 16. Unless they have it in hand, in which case I guess it could be a little bit more. This time though, he can stealth. And now you got a chance to draw. And if you don't hit that, you can also secret passage.
Yeah, and Ostinato needs to pop off now. Like, now he's run out of time.
Yes.
He does have a lot of the pieces. Let's see whether it's actually going to work, and there we go. Okay, only 5 left though. So we're gonna have to once again use some of our pieces in order to just try and deal with this board as best as possible. I don't even know whether it's gonna be enough though.
7 health. Always hard to deal with.
Oh man, but if he uses that, then he doesn't have any way of actually killing the the rogue.
But if you deal with scabs, as he clearly does, then there is a possibility that you can kind of...
Ooh, I-beam.
What do you go for? Minion value.
I think you need the I-beam so you can still actually threaten for some more damage. But no, he is actually going to go for the minion instead. I'm just going to go steal something.
Yeah, that. Yep.
And he's back to 30 health, so I'm not too worried about that one either.
It's feeling a bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Il'gynoth now just chilling and running out of a lot of value options he still has here in this deck. So the OTK not necessarily working. 6 cards remain.
Yeah, because now as Rogue, if you can keep clearing the board...
Yeah, like it's just, he's running out of gas.
How many comma pieces had to be used? Is there still a way? If there is, I'm sure Ostinato will find it, but... The refill...
Yeah, eSports going to be even more difficult to deal with.
Hey, there's 5 cards.
Yeah.
Even cheaper.
Oh, probably didn't want that one. But we gliding one more time. Oh, and is able to actually discount his Il'gynoth there, so that's real good. Oh, baby.
I love when the plan comes together.
Yeah. I didn't realize that he still had one left. So yeah, no, he did it.
And with 24 health and a minimum amount of damage on the board.
JWC doesn't want to make more minions. More minions means more possible insta-death.
Yep. But not developing means also loses you.
Yeah, it's rock and/or hard place.
Goodbye.
Yeah, this guy's just been
Leave me alone.
He's doing the old back and forth. We're on a swing.
He's not here for it.
Nope, not at all.
He doesn't prove.
Well, we're likely to see it happen now. And how much? I wonder. Like, I haven't actually calculated in my brain exactly how much damage it does just yet.
I'm sure
But
we're about
23. 23 is probably gonna be fine. As let's check it out. Yeah, you're gonna use that to try and draw one of the outcast minions, outcast cards, but unfortunately did not have any. So let's see. Bated breath.
Well, you need to deal with.
Oh, and also because we're stealthed in the middle, it actually means that he doesn't have as many options. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. Can we find a little bit more damage? Oh, but now he can do it on his own minions? Oh, you already could. Never mind. But still. Doesn't have to worry about, Oh, man. He's really toying with us. Oh, there we go. He has absolutely nothing left. Wasn't able to do the OTK like we were talking about. However, that is representing a lot of damage. And of course, you can only target your opponent's minions, so that's why the stealth in the middle was very, very strong.
I think the rope wins. Because you just deal with this board, and then you just watch him fatigue and die.
Yeah. I mean, if you deal with the board, then you're absolutely fine, but looks like he doesn't even need to. He deals with the face instead.
Oh, Ostinato.
Oh, he did it.
You cursed him.
Unfortunately, today is not a good day for OTK Demon Hunter. It's just not the day for it. Very unfortunate. So Ostinato, unfortunately, is now eliminated from the tournament. So JWC, he's the one that's going to be moving forward. I'm actually kind of happy because watching his priest play was really, really cool. I really like that deck as well. And the way that JWC has been piloting a lot of these is certainly working out very, very well. So our first Korean in the final. And we'll have to find out whether it's going to be Singapore or Korea versus Korea in that final tomorrow morning after our second matchup.
Great series.
Yeah, really good stuff.
Very enjoyable. Would have liked to go to 5 games, but I think this, as far as endings go, is still one that I'm going to be perfectly happy with.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of diversity in decks as well. Both these two teams, or both these two players, rather, having a bit of diversity in the line. I just hope the next matchup, we get to see Shaman. Keep waiting for it. Really like the deck. It's very fun.
Yeah, well, I believe we're going to be
stuff.
going for a short break before that, but we can check out those deck lists and have them for you when we do see our second matchup of the evening and our final one, our final semi-final. Final semi-final before we get to the grand final tomorrow. It's a lot of finals. It's not actually even the final.
Tonight. No, it's
Yeah.
the semi-final. Tomorrow is the final.
Just wanted to say final another 400 times because we're really good at our jobs and we like to have diversity in the words that we say, final. But yeah, we're just waiting for that one. Going to be hopping into that quick break relatively soon. And then, of course, we will be getting right into it. I'm kind of hoping that we do have a little bit of variety. I'm kind of going for tteokbokki on this one. I want to get some Singaporean representation in there. Maybe that's a bit of the Aussie in me, we're closer to Singapore. Something like that.
How long have you lived in Korea at least?
Like 5 years, so maybe it's not really, not all that relevant. Not entirely sure. But yeah.
I think you can pick whatever you prefer.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know what? I just really want to see Hunter. Like, we haven't been able to see it. We've only seen the demon version. And all of the hunters have always been banned, and it just makes me sad.
There's owls, but not the right type, and Atlas is just having a hard time.
Yep, it's real rough. It's real rough being me. But we try to get through, don't we? Maybe we won't have a break. Maybe we'll just get straight into seeing whether tteokbokki is able to take this one.
Maybe we can pull up.
I can do it right now. Yeah.
If you can get that going.
Can have a look at what
Atlas is doing the tech. I was gonna go over the match that we just saw, but I feel like we've discussed it in such depth and with such grace and overall.
Yeah, we've definitely spoken about a lot of the games quite a lot. Very
did.
sad
Actually,
to see Ostinato go.
Honestly,
that's the biggest one.
I think that I really appreciate, and I'm sure everyone at home also appreciated your input on the futility of playing OTK Demon Hunter.
I'm actually pretty sure now that it's impossible to win with that deck. Maybe it's just extraordinarily bad.
Because you can also play Warlock and you heal as much.
Yeah,
but
it's like the
you also
same
do
deck
other
but
stuff.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah, maybe it's maybe the Warlock is where we want to be actually. But you live and learn. How else was I supposed to find out without Ostinato really putting it all on the line? You know?
Really did, yeah.
And I think that is commendable. Absolutely.
Didn't work out in the end.
Still wins a little bit of money as well. I think he's going to be able to take something away for equal third place.
Honestly, there's nothing wrong with getting this high, especially in Hearthstone. Can be very volatile. We saw how easily he dispatched of many an opponent in the lower parts of the bracket that we witnessed yesterday. And if you're just tuning in, just saw JWC take a very convincing win over Ostinato.
Indeed.
Tomorrow morning, change of schedule. Well, compared to the last 2 days, we're gonna start off with Hearthstone. So set that clock. If you want to know who takes it, it is indeed earlier. Last couple of days have always been the last broadcast of the day. Tomorrow we're starting right off the bat. I want to say 11 from the top of my head.
Yeah, I think it's 11.
I think it's 11. Don't pin me on that.
It's going to be an early one. My eSports sleep schedule not necessarily working. I can't find Topiki's deck list, which is
how about
very unfortunate.
Friend
but
Raymond.
We can give you
we do have Raymond.
Dalla Raymond, and he's rocking with a oh no, he's got the OTK Demon Hunter himself, which is a little bit of a worry. He's got
so it's
a
3 OTK decks. It's Mage, Warlock.
No, this is actually just
and Demon Hunter.
It's just another Ostinato with a rogue instead. So there we go.
Well, no, he's playing Owl instead of.
Oh, is that Owl instead?
Yeah, yeah. So it is different. So we do get to see that brand new, super popular.
Wait, is it?
Yeah. Look at the last card in the.
Oh right, yeah, there it is. Sorry,
Yeah.
There's the humongous Owl.
There's also no quest.
All right, yeah, that's actually
That
yeah.
that'd be a giveaway.
Sometimes it's
I
difficult to read.
I
you
don't
know, it's
think
quite
the break
late
is
at night.
coming. No, it is. We've been
I mean-
working hard.
I mean, the break might. I'm actually like really confused as to what we're actually doing. But we live and learn.
I can see our co-cast, and normally, we of course have our producer talking to us, but today it's just you and me.
Yeah, it's actually it feels a little bit like we're lone warriors this time around, but
It gets more
What
of
can we
a late night radio show
yeah,
kind of vibe.
yeah. I do feel like the headsets sound a bunch better today as well.
God, it
so
sounds splendid.
I'm
Yeah.
feeling much better about that one as well. But if I'm trying to like overhear, but there's a lot of noise cancelling, and I can't quite hear exactly what the Korean commentators are saying. But they are talking about a lot of stuff, and that might mean that we are ready to get closer into something else. Maybe just no breaking, and getting towards that second semifinal. I mean, that would be fine. Would like to go to the bathroom, but
Important question for you. So we've
Yeah, man.
seen JWC. Ostinato got taken down. Next up, we got Tokboki versus Raymond.
Dalla Raymond.
Dalla Raymond. So I want to ask you, how has your day been?
My day was all right. Got myself some Subway. It was delicious.
Food here is really good as well. I've
yeah.
actually been enjoying that quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a really nice place, Deja. I heard there's some negative stigmas about it, but I think that they are all entirely untrue.
I agree.
This place is absolutely lovely.
Yeah, it's been described as a bit boring. I come from a very boring country, so I can assure you, it's not boring.
When I went to Amsterdam, it wasn't very boring.
Well, that's like going to a theme park, right? That's not
okay.
really the authentic Dutch experience.
Isn't it?
No, I wouldn't say
I
so.
did like riding
Did you,
around on a
did-
push bike
did
and
you-
looked at windmills and stuff.
Did you get shouted at by a Dutch person on a bike?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, yeah, that's an important one.
It was a few
That's-
years ago now, but yeah,
yeah.
I believe that was an
like
experience that I
someone
had.
getting very mad at you for walking on the cycling lane.
Yeah.
That's a tourist staple. That happens a lot.
Yeah, it was hard to catch up with all of the little things that I had to do.
Yeah. A lot of rules.
Yeah, a lot of rules, a lot of them based on bicycles. Your obsession with bicycles is maybe a little bit much.
It is, yeah. No, so this is an interesting thing. In the Netherlands, the bicycle is that's the king of the road. It's like that everything else succumbs to the apex predator that is the bike. And you have bikes first, and then you have people, and then come cars, right? So
Wow.
it's really different from a lot of other, because you can't have bikes and then cars, because like cars you can't mess with the bicycles, right? Like it
Yeah,
can't
that's
be done.
true.
There's too many. It will swarm you.
I actually I watched a documentary about bikes in the Netherlands, and it's like, isn't there just a ludicrous amount of them? And like
yeah, on
all
average, we have like 1.4 bike a person.
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like all of the roads are almost built around the bike path first.
No, I'm not kidding. No, they
It's
are.
insane.
They actually are. Yeah. It's amazing. It's one of the things you really miss, because here in Korea, like cycling around the Han River is amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really good. But for actual transportation,
No, it's definitely
not
harder
great.
on the road. Definitely harder on the road. There are more and more people riding bicycles, and there's a lot of bicycles just for like getting around locally.
Yeah.
But yeah, the actual like doing your full commute on a push bike ain't really a thing. Not over here.
push bike.
Yeah, push bike. Just like a bicycle. That's what my dad calls a bicycle. It's a push bike.
Okay, interesting. Never heard that terminology.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of a motorbike. You push
Yeah,
the
that's-
pedals
yeah,
instead of
make-
it being a motor.
Obviously, in our case, because bike is always just because we're so crazy
Yeah.
about bicycles, just always assumed.
That
Oh, you're
it's a-
talking about yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
it's just a bicycle.
Yeah.
We've been sitting here for a long time, and I just still have no
I got-
idea
I-
what we're doing next.
I got to share a little piece of my culture.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
nice.
Do you have any more tidbits on life in the Netherlands that we could possibly enlighten people on? Because this is the International Esports Festival, so you may as well do your
We
bit.
don't really have hills. Like we have a tiny bit of them in like the bottom of the country, but I don't think they deserve to be called hills. It's very, very minute. Most of the country is just flat, which also ties into fun fact number
bicycle
one,
thing,
the bicycle
yeah.
thing, yeah, because there's no hills to go up on. General enjoyment of a bicycle skyrockets. It's way better.
Ooh, but there's also no hills to go down, which I
No,
think
that's
is
true.
100% a highlight of bicycling as well.
Yeah, and hey.
All right, so we are just no break straight into the Topoki versus Dalaramion. God, it's difficult to
It's
say.
just dollar ramyun.
Dalaramion? Let's just call him that. Dalaramion is absolutely fine. He's going to be rocking with the mage this time around, and Topoki is going to be busting out his paladin. Now, we're going to be assuming that it's the Libram paladin that we've been seeing more often than not, but I can't actually tell you that for sure, for I have not got his deck list right handy at the moment.
Looking like Handbuff Paladin. Maybe a mix. We'll see what he ends up going with, but not the greatest way. Kind of want to look to curve out at least a little bit. Well, the mage just trying to spend the mana as efficiently as possible, and there we go. Point curve. You'll take it. Time to start buffing up that hand.
Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, build that board.
I like the hand buff paladin as well.
Feels really good when once a couple of buff comes through and you just like slam big me.
Yep.
Just keep going.
I feel like it reloads a little bit better than
It does,
the Libram Paladin does as well.
Well, unless you get Trog.
Yeah, like
277
unless you just like kill them, right? Which also can happen.
It happens a lot,
Yeah.
but not today.
No,
I guess it did.
it did in the
second
first game.
one,
Yeah. That's all right. Mage, not with too many options here. Gonna be just trying to bust out as many of these spells as possible. I believe this is just the we're going to throw as many ignites at your face as possible list. And yes, indeed, it is. With good old Mozuki and stuff like that, trying to get to that OTK. So, looks like Dolaramion really is like a big fan of the solitaire playstyle. So I think Ostinato is still with us in spirit.
The algorithm, the spirit of the machine, now transferred to another Terminator.
Absolutely.
Playing some solitaire, whereas Togboki trying to play Hearthstone.
Yep.
Play minion, kill monster.
And then go and eat some delicious rice cakes in Singapore.
I haven't had it in a while, honestly.
I haven't had tteokbokki for a while either, actually.
It's good.
My partner recently showed me a picture of the tteokbokki she was going to eat, and it looked absolutely fantastic. I'm quite jealous.
It always does.
Yeah.
I think it's a very photogenic dish.
Mm-hmm.
Bubbles.
Yeah. Whoa. Interesting.
Okay, we're good.
I'll pop back in again. Just a slight stutter.
Oh.
And another slight stutter. This is what happens. Like we're going international now. So trying to reconnect.
Not worried yet, but slowly getting there.
Yeah, we're moving towards worried. We do have to send the information across a vast ocean to get to Singapore. So 30 seconds of time required, probably not so much. Interesting. Tteokbokki's got some interesting decks though. Going to be bringing out that warrior. I'm interested to see whether or not it is the piratey one, which is the only one we've seen really. A little bit more aggressive, and both of them running the Demon Hunter. Now, Dolaramion has the list that we just saw from Ostinato. Not sure what Tteokbokki has.
Also Druid, which is really interesting. Yeah, I think once you hit the minute, see what happens. Not sure what the... Oh,
what? We're still
seeing some action, but I'm not 100% sure whether... We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, we'll see whether Dolaramion is actually able to do anything. But the fact that Tteokbokki's playing is the important part, right? Because he's the one that's not in Korea. So
this is looking good.
Yeah, we look fine.
We're good. We're good. Maybe it was another issue. Maybe they called a pause for...
Yeah, maybe they wanted to go to the bathroom.
One reason or another. And the Druid as well. And I don't know which list of Druid it is. Can be Token, can be Big Druid.
Isn't Taunt Druid pretty popular at the moment as well? But
yeah,
would it warrant a ban? That's the interesting part.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's Token, because I do think that if you get a good hand like Token Druid, can
just pop
provide. Well, yeah, like both Demon Hunter, Mage, and Warlock they have good range AoE wave clear, but there's a hard limit on it, right? And then if you do just wave after wave after wave. I wouldn't be surprised if Token Druid actually is like one of the very few decks that can deal with these kind of OTK decks. And there's no hunts to ban, so might as well.
Dolaramion with a lot of cards and not quite too many ideas about what to do with them at this point in the game. Thinking about just throwing down the snake.
I was expecting the missiles.
All right, no, gonna
like
be
at the
trading.
very least.
Yeah.
No. Take the hit.
Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. He's very committed to the I do not need to actually play against my opponent playstyle, which I respect, but I don't know whether it's necessarily the correct move.
It was kind of ludicrous last time when we saw that combo come out. Well, yeah, now you're going to be happy. And I guess you hope you get your other missiles and then just missile away. It's not looking great.
I think removing some minions this turn could be a cool idea.
You need to, otherwise you are dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a Battle Master in hand. So Tteokbokki is going to smoothly curve out with that one, and then you die.
Yeah.
So, personally, would advise, and of course, that is the perfect 2 minions.
Wow.
To freeze. Hello.
Wow.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt.
That's professional Hearthstone. That
Right
is
there.
what a professional Hearthstone player
Right
is
there.
capable
Peak
of.
performance.
That is absolutely peak performance. What a beautiful thing. I love the fact that they were just emote spamming each other afterwards as well.
What a gamer.
Yeah. Oh no. The game got so upset about how good that RNG was that it's decided to stall.
The first time it immediately reconnected after like a second, I was like, oh, okay, we're good.
Yeah. The minute time was a little bit of a Monka W. This time, also not seeming to be super great.
Yeah.
Well, right now, what do you? If you were to give odds to this game, you're betting on it right now.
It's Paladin.
Yeah, but like, what are the odds? Are we talking like, is it 90-10? 95-5?
It's like 80-20, I'd say.
Uh-huh.
After seeing what the mage did yesterday, I'm not calling any game over.
But also, like, the amount of RNG that's on his side.
Yeah. That's a clear sign that Hearthstone wants you to win.
Exactly.
So I think what will happen is we get the one. Oh, okay.
It can keep ticking up. So
Yeah.
last time it only took a minute for us to get back in there. But
There we go.
all right.
Easy peasy. Don't have to be worried at all. Totally wasn't.
Yep. Trading through, trying to find what we're looking for,
God.
and we're even going to get rid of the Nerubian by the looks of things. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Actually, just going to be getting the Nerubian out.
That still represents about 9 damage that you can just throw to the face.
Yeah.
I don't think you go for that. I think you hold the Battle Master until you actually can use it to get lethal. Just keep buffing up the rest of the gang. Yeah.
Yeah, may as well. I think he has lethal on board. I don't want to.
Honestly,
I don't want to
Atlas,
overstep my bounds, but
I talked about this.
ooh, that was slightly suboptimal. So the RNG has gone off his side this time.
Man, what would you do for a Frost Nova in this situation?
Oh my God!
No.
Does he just get it?
Oh, surely not.
Do we
Well,
just
he's
kill him?
He's definitely gonna be looking because there is no
Oh
way
my God!
this happened.
Oh my God!
Exactly
Please!
this happened last time. There's a lot of mana still available.
You know
Cakes
what?
are being eaten.
I'm parking the Demon Hunter forever.
play this.
I'm just playing Mage from now on.
Oh,
The most
no.
like non-interactive video gaming experience ever.
God.
Look at this. That's +9. He's got so much spell power.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Right? Right? Guys?
Oh dear.
Guys? No?
Yeah, that's well, the next one is 11, but doesn't even need to use that. Just zap to face, and there we go. That was one hell of a top deck. The guy's RNG power was out of control. Oh, Dalarimon, absolutely extraordinary. That is gaming, right there. That is gaming.
That's Hearthstone. Yeah. Just draw your combo. Just draw your combo.
Yeah, like
draw it,
exactly when you
Atlas.
need to.
Just
Yeah.
draw it. Just get it.
Maybe that's why I've been losing. I haven't been Dollarimoning it and just choosing exactly what I need at exactly the right time in order to win.
You know, with a lot of the other ODK decks, what I quite like is that there really is a feeling of like they're building up to the combo, right? I think the Demon Hunter showed this very nicely.
Yeah.
I think you see this with Owl Warlock as well. And I think that Owl Warlock is a little bit on the strong side. Demon Hunter to me feels relatively fair, but there is a semblance of you're building towards this final, you know, Exodia stuff. I have all the cards. My plan is coming together. And then you have this mage deck, and
It's just like all of the cheapest spells possible, and then a really dumb legendary.
Yeah,
like really dumb.
You're gonna play this tonight, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I absolutely am. I'm just I might actually check right now to see whether I actually have the card, because I did pull a couple of mage cards and I haven't actually checked them just yet. So I'm while we're waiting for the next game, of course, we're probably just checking some connection stuff as well, just to make sure that everything is A-OK. And so, I do have a moment just to go through and see whether I can potentially build this really disgusting RNG heaven deck that just looked utterly beautiful.
It's the Atlas dream.
Yeah. I did like the hand paladin though, so we do get to see that one again. He's gonna have to try and win with it, Mr. Topoki, but
I think he will. Deck looked very strong.
it did definitely
He
look
just
strong.
got maged. What do you do?
Yep. Well, don't get maged, I think is what you do. That's the technical term for it. All right, mage. Let's see. Do we actually have it? Uno memento.
Look, 5 cost.
Oh, no. I pulled.
Not quite.
Yeah, don't quite have it. Unfortunate. It was a mage card that I managed to pick up, but it was the Antonitis, the new one. Feels bad, man.
No maging for you.
No maging for me. I do not have the most important card for the.
Just played without.
For the combo.
I'm sure it'll
Yeah,
work.
it works exactly like playing my Demon Hunter deck without the I-Beam. I'm sure it'll be okay,
It'll
right?
be great, Atlas.
And
Come
I mean, the
on.
I-Beam isn't the most pivotal part, obviously, but
This
it
is.
certainly does help.
This definitely.
Yeah, you definitely need that one. What's her name? Mozakai, the master duelist. How did when you were designing that card, right? And it's like whenever you play a spell +1 spell damage. How did we not just say, nah, that's a bit strong?
There is a lot of currently the state of the game is just OTK, right? Like
Yeah,
it
it's like
fits with that.
Who can OTK better?
Yeah. I'm hearing some Hearthstone sounds.
Yeah, I think we're
I'm
opening
hearing
the
the
tavern
tavern.
door.
Oh.
There we go. Here we are. Oh, and I get to see it again. Here we go. This is precisely what I wanted.
Some real gaming about to happen on your screen.
And Dalarimon has the power of RNG and anime on his side because he is playing the Demon Hunter, and also the power of lag, I guess. I think not great news. But as you can see, it is once again the Quest OTK opposite lifesteal Demon Hunter that we have seen being very successful so far today.
But it was good yesterday.
It was.
So there is a chance. Me personally, I would like to see it win for a change. Do think that it's, as I said, one of the more interactive decks in terms of OTK. It isn't exclusively. I think it's a bit more fair. Does very well into aggro, but doesn't have the inevitability that I think a lot of the Warlock decks do. With Warlock, the amount of card draw that you have is just revolting.
Yeah.
And it just means that you always draw everything, whereas we saw earlier on already that our Terminator not actually able to get the pieces in time, and then you have to use the pieces to not die. And just
that's
ruins your parade.
That's the thing that I found very difficult as well, is understanding when it's okay to use your combo pieces for clear. And I can't do it, and Ostinato wasn't quite able to do it either in the last match. Now let's see whether Dalarimon is going to...
So Rocky here also, the only, as you pointed out repeatedly, the only non-Korean left.
Yeah?
If you want to get some Singaporean representation, this is the man that you root for. Currently down 0-1.
Indeed.
Honestly though, I think that this Paladin should have a very fun time against this Demon Hunter. Especially if you curve out with Trog on turn 1.
Oh, he can clear it though, if he invests coin.
But then there's 2.
Oh, true. I'm a numpty. Never mind.
That's okay. It happens to the
Yeah,
best of us. No, but
I sometimes forget that the coin is a spell.
oh my god, there's no 2-drop. Oh, you're just gonna get away with it. You're gonna feel very good about this. As Dalaramian, whereas Tokboki, so we got Ramen against Tokboki. Just got that.
Yeah.
Wow.
There we go.
You thought they'd band together.
Yeah, you'd think
such
that,
a good combo.
But instead, the internet's trying to keep them apart, as we are once again in delay hell. Seems like it is actually able to figure itself out though, so
It keeps
hopefully
fixing itself.
it's going to be all right.
But I personally would prefer to watch the Hearthstone match without there being 1.5, 2 minute added turn timer.
Yeah, this
It's
is
preferable.
this is taking roping to the next level. Maybe this is actually how Delaray manages to get his algorithm working. Is
just like he's
just
waiting
uses
for the
his
right
terrible
moment.
internet to do it. Buys himself some extra
I mean,
time.
we don't know whose internet it is, right? There we go. Back at it again. Yeah. So, you just hero power here. It's Tokboki, which you're not going to love. Knowing that
Yeah, you're just
your
running
Trogs
straight into
definitely dying.
Quest Hero Power. Feels pretty nice. Well, Hero Power Quest.
Yeah.
Obviously. Oh. Instead, just deciding to get himself ready for a decent draw turn. Feels pretty nice. Quest now in hand. Yeah, no, he'll be able
That's
to
a lot of draw.
yeah. First side. Sorry, first subquest going to be completed on the next turn.
Imagine if you had that a turn up here.
Oh,
That
man.
would have been great.
It would have.
One would have been.
Life is full of what ifs, is it not?
Yeah, now you clear one. You draw a bunch of cards.
Yep. You clear this one, and then yeah, subquest is done after you use your outcasted version. You grab a couple of cards. Very easy. Not bad at all. Oh man. Another one in outcasted position as well. Oh, and he's got another one of his weapons. Running actually 2 in this list. Ostinato only had 1. But wanting to get through as much as possible.
Oh my.
Yeah. We are definitely gaming. And Glide's on deck as well, so he can thin out the Paladin's hand if he wants to as well.
Or yeah, maybe wait till a few buffs have been thrown that way. But I do gotta say, Tokboki setting up for a big turn next, as long as something sticks, and with the Zag especially, something sticking. And
Yeah.
it's not going face quite yet the next turn, but you don't really need it to. You just spread out the board, and I'll say Tokboki, if the internet allows him, I think is cruising towards a pretty comfortable victory, unless all the removal is going to be in place. I say, as
That was
number
actually,
2.
he just traded his way
Yeah.
to completing the quest. That was pretty silly.
Yeah.
Looks like we are going to get a bit of a clear going here. Looks like that's what he was considering at least. Only 1 mana, but that is enough, I believe, to get something out there. Wondering whether that's exactly what he wants to do, but he does have 2 in hand, so he should be alright. Alright, drawing instead. This is getting dangerous.
Yeah. Well, slam that buff down and hit him in the face.
Yeah. Wait, what?
You can't hit face with the buff.
Ah, okay, thank goodness. I was like, wait, what?
Don't worry, I got you.
Thank you, thank you.
Are you just dead?
Yeah, maybe. I like the Felmancy. Give yourself another one of your double damage boys. But no, gonna go for the draw. Oh, there it is, but... Ooh, does he complete? Not gonna be able to actually reduce the cost of that one. He'd need to glide after playing the card, after playing another card that he's drawn. I think we're running out of time just a little bit here. He's gonna have to invest.
Yeah, you're gonna have to use your pieces. You're just stupid dead otherwise. There's just no way.
Yep.
But unlike last time, do feel like you still have a lot of your pieces still intact.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's sitting pretty. Gonna have to use a fair bit of it though. Yep.
Yeah, that's still 18 plus 8 is yeah, that's still 29 damage if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's a decent amount of damage, isn't it?
Yeah?
Yeah, you'd say so.
It'll do it.
It would
Well, I mean, it
definitely do
doesn't because he still has 1 health.
True.
But it gets you close. Surely you just slam the better master here. I want to go into a different direction, but I don't. I feel like putting to 1 is just
Yeah, I think that's definitely a yeah.
That's just the way. Because I don't think anything else gets you quite close. You can get a more tenacious grip on the board, but considering you just saw him throw down 3 of his combo pieces in an attempt to retake control of the board, I think going for maximum face is a safe bet. Looks like Tokboki is.
And also
still not
remember,
quite
yeah.
Sure. Okay. Wow.
Well, you
Nothing
do
to
need
it.
to get rid of that card, right? So it's a fair bit going to face, but oh my goodness, that is a. She protect and she also attack. Chronicler, I believe, is the term.
Yup. I wonder.
Well, we're getting acrobatic, and these I-beams actually feeling like they are kind of what we want. Not quite enough damage available, though. Yeah. Man, it is not a good day. It is not a good day for the Quest OTK Demon Hunter. It is a very bad day.
Atlas, one of them is gonna have to win, because there's both of them have one.
Oh,
so
true.
at some point, a Demon Hunter today is gonna pick up a win. Might be against another Demon Hunter.
Yeah, it might be the mirror matchup. Maybe that's the. It's
Such a
really
sad
good in the
win.
mirror matchup. That's the only deck that it can beat. It's the mirror matchup.
Atlas.
Oh
Come
dear.
on.
Yeah,
Come
no,
on.
no, it's
Come on.
it's not great news. It's not great news. But we are now all tied up, I believe.
Yeah, 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. So Topoki able to get back on that board, able to pick up a victory with his Paladin as well. So we are going to be seeing something else from him as well, which I'm happy about because I haven't been able to find his decks. So we're getting straight into it though. Nice. And let's see who's going to be able to pull themselves towards match point and try and get towards JWC in the final
There
tomorrow
we
morning.
go.
There we are, the mirror.
This is what you've been preparing for, Atlas.
It's the best matchup. It's the best matchup for the Demon Hunter.
The mirror.
Yeah, the mirror. The mirror is the best matchup possible. A Demon Hunter always wins in this matchup, every single time.
There's no way to not get it done.
Yeah. Slightly relying on a technicality, but still. We're just going questing. I don't know, how does this even work in the mirror? Because neither, like,
Well, it's just who gets.
you're just trying to race through your deck. You're not really
Yeah,
playing cards and stuff. Like, it's.
Tokboki's winning.
Hey, there we go. Yeah,
Yeah, like look at his hand.
that's
And he
true,
goes
actually.
first.
No, this is actually pretty obscene.
Yeah.
It's like everything is generating cards.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's actually so silly.
Yeah. Because
And-
that's what happens in a mirror, right? Like it literally is just who gets to the combo pieces fast. I don't think either of these decks has any board pressure.
Yep.
Of any point.
And whoever can complete their quests earlier as well. As now we're just gonna try and get a minion on the board. See what he's gonna be able to do.
Oh my god! If you're Dalarami, you're also looking at it like, oh come on, man.
Yeah, pretty obscene. So he's gonna finish the first subquest first. Delaramian's like, I have exactly the same deck. Why isn't mine doing that stuff? Dang it.
Yeah, I mean, you're hard mulligan for cards, and I guess you can trade, but it's not something you're going to be overly excited about. Now, this is not completely undoable, right? Like, there are situations in which you can finish your quest later and still get the win. Still a possibility, but oh, it doesn't even. That's what I mean. Doesn't even draw one of his draw cards.
No, it's not good. That's acrobatics though, so that is a little bit of extra draw, but can't play it this turn. Interesting. Not entirely sure as to why he did that. But be out. I think Dalaramian might actually know that things aren't necessarily going his way.
Well, this is spinning out of control very, very fast. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so good.
But at the same time, you know, if Tokboki now only draws combo piece and doesn't draw, and Dalaramian does, then he's good again. Then again, he steals his weapon death rattle, so odds of that actually happening are not great. Because this is also one of the issues, right? The more draw you have, the more draw you're going to be able to draw because you go through entire
Draw.
Yeah,
exactly,
it just kind of feeds into itself. And now the energy usage for Tokboki has been so incredibly efficient in terms of cards that have been drawn. That's a start.
Yeah. Oh, is that another one? Oh my god. Okay, so just hops right over. And also, I believe that also, discounts his Il'gynoth, which feels nice as well. Doesn't necessarily need to rely on gliding it back into his deck and then searching for it again. Alright, we're feeling it one more time. I kind of wish that we were actually in the client right now so we could check to see who's got the most cards, because whoever's got the most cards in their deck generally is the one that's losing. This is such a weird game though, because no one has any minions to put on the board that actually do anything, really.
No, it's the same with, will be the
It's
same
so
with
funny.
Mage.
Yeah.
Like, this is my problem. Where if this is the only meta, like this is not.
No, it's not very interesting, because you don't actually then
both
play
recycling.
Hearthstone. Yeah.
Well.
Well, that's even more. As, you're not going to be able to get too much value out of that one.
Nope. Not happening. Come on, we both only want to draw cards. Come on. Draw one card.
His hand isn't worth very much, is it?
No. This is like this sums up the matchup. There is a weapon in front of you, and you have your weapon destruction. Like, no, that's getting traded.
Yep.
No. There's no way.
I thought he might have glided then to mess with Doppelkey's hand size, but
yeah, I think in theory that feels good, and then you realize what you're doing.
yeah, and it's not actually.
And
that. You're just
that it
giving him
also
a free
helps him
glide.
quest, yeah.
Yeah.
I wanna. Glide's, I think, basically an unplayable card for both these guys, unless you don't have any of your combo pieces, and your opponent's sitting on a really fat hand. But like, you also kind of want to keep your hand, so.
Yeah. No, it's rough. Glide's a difficult card to use, I think.
I think this entire deck is really hard to play.
So funny.
We're
It's
just
just
watching it unfold.
AoE spells just flying into the nether, doing absolutely nothing.
Interesting to know that Tokboki has actually been kind of slowing down.
He's eye beaming his own minion. Oh, this is so weird.
So this is something I wonder about, because they've both done this now, and I don't know the answer to it. Like, what is the reasoning behind that? Is it just to free up hand space? So
well,
you
it
can go
is.
max on draw.
I think
or-
it's quite difficult to do 30 damage in one turn. Is that not the thing? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know the reason.
No.
Unfortunately.
There's a few different versions of the OTK for this this particular deck, and it gets easier the more damage your opponent has suffered.
Yeah, naturally.
Oh, Skull's actually pretty nice for this this deck. I like Felmancy though. Doesn't have a minion to actually use it on right now. Is it Felmancy? I think that's what it's called.
I think so.
So hard when we actually have to remember it.
This
Gives
is-
you another double
yeah.
damage minion though, which does help.
Wondering.
It is just going to be the Skull though. And Skull, as we mentioned before, pretty powerful. So
This is evening up. I'm feeling like.
yeah, I'm feeling like it's swinging back.
But-
It all comes down to who's going to be able to draw their stuff faster.
And also, Tokboki has been sitting on like 3 cards of draw for quite a bit now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just waiting for his timing, see when he wants to actually commit to completing the quest.
Okay, I take back my early statement. This is actually really cool. Clearly, both these players know what the other player is doing.
Yeah.
And the main goal is just to prevent them from actually getting there.
Well, I think glide might play a part, and when you're going to use it and things like that. But honestly, like for these sorts of situations, it's a race, and you just need to not really worry too much about what your opponent is doing and get to what your plan is instead. But Ilganov in the hand of Delaramian, which he's going to be happy about. Looks like he's been through a bit more of his deck now as well, as we come back to it.
Wow, it's going to float all that mana. Just sitting tight. Going to take the damage as well. Very interesting.
Yeah. Quite odd. Waiting for... I wonder what he is waiting for.
I think that there might be a situation which he's holding draw cards because he knows a glide is coming.
Yeah.
And then post glide you can refill more easily. This is me speculating.
Now we get the quest completion and we get to throw it down straight away. I like that a lot. Beautiful. And you've got the... He redraws the skull as well. Oh man, that feels real good. Can load straight back up again. Yeah, Delaramian has really come back to the fore. But it has been Doppelganger just like chilling out, waiting for the right mana threshold, I believe. It's another 3 cards that he can pick up here as well. Yeah, it doesn't quite get him to quest completion though. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now it will get him to quest completion and he can throw down immediately, so... Not bad.
Yeah, and then he can throw it down. But there must be a reasoning for why you, because I'd imagine it would be better to get it on the board first, because now his opponent can just respond, put him down to a fair amount of life total. But then again, life total matters a little bit less because you are working.
Oh, he got it.
Oh boy. Well, never mind.
Yep, that's I believe that's what we call game over in the biz.
Yep.
Yep, that's a lot of damage. And that's how it's supposed to work.
It got a win.
It did. It got a win. First time today. Congratulations. Delaramian actually able to get there. Topoki stalling out just a little bit towards the middle there. And you mentioned it actually already, you know, because Topoki had such a great start. Didn't manage to hit a bunch of those extra draw cards and didn't really work. So
yeah. Again, I wish I knew more specifically about the Demon Hunter OTK because I'm not super well acquainted with it. And it was very clear that there was a very good reason for why Topoki played the way that he did. Otherwise, you don't flow that amount of mana.
Yep.
It's that or connection issues, right? Like, because that might also be the case.
Maybe. I don't think so.
I don't think it was because there were a couple more decisions. Now though, OTK Demon Hunter playing against Owllock, and I'm gonna be honest, Atlas. I think that Owllock is just.
Pretty dumb?
Just dumb, yeah. And I would love to see Topoki take a win. I wouldn't be surprised if Delaramian just says...
I like his voice in Korean.
Yeah.
It's very cute.
That's a good card. Like that. Good tech. Neophyte.
Yeah, well, let's see whether Topoki's going to be able to do it a bit quicker this time around. Actually be able to play like a regular Hearthstone matchup, which he's probably psyched about. As the discovery's coming on in, no idea what he's able to get, as that's double glide. Nice. He can glide next turn.
Just glide.
Actually, it actually feels really nice to be able to do that. As there's the first owl.
I think you slam that. You can also just tap. Personally, I'm a big fan of just slamming. Although, into Demon Hunter specifically, it doesn't feel as great. You can just heal power and deal with it. But especially early on, you know what the goal is for the Demon Hunter, is to draw as many cards as possible.
Yeah.
And with that cost increase, the turn that you were talking about actually not a thing now.
No, exactly. not possible. Big shame, because it actually felt pretty good getting that glide, but that's alright. I-Beam could come down and kill it if he wants to, but it does seem a little bit like a waste, especially when you can just hero power and get rid of it. But instead, it's just going to eliminate it that way. And going to go for a bit of trading. Oh, this is another card. And I believe that means that it's... Yeah. Oh man, did he top deck a trade so that he could complete? That is quite lucky there, Mr. Topoki.
Well, this is, I really like this because this isn't, it's kind of greedy because what he did there was he invested the I-Beam, right? Because he could have just hero powered. He also didn't hero power until he saw what he got from his death rattle. So you miss out on an extra damage there, but you keep the opportunity to trade.
Ah,
which
yes.
is kind of cool. And I imagine exactly how greedily you need to play this deck, right?
Yeah. Pretty obscenely, I think.
I like that. Just put out minions, putting pressure. You know that he's not really going to play minions ever. So.
Yep. Well, that's another part completely done. Saw that his opponent had a bunch of cards, so he's just going to whittle that down to 4, which feels fantastic.
So that's not the cards you're looking for. Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah,
well, Ramian probably going to just trade and possibly look for a tap. Go face for a wee bit. That's nice. No, not too sad about that one, but as I was going to say, I'd imagine you'd still just a life tap, try to get through the deck as much as possible, trade as much as you can.
Yep. Should still be pretty fine.
That glide though, really throwing you off.
Yeah, it's really nice. Really nice.
Because if that Mithril Rod comes down and that entire hand starts getting discounted, it is not good.
And also everyone knows, it's a Warlock. They like having lots of cards in their hand. That's just how it works. So if you stop that from happening, then you're feeling pretty good about it. This is a very fast full quest completion here for Topoki, which is pretty fantastic.
I'd imagine he'd want to glide again though, right?
Yes. You generally want to glide so you can pick up the cards again after you've thrown down the 5 cost. But getting to it already at turn 5, that feels like a very quick clip.
Whereas for Dalaramian, turn feels a little awkward. Throw down the Neophyte, you can hero power and draw a card with your Panther. Well, never mind. Yeah,
there you go.
There you go. That's your turn. Cool.
Guess now we're...
Well, that was easy.
Yep, the victory top deck, like that a lot.
Discount coming in hot.
Yep. And we're just trading things around. Picking up more cards, getting them out of our hand, trying to get to our combo pieces as quickly as possible. There's another owl, okay. It's redrawn it.
You have pretty good way of the double damage to just deal with this.
Yeah, you can even mortal coil it if you wanted to, but
I don't mind this.
I also like keeping just one minion on the board so that you're not presenting more bodies to be life stolen and then you could just die, because we are getting to the point where if the cards were in hand, it's getting more and more possible to use them. There's another glide. Oh man. It's kind of exactly what he wants, and so he'll do it. We are top decking on both sides, Chronicler. It's nuts.
Maybe we will be going to the next game, Atlas.
Because
you do discount a lot. It's only 2 cards.
I mean, remember, the Demon Hunter plays against themselves.
Yeah, good point. He doesn't care.
Yep.
Still another glide in hand. You gotta be getting sick of all these glides at some point, sure.
There's a lot of them. Just going for a little bit more cycling. There we go. Man. This is just nuts. But the gliding doesn't actually get through your deck necessarily, does it? As put her back in one more time. All of this gliding around must be very frustrating, though, for Mr. Warlock.
Roll. Nice. Yeah? Yeah, at the same time.
This is like he's reloading really effectively
there
each
you
time,
go.
and now another one's coming in. Like, oh dear.
And yeah, he doesn't know, but like he really needs to play his out, right? Because with the imps, especially if he can find another trade a bit already, there's plenty of imps. You have the combo pieces in your hand again, and now I actually love this. If he glides again, like, oh, hold up.
Yeah, we might almost be there, because Ilganaut's now in hand.
Quite just yet.
We got a bunch of these pieces. Yeah, she can just be traded through as well.
Not. I don't think we'll make it this turn.
Yeah, well, that's another bit of draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Yep. What a.
Yep.
What a deck.
What a time to be alive. Goodbye, sweet prince. Straight 30, feeling real nice about that one. And that's how it's supposed to work.
2 wins in a row.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Going to the final game.
I mean, it wasn't 2 wins in a row for his one. It was just 2 wins in a row for the deck. And now we don't get to see any more, which is a bit of a shame. But here we are.
Final game of semis.
Exactly. Final game of semis. Down to the wire. Game number 5 here, and we have a Warrior versus the exact Warlock that we just witnessed. And this time, it's not going to be like triple glides making the Warrior making the Warlock's life hell. It's going to be a bit of a different one. And this, this is this is going to be a lot more armoring and stuff like that. I don't like the pirate archetype as much. So
No, but literally, and in some cases, the Warlock, if you give him too much time, can actually deal just outright insane amounts of damage. But it is finite, right? Like, technically, the amount of damage you can get with Owl.
Yep.
So, as a warrior, only have one job every turn. Press that armor up button. Just keep pressing it. Oh, God, yeah. It's the final game of semi, but this is the
Oh
one
my
that can
God.
take the longest.
And he's getting even more armor.
Yeah.
It seems like it might have been a mistake.
You're pressing that button every turn. There's limited means, so nothing too bad about minefield in there.
Yep.
It's gonna. This is really funny, because now what you get is you get Tokboki that's just desperately trying to go, I don't know, like 60, 70, 80 health.
Yep.
And you got Dalarami, and you're like, okay, what is the maximum amount of damage I can get from my owls? Like, how can I do it? And I'm pretty sure that generally the owls get there in this matchup. It feels like this should be a good matchup, but it's not.
Yeah. We'll see.
Just keep pressing. Yeah,
He's
playing it right.
He's pressing the button every single time. I learned from good old Naviute how to play Warrior. He was definitely very, very good at that. And
Tank up.
And you just tank up every single time.
Tank up. Come on. Do it. Oh, no, not yet.
Actually, I played a lot of Warrior back in the day. Very much enjoyed the armor playstyle and.
Tank up.
Yep, there we go. Managed to get that tank up in there.
Tank up every time he does. We know he's not tanking up. He's armoring up. But I think tank up as a.
Oh, it's way more fun as well.
Way more fun.
As Al will come out.
So thus far, every single turn, we've pressed the button. Do it again.
He might need the kill the Al button.
That's fine.
I'll just equip a big old shield.
Yeah, mitigate that damage. This weapon is actually a big problem if you don't deal with it.
What does it actually do? I haven't seen this one yet.
Every time you were supposed to take damage, instead, the weapon loses 1 durability. So it actually mitigates an insane amount of damage from the Owl combo. So, like, obviously, Owl combo is going to be a fair bit off. But you definitely have to actually deal with it at one point or another. I can do so, though. I think with an early play of... Oh, I was expecting the hero card. Instead, though, these cards... they're not going to do anything. We don't need them. They're not there for the combo, so... Just get rid of him.
Yeah, just throwing a whole bunch of trash out of his hand.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, at least the warrior is 50 health now. It's not 80 quite yet. Double faceless, chilling in that
Oh,
hand.
you're definitely not there yet. You need, that health total. That needs to be cranked up to the max. You also have 2 frozen bucklers, and that's also really interesting because it gives 10 armor on the first turn, and then like you lose 5 armor on the next.
Ah, okay.
But you can't really, because like the Warlock's just waited out, right? And this is where the problem starts happening, because now Dollaramian is going to just keep shuffling in free freeze, and at some point those are going to be an issue, right? And they're not going to kill you at any point.
Yep.
But what they are going to do is chop into that health total, and that's honestly just as bad.
Damn, he's getting a lot of value out of it immediately.
Yeah, just gonna take one of them down as well. I would personally use the troll guide, but I don't think it really matters
No, he's just clearing things out.
because it doesn't like it deals 1 damage anyway.
Yeah.
And I actually think that if there is a Blade Storm available, because he already played 1, then leaving his minion on is the correct call, because then... Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah.
That's 62 health. Alright, we'll play another one.
This is beautiful.
This is absurd.
This is Hearthstone.
Yep.
We saw the mage deck, that was Hearthstone. Oh.
Oh man, now everything's going to be very low costing. We could be here for a while. Still 3 mana to go. Oh man, he's got another one. This is like the 2 most non-interactive weapons ever. Like a shield and a rod that doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
I remember when you used to just equip the Arcanite Reaper and smack people in the head with it. Yeah.
What a time it was.
What a time to be alive. This is just... When Hearthstone isn't even about playing the cards how they're supposed to be played, I really like that.
It's really fun. Yeah. Did Mr. Smite kind of come out with the express? Yeah, okay. Gonna brawl. I get it. It's not like there's a lot of minions in this deck.
Nope.
Well,
Although you might, maybe you
little
wait
bit of
until...
A little bit of overkill. There we go. Hit him with the -29.
Yeah, that's it's not too bad. Has he armored up? Yes, he has.
Every turn?
Good to go.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Which of these 2 decks is more degenerate? I mean, the warrior deck is like very honest. It's just
I
control
think it is.
warrior.
Yeah. It's classic control warrior. I like it. I think it's much. I think the warlock's more degenerate. I think. However, the fact that you just press the armor button every turn is pretty funny, as now we've lost all of our cards. And let's see whether the owls can start spewing forth. Well, that's definitely a card that you wanted.
So now the problem becomes, or the problem is rather, is that okay, maybe he already has leave. Not quite sure, just summon the imps. Definitely gonna get the phylactery and all these minions. Well, about to find out. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he just wins.
Oh my god. Oh, this is so stupid.
I think we got ourselves a Korea versus Korea finals coming up, Atlas.
I think so. I think the Topoki has been slashed by 1,000,000 owls.
Well, he wasn't yet, but...
Yeah, there's still a few million owls still remaining. He tried. He got to 70 health.
Lord.
Approximately 70 health was where he got to, and that was not enough to stop the owl slaught.
Yeah, because it's... So it's 8 times 7 times 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not... It's not good.
No, it's a pretty large amount of damage. And also,
Can't.
got through his entire deck, you know. But the thing is, like, I
boy
think
had,
the
like-
matchup just sounds so
it's not-
extraordinarily awful,
Yeah,
right?
no, it's
Because
not playable.
a warrior never is like going to put pressure. You want to be fighting in fatigue most of the time, but you can't really do that when you're staring down 90 damage to the face.
Ow, look.
Yeah.
Maybe instead of 8 damage, make it like 6.
Yeah.
That do a lot, you know, especially when it comes out for these ridiculous numbers. I feel like this is one of those decks. Like this has a deck with limited damage. Warrior should win this matchup. This Warrior doesn't have a lot going on. Throw it a bone.
Yeah. I mean, it's got pirates and stuff like that, and people still seem to use those, but it's the least fun version of the archetype. I think the tanking up, you know, it feels like you're playing Slay the Spire. It's fantastic.
Every turn, press the button.
Obey the law. Maybe they just bring back another card that gives you tank up. We just need another one of those. It did feel the best.
You know, that would have solved it.
That
would have done it.
You'd have 100 health instead, and that might have he would have been only down to 10. Although, wait, he had 3 minions left, so that's like so much extra damage. He still would have died. It's sad. The poor warrior.
Make it super tank. It's actually 6 armor now.
Giga tank up. It just triples your armor every single turn.
I can see it. Triple every turn. No.
Triple it every turn.
No.
Triples your armor every turn.
No. Atlas, that's rules.
Okay. So you're saying that I can't triple my armor every turn?
No.
Dang it. It's
Not
very
allowed.
unfortunate. I believe we are going to call it for this evening, though. So thank you so much for watching, guys. It's been another fantastic day of IEF 2021, and we'll see you back for tomorrow's grand finals. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then.
평범함이 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 존재한다면 난 무난한 게 익숙해 60년 동안 그저 쉽게 끓여진라면 그래 새로운 라면들 사이 흔들릴 때도 있었어 빠르게 변해만 가는 세상 속에서 진정 난 이대로 괜찮은 걸까
연차가 폈으면 한심하게
그래도 익숙한 맛이 얼마나
지겨운 맛
저리 가
내가 치는 그런 말은 알아 자 그게 뭐지 인별그램 계정 건다면서
기본을 조용히 지켜낼 거야 최초의 라면은 내가 해낼 거야 배고픈 모두를 구했던 그때처럼 사냥라면은 기본을 지켜낼 거야 평범하게 위대하게
제법인데?